Mr. V8 195 over 8, known as Redman around the world, had a successful show career and now is bringing his championship genetics to herds in the USA and around the world. Redman is a son of Mr. V8 458 over 7, better known as Noble, and is owned by Hart BC Brahmans. Redman has some impressive numbers with the American Brahman Breeders Association, ranking in the top 3% for weaning weight, yearling weight, top percentiles for tenderness, docility, carcass weight, and Queen's Index. Queen's Index means that he will produce females that you want to keep in your herd, and with sexed semen available worldwide, he's ready to go to work for you today. Let's look at just a few of Redman's champion progeny. LGL Grace 1 over 0, multiple-time grand champion all across the United States. Miss Hart BC 4 over 20, a champion at our Bluebonnet Kickoff, which is one of the largest Brahman shows after Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. In 2022, it was a great year for those Redman offspring. And while 2022 was a great year for Redman, 2023 is shaping up to be every bit as exciting. His progeny have won championship after championship, even garnering that very important Grand Champion Get of Sire at multiple events. Some will remember a rising star, Mr. V8 148 over 8, a fleshmate to the now famous Sloan, was the 2018 Reserved Calf Champion at the International Show and had a stellar junior show career, but he was sadly lost in August of 2018. And now, another rising star, Mr. V8 148 over 8, the clone, Phoenix. Hart BC Brahmans is excited to bring you Phoenix. It's been a long wait, but he's risen from the ashes and ready to take the world by storm, already winning multiple grand champions. So whether it's Redman or whether it's Phoenix, we're sure you'll be excited. And with sexed semen available worldwide on both of these outstanding bulls, we're sure that you'll be excited about what Hart BC Brahmans brings to you. For sexed semen available worldwide, contact Carrie Clay or Manuel Amperon. Remember, Hart BC Brahmans. Buenos dias. Test 1, 2, 3. I think we have our microphones figured out from yesterday. What do you think, Iran?
I think we figured it out. You figured it out last night?
I don't know how we figured it out. Yeah. So we were kerfluffled the day before, but now we are good. So I would like to thank our sponsors here on Bull Day. We are on Bull Day at Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. We have the whole team with us. And thank you to our sponsors. Of course, we have Hart BC Brahmans. Hart BC Brahmans, that's of course the Mr. V8 148 over 8C. And you're seeing him right here. And I think that, oh, buenos dias. That's the Brahman Journal team. I think that people need to understand the background on the Mr. V8 148 over 8C. Phoenix, because you can go back on the Brahman Journal Facebook page and you can search Mr. V8 148 over 8 and you will see his photo when Jim Williams showed him at the 2018 Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo here at the International Show, and it was so impressive. That also is the year that 146 over 8 Sloan won the calf championship, 148/8, came in reserve calf champion, very impressive. Well, later that year in 2018, 148/8 tragically was lost due to an accident. And so they were able to clone 148/8, hence 148/8C. And this bull is a genetic full sibling to Sloan. And he also, actually, the original was a flush mate, a litter mate to Sloan. So again, really, really great genetics that they're offering. They have sexed semen that they're offering worldwide. So we think that's really exciting. So again, thank you to Heart BC Brahmins for their support. And then of course, Rio Ranch. Rio Ranch, they have their grand opening March 4th. I think you guys all heard the mariachi music and everything yesterday, and all the fun that was going on over in the blue section. So again, Rio Ranch, that is Saturday, March 4th. We're gonna have their grand opening. The opening ceremony will start at 4, but we welcome you to come for the ranch tour starting at noon, and I can promise you, you will not be disappointed. Their facility is gorgeous. They're gonna have some horse demonstrations. You're gonna get to see tremendous cattle, a lot of really good fellowship with some great Brahman breeders. So thank you again to Rio Ranch. They were a sponsor yesterday, and they are a sponsor again today. Thank you very much. And then, of course, we don't go anywhere without Elgin Breeding Service, a family tradition of quality since 1954. Make sure you stop by and visit with them about your next breeding opportunity there at Elgin Breeding Service. They can collect bulls, they do post-mortem, they ship, they do anything that needs to be done by a collection station. So again, we really do thank you for sponsoring us over there at Elgin Breeding Service, right behind the stands over by the Brahman Journal office. Go visit with Hillary today and talk to her about what she can help you with. Then, of course, we also have the J.D. Hudgens gang, J.D. Hudgens, jdhudgens.com. They're going to have their wind down. I think we'll get Iran to explain it in Spanish during the show. A wind down is really just an open house. They're going to be there at the sale pens, at the J.D. Hudgens sale pens in Hungerford. If you Google that, you'll go straight there. It's going to start at 11. It'll go till 3, so you can still make that wind down early in the morning and then go on over to Rio Ranch. So again, J.D. Hudgens, they don't really need any introduction. They are Manso, just saying. So J.D. Hudgens, make sure you go to their wind down where you can go and visit with all the different members of the J.D. Hudgens team.
So
and good morning, Clem Ranch. How are you?
we already have people watching us.
Oh, we do. We're getting ready
Yes.
to start. I think, Ron, you have a photo that was taken of me. I think we can, yeah.
This is exclusive for the world. We have just shared it between us, and we're going to show it now.
Okay. So this is how dedicated I am. At the Heritage International Field Day, the ABBA International Field Day that was held at Heritage, they had some cattle on display. We had over 350 people there. And I have the photo fixed. I'll drop it to you here in a minute, Iran. I have the photo of what I was taking a photo of. We had 350 people on the grass, and I was climbed up on this pen, and there you go, supermodel Vicky. Yeah, I was Wonder Woman, just glad I didn't fall down. I had a spotter there on the side. They did have a bull tied right there, and I was like, I think you need to move the bull.
Mr. Judd Collars, the judge of this show, saw the picture and mentioned that you should use this one as a cover of the Brahman Journal.
Yeah, I think that make a great Brahman Journal cover. There you go.
Agreed.
So anyway, but the Brahman Journal team, we go the distance. You should see the video that Brandolin has been taking and making reels. Go visit, go share, go like our Instagram. We really need you guys to be supportive of us because we love supporting you. And Alyssa got some amazing photos. We're going to be putting those up on our photo sites, the ones that we're allowed to share. We're allowed to share the photos around the barn. We're allowed to share those sorts of things, the video and everything. So we are really excited to be here. We're getting ready to start Bull Show here in just a little while. So again, thank you guys. Make sure you comment, let us know where you're watching from. And again, we'll be sharing more photos throughout the day.
We are going to sound off for a few a couple of minutes. While this starts, we're going to start with the national song, I think.
I think we're getting ready to start the
Yes.
show here shortly.
So
We'll go sound off, and then we'll come back with the sound once we get something going on in the arena.
Ruth, and the president and CEO of the show is Dr. Chris Bowman. The vice president of the Houston show in charge of livestock area is Mr. Jeff Hayes. My name's Jim Cooper from Belleville, Texas. I'm one of your arena directors. Be working the Brangus and Red Brangus Bull Show today. Mr. Harvey Buring from Orange Grove, Texas will be working our Brahman Bull Show over on the west side of the main arena. We work for We work for the Chief of Mission Officer, Miss Julie Bass, and Mr. Carl Hengst, who is Director of the Livestock Show. Also assisting are Mr. Kyle Walker, Ms. Cheyenne Griffin, and Miss Ashley Austin have all assisted in setting up for this 2023 Livestock Show. Livestock Show Superintendent is Mr. John Harper, and his Vice Chairman for Operations is Mr. Gary Don Odom of Fort Worth. The Open Breeding Beef and Youth Cattle Superintendent is Mr. Wes Allison. He's the president of the Heart of Texas Fair and Rodeo in Waco, Texas. Assisting Wes as Assistant Superintendent is Dr. Jason Clear of College Station, Mr. Jason Hendricks of Normandy, Dustin Sufall of Waco, and Dean Fox of Burton, Texas. We also want to thank all the Livestock Committee members and their chairman, Laura Taylor, for the huge amount of work that they put on helping us set up and work these daily shows. At this time, I'd like to turn the mic over to Mr. Harvey Buring for the invocation.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could bow your heads for a moment as we say grace for this day. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to live in a free country where we are allowed to pursue our dreams, to till and be stewards of the land and husbandmen for our animals that we desperately need for the survival of our citizens. Our Heavenly Father, we ask that you be with our leaders of our country, give them wisdom, guide them so that we could live as a nation a way that would be pleasing unto you. Be with our military and those in public service, those who provide security, our policemen, our first responders. And we ask that you be with our exhibitors who are so crucial to the show that we're about to see today, and offer them safe travels back home and safety while they toil with their livestock throughout the year. In Christ's name we pray, amen.
All right, we are here at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. We have some amazing videos for you guys to watch. We did a lot of Instagram videos, so we had a really good time. Yesterday, the girls did an amazing job. Somebody on the team could please put the actual address of Rio Ranch in the comments, and then we probably ought to make sure that we put that on the Facebook page to post that, because I've had many people asking who have cars how to get to Rio Ranch, and we're excited to have Rio Ranch as one of our sponsors today. I'm super excited about that. So again, they were our sponsor yesterday also. So we are excited to be here. Now, for those of you who are just joining us, or maybe haven't been to Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo before, so kind of don't know how it works, we're going to let you know that we are going to have two different shows going on today. So again, we're going to have two shows going on from Zimbabwe. Good morning to everybody. Make sure you let us know where and what you think of the show, because we really appreciate giving you a shout out and thanking you for watching with us.
Red Bulls, and we're pleased to introduce to you at this time the gentleman who will be judging.
Don't go where?
In the Brahman arena. No stranger to you, Brahman enthusiast.
Hey guys, all right, we are live here, and if you'll notice, and you might even hear something, there is another judge in the other side of the arena. Yesterday we were all by ourselves, and we agreed, Rising S Cattle Company, it is a great day to show some cattle, and Dan Thomas, thank you for watching from Mississippi, and Rock Hill Brahmins, thank you so much for watching with us. We really do appreciate it. I can't tell you how often we are told that, hey, are you live streaming a certain show? And I'm saying, no, unfortunately, we weren't allowed to at that show. So we love the fact that Houston Livestock Show allows us to be here. And Monica, thank you for watching from Paraguay. We loved being in Paraguay during the World Brahman Congress. So thank you guys. Make sure you share this with friends, because we were told yesterday that for some reason Facebook wasn't popping up our feed for some people. So we want to let everybody know that we're here. I'm sorry? I'm sorry?
We have Let's See on YouTube.
Oh, that's right, yeah. And we're also. So I'm going to give a shout out to Bia, going to give a shout out to Bia that we are live streaming Houston. And I'm getting told I'm moving around too much. So I'm going to have to slow down and move my computer equipment a little bit so that we don't lose my microphone. All right, everybody. I was told not to get so excited and move around quite so much. So thank you, everyone, for watching. And Neches Valley Ranch, thank you so much. Primo Castillo. Primo Castillo has Ganaderia Las Huastecas, and we've just been told, we're going to share this, we've just been told that he is going to be having a field day at his ranch, which is close to Tampico, so close to Tampico in Mexico. We're going to be in Mexico in April. So we want you to travel along with us. If you can't actually travel with us and be at the show, we will be live streaming, and we already have a few sponsors, of course. We can always use a little help from our friends to make it to different events. But Primo Castillo of Ganaderia Las Huastecas has been kind enough to let us know that he will help us sponsor that live stream there at Tampico. So the Wednesday before the Brahman show, I think that's April 12. Yeah, April 12. On April 12, we are going to be at the beautiful ranch of Primo Castillo, again, Ganaderia Las Huastecas. He really has done a tremendous job of putting together a great herd and then also bringing a lot of cattle to the United States. So he actually has two ranches, one in the United States and one in Mexico. And I can't say thank you enough. YZ Santi Farm, David Easterland, you're back with us. Good morning to you, and he's watching from Henderson, and he doesn't think I talk too much. Some people do, but David's all about it. Okay, Alejandro Villanova is wishing us a good day, and he is from Venezuela, and he is so glad to be watching us on our live stream. So again, let us know. And Ed Colors and Francis Colors are watching from home in Kemp, Texas. They're watching the second day, and that they're watching their son, Judd, get to judge Houston for the second time. That's not something that happens all the time, but it really is exciting. And there's a great article in our Brahman Journal in February, as well as our March Brahman Journal. Now it looks like he has left out. Again, I'm going to need to get some help from my friends in the arena, getting what those numbers are. Maybe Iran can catch some of them also. So we're going to see if we can figure out who all is still in the. It looks like we have Herzog cattle up at the front. Do we have numbers yet? Oh, Alyssa, do we have numbers yet? Nope, not yet. Okay, we've got Callie. 16, 12. Do we have numbers yet? It's okay. Okay, both of the Castlereagh entries are there, and they were our live stream sponsor yesterday. Okay, so we have the two Castlereaghs, if you can follow along in your catalog, and then Ken Ramsey with a K is... No. Okay, 1612 and 2025. If you're, you know what? They're not in the book. They might have been in the wrong.
Side, a single entry in this class,
2025. I'll have to look that up in our catalog, but we have Castlereagh with 1612. So it looks like, watching from Louisiana, supporting that Ferguson Nunez Cattle Company. So, all right, we have a Castlereagh win, and then 20.
Very high quality individual, very powerful in his makeup.
I'm wondering if maybe back on the Brahman Journal team, you guys can see if you can find that. Maybe it was somewhere else in the catalog. So again, we have the winner of this class is going to be Mr. Castlereagh, H.G. Bryce, 126/2. This, of course, is going to be Cesar Castro showing his beautiful bull. And now we're going to listen to Judd.
Really a nice way to start our day. Again, I want to thank Mr. Harvey yesterday for the announcements. You come here to Houston and you're on the green shavings and you hear that voice, you know you're in the right place. And I always appreciate him and his expertise and the way he just communicates with the crowd. Want to thank my ring help, Dean and Dustin, yesterday all day long. These guys were with me, spot on. Really made my job a lot easier. I thought we had a really good female show yesterday, and I'm looking forward to a great bull show today. I think we land on a bull, in my opinion, that's one that's very balanced. I really like him the way he ties in behind his hump. He's long and level there, down his spine. And when you read him through his back and his loin and out of his rump, he's wide and expressive. To go along with that, he's got a nice angle to his sheath. He stands up well on his feet and legs. I think just a nice individual to win the class. The bull that comes next is one that's also very balanced in terms of just front to rear. He's one that's really soft through the middle, soft in through his flank. Maybe you'd want to pick him up in his pin set just a little bit to match that one that wins the class, but that's an awfully good young bull prospect. The bull that comes in third, that's a nice bull as well. He gets a little straighter off that rear hock. I'd like to just free him up, and when you watch him go around the arena, let him cover that track just a little more. But you talk about a bull that's got some length of body and some muscle and some rib shape. That's one there. The next bull coming in fourth is a taller frame bull. He's one that I feel like in days ahead, he's a bull that's going to improve. I think just time is going to be his best friend. He's a little greener in his condition today. He's a little framier maybe than the three bulls in front, but I think he's got a lot of potential. Then in fourth, we end up with a bull that's a little more moderate in frame. Kind of like to change that navel and sheath design on him. But he's a bull that's got some muscle. When you read him over his top, he's wide and expressive, just a nice young calf. Congratulations on a nice set of red bulls.
To figure out who was second in class. They're saying it's a Ken Ramsey bull. But again, we have our winner, and that is going to be number 1612.
From Castlereagh
Thank you.
Ranch in Groverton, Texas. Your second place honors to 2025.
And 2025 is going to be KR Mr. Boomer 613. KR Mr. Boomer 613. The registration number, girls, back at the office, I'm going to go ahead and put those numbers up into our message, and then that way you guys can have that information. So yay, Cesar Castro. of Castlereagh. Again, we can't say enough to thank him for being one of our sponsors yesterday. It really, really helps us because we can't do this if we don't have a little help from our friends. We just need a little help from our friends. So the private herd number on that one was 613, but his ABBA number is 1057270. The girls will get that for us. But he is KR Mr. Boomer 613. He's going to be a Mr. V8 378 over 8 and out of RMC Monte Sakura 34 over 48. So I'm going to give the girls back their phone because they actually looked that up for me really quickly. And that was, again, the Ken Ramsey entry, which was an add-on. So the girls will be looking that up. But let's go back to talk about the Castlereagh win. That's a beautiful bull. I believe he showed at San Antonio and did really well there also. He had some great bulls that I saw at San Antonio and we took photos of. So that was going to be, our winner was 1612 if you're following along in your catalog, 1612. And thank you, Tiffany, for watching, and Riverbend Cattle, Ganaderia San Rafael in Tuxtlas, Jan Glenn. We really appreciate everyone for watching. Let us know where you're watching from. So again, that's going to be your second place winner. That is KR Boomer 613. And then our first place winner will have that Pamela Castro. Glad to see you watching. We were just talking about Cesar's big win in that first class. It was a very large class of Red Bulls. Of course, their ages are going to be, we were looking at bulls born between July 1st and August 31st. And that beautiful bull is going to be a Mr. 3H X-Ray 825 son, and then on the bottom side, out of the CT Lady Pasco Rhino 1 over 13, who of course is very, and Alyssa Koch, I do think that the speckled bull is really cute. Alyssa, do you have something to do with the little speckled bull? We're gonna have to look and see, maybe she does. She's kind of liking that spotted bull, and I bet he gets a lot of attention. And Larry Anderson, thank you for watching with us from Tomball. We appreciate it. Now, the last class, again, going back to that was won by Mr. Cesar, Mr. Castlereagh H.G. Bryce, 126 over 2, and that is a CT Lady Pasco Rhino 1 over 13 son. So again, I think probably nobody needs any introduction on the 1 over 13 female at all. Of course, she's going to be a Pasco daughter and out of the great 8 over 9. So CT Lady Pasco was the dam of that very first class win.
All of our entries there in class 34. Next up, we're bringing in Brangus class 35. Your late junior bull calf class, this is going to be class 35.
Question. We're now in our second class of Red Bulls. We have our friends watching from Thailand and Bangladesh, I see. So thank you guys for coming back and watching with us again. We certainly do appreciate that.
His length and levelness of hip is very impressive and well. Nice set to his hind leg. Really neat body kind of a bull. He's got some muscle shape.
Now, we are not considered the official photographers here at Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. We're not considered the official photographers, but we will be putting up on Facebook over the next few days a lot of our photos that we took throughout the show So we really appreciate that we are allowed to do that. Um, but the official photographers are next level, so you should go there if you're wanting to buy some photos. They'll be more than happy to help you with that. Again, that is going to be next level to purchase photos. So, you know, this little bull that we were just watching that just won that last class really has some great numbers with regards to growth in maternal and then also in carcass. So for example, we'll try to give you some of that information as we go throughout the day. So for example, the last bull that won that first class, the number 126/2, he's going to stand in the top 5% for calving ease in the Brahman breed. Also, he's going to be at the top for frame score, which are good numbers. He has good numbers. Also in carcass, yield grade, and marbling. So again, you know, we have a great ability to go and look up our cattle, and we're liking the little speckled bull. Alyssa, Coke, are you here or are you not here? Because we're seeing your speckled bull right there. And again, there is the catalog. If anybody needs to know anything specific and you want to ask some questions, just let us know. We have our first place winner and our second place winner in the comments. We're going to be trying to do that all day. Is Caleb Bendy fourth from last? Let's see. Yes, I believe so. Yeah, I believe he's right in front of the Circle T that, yeah, he is. He's fourth from last right here. So let's see if we can get this camera right here on this gentleman. Oh, Caleb, right here. Moving the cameras around just a little to make it work.
A little tidbit from
What do we
social
have?
media.
What's the tidbit?
Yesterday, we have been mentioned in 31 Instagram stories.
Oh my goodness, we have been mentioned in 31 different Instagram stories. And if you could see what Iran was, 33 as of right now. Keep going, guys. If you could see Iran right now, he is doing the happy birthday dance and the wave. So that is always good. And if you're here at Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, make sure you pick up a magazine. Make sure you pick up that March edition. It is definitely what we think a really good edition of the magazine. And we will be giving you photos and videos throughout the day. Now, the judge, as he pulls them in, those are the ones that he's pulling aside, and he leaves his top out on the rail. And so we personally, from a standpoint of, and Dakota Smith, thanks for watching. Dakota, you had a huge day yesterday. Congratulations to Dakota Smith and of course Broussard for their big grand champion red female. She was absolutely beautiful.
Just really complete and has a shot.
So we are so appreciative of the people that are watching and making sure that we're doing everything correct. Harmon Boyd, of course, that's HB, that's Mandy's little one. He is so entertained. She says all she has to do is turn on an old Brahman Journal live stream and he is super happy. He loves the cattle. So
One of the best moving bulls to come through here today.
and we have a lot of events that are still going to happen. So if you need something to do on Saturday, there are two big events you could go to. You could go to and we encourage you to go to the Hudgens, J.D. Hudgens sale pens. You go to J.D. Hudgens sale pen, and they're going to have a wind down. They're going to have a really fun event there that you can go and enjoy. And so we encourage you to go to the J.D. Hudgens. Oh, we're getting down. Okay, I need some numbers. All right, so we have the Dietering Red Brahman. Also have Caleb. I need numbers. Numbers.
Thank you for pointing that out. Actually, first in that class was
19.
second was entry 2332, the Root Cattle Company.
Is that Jeremy?
Here's your lineup in this morning's Junior Bull Calf.
80. It ends in 80. I got it. Alrighty.
Class 31
Ends in
winners
80.
2469.
Okay. So right now in the second class, which is going to be class 29. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't be calling it the second class. It's the second class of Bull Day. So we are going to have 1694, which is going to be DB Southern Style 2 over 023. That's going to be a DB Atlas Sun. Then we also have the 1948. 1948. Okay. Dietering's being pulled into the fourth spot. Caleb is being pulled into
Class 33 winner was entry 2396.
the third spot.
Emily Jackson, known bull. Excuse me, I don't have any other information in our books than that. I apologize for that. Emily, if you can let us know later where you're from and the bull's name, we'd appreciate it.
Oh, I bet you that's bad to the bone.
Class 34, your winner was entry 2361. The bull GKB unmatched 804.
I thought it was 80 at the end. Oh, 1980. That's going to be Mr. L. Barnabas Rojo, 546. If you're following along in your catalog. What's that number on that gal right there?
Which one?
Never mind.
Class 35, your winner was entry 2451.
It's 1948, I believe.
915 K1. Imitator, your owner at Boyd, Texas.
Okay, it was 1948 and 1980. So as soon as the other microphone is free, we're going to be hearing about the Jeremy Lowen showing for his daughter Isabella Lowen. That's, of course, 4L Cattle. 4L Cattle is showing their Smoking Gun Son, out of the very famous Lady L. Madalena Rojo 341. So again, that is going to be our class winner. That's going to be entry number 1980. And then in second, we have the Santa Elena entry. The Santa Elena entry is going to be the 1948. Let's listen to the judge.
Real high quality class of red Brahman. We're going to land on this bull I've got standing in front of me. I think he's a bull that's just more massive and more masculine, particularly at this age. He's got a lot of forearm. He's got a lot of stifle in him when you look down his top and you read him down his back and through his loin. He's one that's wide and expressive, really nice hump placement, good deep cherry red color, good testicular development. The bull that comes second is one that's really a long profiling bull, one that I really like him from the profile side. I like the length from nose to tail. He's long and level down that top line. He's clean in through his sheath. He's really sound in his feet and legs. I think when I step behind him, where the bull in first excels is just to the center portion of his quarter from stifle to stifle. This bull narrows up just a little bit. I do think that as he grows and matures, he's going to develop into a really nice young HLSR prospect. That's a good one in second. The bull we have in third, I kind of changed paces just a little bit. He's a little more maybe moderate and compact, but I think this bull's got a lot of good to him. I think when you read him and you look at his rib shape, he's so deep there. He really comes out of the top of his spine really well. He's got a nice hump placement, and he's wide and expressive. He's not as long. He doesn't have the bone and foot size of the first two, but I think that's a real useful bull standing in third. The bull we have in fourth is a bull that's just a little bit, let's just say, less conditioned than the three in front of him. He's a bull that's long-sided. He's very athletic on the move. He's a bull that's got some natural muscle shape as well, a bull that just needs a little more time, but I think this bull will grow and develop into a good one. Then we've got a bull that's a little bit bigger, larger in frame size coming next. He's a bull that gets a little pendulous through that sheath for me. I do like the body composition of this bull. I think if we could kind of pick him up and clean him up, we can move him up in the lineup. Nice class of bulls. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. In class 29 of your red show. And taking first place honors here at 4L Cattle, Isabel
Okay,
Lowen,
so
from Mark, Texas,
are we
with
live?
their entry,
Okay. So again, we talked about the Mr. L. Barnabas Rojo 546. He's going to be that TJF Mr. Smoking Gun Son. And then out of the Lady L. Madalena Rojo. And then on second place, we had the VL Rojo Mocho which is a polled bull of Santa Elena's, and he's out of VL Elena 4 over 165. 4 over 165.
Hempstead, fifth in the class to 1549 from Watts Ranch and Rafter Key Ranch of Wortham, Texas. Your sixth place award to 1813. J&L Cattle Services, VF Farms, Rainy,
Yes, ma'am.
Louisiana.
Yes, sir.
Our seventh place to
Alrighty. Hey, Dakota.
2142 Moreno Ranch's entry.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Dakota, for saying that. We sure appreciate it. You guys did a great job. It was so much fun getting to watch you show. I know that you got a little emotional, and what I do have to tell you, it really made my day that your grandma was watching and commenting and encouraging you. I think you ended up, one class, maybe you were second. She's like, that's okay, Dakota, you did a great job. So it's just so awesome to see our Brahman family and see all of the people that are so passionate about the cattle and see how the families interact with that. And the fact that we're able to be here because of these great sponsors and actually that they actually can watch even though they're maybe at home, that's just, it really makes our day. So thank you very much, Dakota. We sure do appreciate it. We just have such a good time doing what we do. I really do enjoy it, and the team is just amazing that we work with here. So now we're into our class 31, which is going to be the third class of Red Bulls, third class of Red Bulls. So we have one more class of Red Bulls. The bulls kind of separate out a little bit. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. We have 3 more classes of Red Bulls, okay? So we are now in class number 30 of the Red Bulls. And we have 2 more after this before we're going to go to the championship drive. Now, they used to make it to where they had all of the calves show first, and then all of the championships were at the end. So they had calf red, calf gray, and then we did the championships. But at the last minute, they decided to change that. So we're still kind of figuring out how our cameras are going to work, because they did split the arena, as you can tell, because you can hear Judge on the other side. Sometimes it's a little confusing since you all aren't here and you're like, wait a minute, is Judd talking and giving reasons? But no. So
have quite as much muscle as some of the other bulls, but really intriguing from a length of body and a side view profile. And then we get into a very high quality bull to represent the last class. And not only has performance, but he's really got a nice looking balance. He's clean fronted. He's a bull that's got some muscle shape. Turned to his quarter. He's big bodied. He's one that can get out and travel.
No, I think that if you were watching that last class and you saw Jeremy Lowen win the class, you would be very impressed to know that that female, the dam of the class winner, so the dam of Mr. L. Barnabas Rojo 546 is none other, of course, than the Lady L. Madalena Rojo 341, who is owned by, or was owned by, at the time she won it, the 2020 ABBA Premier Red Show Cow of the Year was Lady L. Madalena, and she was owned by Isabella Lowen and Double A Diamond Ranch, and we were just talking about some bulls to Alyssa. So Alyssa Koch, Double A Diamond Ranch. She was at hand. I'm looking back at a photo of you that I think is just a great photo, Alyssa, that we took in 2021 actually, during that international show that was held in Waco. And you know, guys, if you want to come see some of this information that is super cool, I really enjoy it, looking back and seeing the different moments that we've captured. You can go to the Brahman Journal Facebook page, and if you go to the search option on that page and type in that animal's name, you will see all the photos that we took of that female. So, for example, I'm sitting here looking at the 2021 when Jeremy got a well-deserved handshake when Madalena Rojo 341 was crowned the 2021 Cattlemen's Congress Reserve Grand Champion Red Female. So again, we really enjoy being able to look through all of this, trying to give you guys a little backstory on what's going on also. Now, we were also talking about the fact that Mr. L. Barnabas Rojo is a smoking gun son. So the smoking gun semen's really hard to come by. I think everybody pretty much knows that, and I think we really are appreciative. Oh wow, we have so many people watching from all over. Thank you guys, Timmy and Kim and Victor Cruz Santiago. We have some friends from Thailand and Cindy Abair. Thank you guys for watching from Bangladesh. Wow. And Craig Kutrair, thank you for watching. Thanks everybody for watching. We really appreciate it. So the judge, we're here in the arena with Judd Colors, and we were just talking about how he selected a class winner a little bit ago, and that class winner was a smoking gun son. We were talking about how hard it is to get that smoking gun semen, but here is a super special opportunity for you. So ST Genetics is having a sale on bestcattlesales.com, and that sale is a one-day sale only. It's going to occur on Sunday. That's going to be March 5th. It's online only, and they're doing a special semen giveaway. So if you are at the sale on Sunday, you don't have to bid. You just need to be at their facilities. If you're at the sale on Sunday, you are going to have a chance at a drawing to win a straw of TJF Mr. Smoking Gun or Mr. SG 111/1 Jack. So the smoking gun semen, I've been told they're going to give 3 straws away. So there's going to be 3 very happy people that will be winning a straw of male sorted semen. And it is eligible to go outside the country. Okay, we are down to the top 3 now. We have the Dietering. Let me see if we can get some numbers. So if you're in the area, you should go to ST Genetics and get that opportunity to win either 2 straws of female sex semen, 1 straw, there'll be 2 winners on the SG Jack Bull, or you have an opportunity. Thank you so much for watching from Argentina. Thank you, thank you. All right, we're walking now, let's see. So in the 3rd hole, 2215, and then it looks like they went with the Dietering, correct? So 22. Yep, exactly. Okay, so that was class 30. So it looks like they're moving the DB
got a
Southern
really
style.
nicely
Yep,
balanced
there we
bull
go.
to win the class. Probably not the biggest, largest bone, biggest circumference of the bone of any bull in the class, but I think he's got enough to him. With that, he's got some added muscle and dimension. He's very balanced when you view him from the side. And you step behind this bull, and he's got some muscle and power. I think just a really nice future bull in the making. Just a really nice individual. After that, we've got some give and take in this class. I don't really have one that particularly just wows me in terms of skeletal structure or muscle. But I think the bull we have here standing second, he probably gets there in terms of his length of body. He's one that's probably a bit tighter about his sheath in comparison to some bulls below him. He's a bull, though, that I like to pick him up in his pin set. I sure like to square him out there over his hip. He is a long-sided bull, just like to change him a couple of places. The bull that comes third probably fits me better in terms of just a moderation and package and a bull that's got some rib shape and muscle to him. He kind of runs downhill on that hip from hooks to pins a little more than what I particularly like. I like him from his hook bone forward. I think he's got plenty of rib shape to him. I think he's got a really nice hump placement. He really lays in those blades in that shoulder to a good angle. I think he's just a very useful, very functional kind of bull. The bull that comes next is one that just needs some time. He's a bull that doesn't have as much condition as the others. He's a bull that I like the sheath. I like the prepuce opening of this calf. I think he's a bull that as we view him later in life, we'll probably like him much better. Then we got the big yellow bull coming next, one that's a really stout bone bull, like a big-footed bull. gets a little more rugged in terms of his overall appearance. I like to soften him up just a little bit through the middle portion of his body, maybe give him a little bit more fore rib whenever you, and blend him better from shoulders to fore rib. I think I'd like him much better. Good bulls all the way down. This is a real interesting class. Congratulations.
And we thank you, Mr. Colors, and ladies and gentlemen.
A winner. We have a winner in that class. It was 1695, which is going to be DB Southern Style 1/998. 1/998 has already had a really great show career, has been off to a good start for such a young bull. He actually goes by the name Spotify. Hey, Alyssa, did you see that was Spotify that just won that last class? It was Spotify. You thought you recognized him, didn't you? Yeah. So we have taken photos of Spotify. He was the reserve calf champion at the Fort Worth Stock Show in 2023. And then he also was the calf champion. So Alyssa, you took photos of him in Fort Worth, and I took photos of him in San Antonio. Yep. So, and now you're taking photos of him again. So good luck to them. That was a big win here today. So again, that was Spotify of DB Southern Style, 1/998. He is sired by Mr. JS Rouge, 140/0, and his dam is DB Southern Style 1/152. So again, that was Spotify that won that last class. And in second, we had the Cassaway Ranch, Mr. Cassaway Red Butter, 40/2. That is going to be a Butterbean son out of 8 NV Mischief Apache Belle, which is going to be a daughter of the El Rojo Apache. So some really great genetics there.
This bull show today, really an excellent individual to lead off the first class.
And thanks for watching. And Vanessa Hudgens, thanks for watching. And Garrett. We have everybody's watching the bull show. So glad you guys are watching. Let us know where you're watching from. And remember to please share our live stream. We are live streaming on YouTube and also on Facebook. We did a few things to fix our our live stream from yesterday to where we actually can go to YouTube also. So again, thank you guys for watching with us. We really do appreciate it. And we have some winners from the Rio Ranch giveaway. We also have some semen that's being given away by Rio Ranch. And oh my gosh, Molly Cottrell. Molly Cottrell was a two-time winner yesterday. She won Grand Champion Gray Female, and she gets to pick a straw semen from Rio Ranch. Look who all won.
I wonder if she'll use it on Glitter Spark.
I don't know, but that would be a good job. And look, Lee McClellan, he won the day before too. He kind of keeps going. Oh, you should have, because Alyssa won yesterday. And then, Razorback with Suzanne Cabela. She won a straw, as well as Dan. Dan won a straw. And then I think this is Evie won a straw too. So we're going to be announcing that on the Rio Ranch Facebook page, as well as on the Brahman Journal Facebook page. Again, we can't thank them enough for being one of our sponsors. And I agree, these are some great red bulls that are showing. A.T. Brahmans is in the house, and Karen Phillips is in the house. You guys all had some really good days yesterday, and today I'm sure will be the same. We have some different camera angles today, guys, because the arena is cut in half, because we are actually having another show going on the other side. So again, don't forget to go by Rio Ranch and enter for that semen giveaway. They also are going to be giving away, I heard, sexed semen. Female sex semen during their field day. So make sure you go. There's going to be a lot of different winners. We really have had a great time working with Rio Ranch. This, of course, is going to be class 31. We have that age bracket there for you. That's 3/1/2022 through the end of March. So again, we have all of those people in the arena that are showing this next to last class. There is one more class before we move into the calf championship drive.
Did you see that 79 announced their winner of their embryos?
No, I did not see that. So we need to go share that. Again, so 79 cattle, they really, we're excited to have them here. We really love their cattle. They've had 2 sales with us online at Best Cattle Sales, and Alyssa and I both have been very impressed not only with the quality of the cattle, but with the docility. They're just such great cattle, and they've just started getting into show. They showed for the first time the other day, and I believe they made a cut in one of those huge classes. Yeah, they made the cut and got to stay in. So 79 Cattle is offering some embryo packages. They were one of our sponsors from yesterday, and Mandy was ahead of me. She said she's already posted that, and we're going to ask her what about 79. So if you guys think listening to me gets a little old, I hate to say, but poor Mandy Chambers McDermott and Maciel in Nicaragua, they listen to me all day long because I ask them to do stuff to help us out. So again, we'll keep posting that catalog link in the post so you guys can kind of follow along with your book. We're trying to get some angles where you might be able to see some of the numbers on some of these bulls. And again, we really had a great day yesterday and a great day today, but we are here because of people like the Clay family, that's Heart BC Brahmans. Without them, we could not be here. Everyone thinks, oh, well, you just get on Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo Wi-Fi, right? Nope. $8,000 for 2 days of internet. I'm expecting pretty good service, so I'm thinking we'll do a little better today. But so we depend on these sponsors. They help us so much to be here. So again, Heart BC. Okay, we need to put in the link for the YouTube for the transmission. They'd like the YouTube link in our Facebook, and we probably ought to put that on our.
He's saying that he already.
Oh, did he put it in there? Oh, okay. I was thinking, well, where's the link? Do you see it? I didn't see the link in there. I'll ask the girls to put in a link. Yeah, I'll ask the girls to put the link in because I don't see it. Maybe it just didn't make the comments. That's what I was thinking. That's the program. Thank you so much. And then we are streaming to YouTube. So if you guys want to put that in. And I think we also have on the, I think we have also on our website the link for Facebook in case you have friends that are not Facebook people, that they can click on that link, as well as they can now go to the YouTube. And actually, Mandy or Maciel, if you would let Beatrice know, she was asking us yesterday for the YouTube, if you would, oh good, we are embedded in our website. Actually, we're embedded on our website, so if you have people that are not Facebook people, they're just going to be able to watch on our website.
In a good class here, I think we have a great pair of bulls on the top end. 4 really good bulls, but two great ones here on the top end. And I think there's give and take in these 2 bulls. They both have advantages relative to the class.
All right, so let's see if we can get some numbers. Okay, so we have Watkins. Okay, so this is class 31, correct? So we still have Watkins out there.
There's give and take in structure on these first 2 bulls. The bull that wins the class like to change his shoulder and knee angle just a little
All right,
bit.
so I'm going to say Watkins as well as Collins Brahman Ranch. So Watkins, so we're looking at 2289 if you're following along in your book. We're also looking at 1670. And then is that Caleb out there still? Okay, so Caleb Bendy is still out there, and Caleb is going to be.
He gives up a little bit in terms of testicular development, but 2 very high quality individuals, a really good one with the front.
What number is he wearing? We have
He's long-bodied.
1565.
Gives up some
Okay,
muscularity when
Caleb is out there for Reed cattle, and then we have. Okay, that's going to be Paradise Islands, 1866. If it's
Very attractive bull at the end of the class. He's got some turn and shape in terms of muscle. He's really clean and long through his front end. He gives up some body volume as we compare him to
1670,
the twin bulls ahead of him. And he
2289.
doesn't handle himself off his front end quite as free and easy when we set him in
No.
motion. But an excellent
Stuart
class,
made it back in.
and a
Okay,
close
so we
placing
have
of really good
Colin.
bulls on the front
We
end.
have 1565 is still out there. Colin is still out there. And then we have Brandy. Brandy just got pulled in. Brandy was, I believe, 1866, correct? Yes. So it's going to be a battle between two. It's going to be a battle between two. We're trying to get you a good angle so you can actually see the two that are left on the fence. Best we can, yeah. Okay, so we have out on the railing between the two, and this is going to be the best angle we can get you guys until we get the win. So it looks like Caleb with the Mr. 7R big wheels. That's going to be a Mr. V8 616 over 7 Sun out of Miss HB She's a Dandy, exhibiting for Reed Cattle. And then in second, we're going to have the Mr. CBR Big Bang 780 over 2. That's going to be a Skurd bull. Let's listen to the judge.
One that as he entered the ring, he just really got my attention. You know, I kind of tried to pick some holes in him, and it's hard to. This bull's really sound from the ground up. Stands on enough bone, enough foot size for me. He's really long and very nice down his top line. He's got some width through his back and over his loin. He's really nice and angular through his sheath. Nice small prepuce opening. Nice hump placement. Just a really nice masculine bull in its class. The bull that comes next kind of pushes the pendulum for me a little bit in terms of his overall frame size. He's a bull that I really like him from the side. He's a deep-bodied bull. He's a bull that moves out free and easy. Where I'd like to change the bull when you get right behind him is in that lower round, in that lower quarter. He wants to narrow up just a bit when you compare him to the bull that wins the class. That's awfully good bull there at second place. The bull in third place is probably more my kind of bull in terms of just moderation and really a lot of good muscularity there. A bull that moves out real good. He's a bull that, you know, you read him over his top and you stand right behind him and you're really impressed with the width through his pin set and down in his lower round. He's a bull, though, that I've got to clean him up in that sheath to move him up any higher. The bull that comes next is a really nice bull. This young man gets him stopped and parked, and, boy, he looks the part. He just disappoints me on the move. He wants to break a little bit in those pasterns, kind of tucks up underneath himself when on the move. This next bull is a bull, boy, if we could just free him up in that stride off those rear legs, I'd like him much better. He wants to get a little bit choppy as he moves around the arena. Congratulations on a good set of bulls.
Thank you, Mr. Colors. Appreciate it.
All right, well, we appreciate everyone for watching. I'm going to get jumped in. And thank you guys again for watching. We have people watching from all over. So again, we put in the link for the YouTube channel also. We have people watching from all over. We have watching live from Thailand, watching from New Jersey, sending love because they love red Brahmans. Again, Thailand. Neil Hudgens is watching. Thank you, Neil, for watching. And thanks, Hudgens, of course, for being one of our sponsors. And Deborah Townsend of North 40 is watching with us. And that is really cool because you had a class win that Isaac Duhan had purchased a female, a great female from North 40, and Isaac won a class, if I remember correctly. And Roberto, hola, ¿cómo estás? And Steve, thanks for watching from Louisiana. I'm thinking you're not here in the arena. I mean, you're not here at the facility. So again, let's talk about who just won in that class. That again was class number 31. So we're now entering into class 32. Class 32 will be our final class of the Red Bulls calves before we go to that calf championship. So again, that's going to be the last class before we go. So this is the last class before we go to the calf championship. If you're following along in your book, we didn't know that they were going to split it that way, so we moved into the grays. So that is the last class. This one that's walking in right now. So our class winner in that last class was Reed Cattle. That is going to be Mr. 7R Big Wheels. He is a Mr. V8 616 over 7 son out of Miss HB. She's a dandy. Now, I think people go, you know, V8, what? Sire, the Red Bull? But V8 616 has been used really a lot both ways. He has had tremendous gray animal champions, you know, gray Brahman champions, as well as we saw quite a bit of that 616 semen in the Red Show. So again, that is a really cool deal. So 616, I think we'll be continuing to see his offspring win. And then in second, we had the Mr. CBR Big Bang 780 over 2, which is a Skurd bull. Now, the interesting backstory on that one is that he is going to be a half sibling to the bull that won the previous class. So he's also going to be a Mr. J.S. Rouge son, but he is out of the Colin Brahman Ranch Miss CBR Cappy, which is a Ken Ramsey, Mr. Jack Daniels son. So again, some really great genetics going on here. And again, we want to thank you. And Sergio, thank you for watching from Costa Rica. We're going to be in Panama in a couple of weeks. We're going to bring the whole team. We're going to have Brandolyn and Alyssa. Well, not the whole team. Well, yeah, we'll have the whole team because we always bring Maciel and Mandy with us everywhere we go, and Julia. Yeah. So Julia's back at the office working hard. Allie is helping us out. I think everybody will remember Allie. I know I'm going to say her name wrong, Walter Sheed, when she was showing Brahman cattle. So she's helping us out here at the booth. We also have Iran's wife, Karen, helping at the booth. But we have Brandolyn and Alyssa in the arena taking great photos and videos. We're going to be doing a lot of reels and a lot of videos throughout the next week or two. Again, thanking our sponsors. Again, as we said, we will be live in Panama. We are needing a few more sponsors. I think we have room for 1 or 2 more sponsors. So if anybody's interested, we could use a little help from our friends. It takes a lot to make this all happen. So again, we'll be live streaming that Explica Rotativa in Panama. And as we see David round the corner here in class number 32, David had a really big day yesterday. He proposed to McKenna during the show. So if you did not watch the gray female show, class 22, you can scroll on through and you can see class 22 at the end of the class. He proposed to McKenna and she said yes. I bet he was relieved. I was wondering if there was any question. And Miss Alyssa, you can jump onto that Wi-Fi on this one because, yeah, I can give you those numbers because it'll make your life easier. The service isn't good here, but I paid for extra. Last night I was racking it up on the credit card, buying even more internet, so. And for those of you who maybe haven't traveled with us internationally, we really love going to all the different countries. Hey, Alyssa Beers, good to see you watching. We love going to all the different countries. We really do enjoy it, seeing all of our Brahmin family and friends. But those Explikas are really cool shows because they have, the Central American countries have joined together so that they can have their Brahmin cattle go across borders, yet still be able to return to their home countries. So it would be hard for someone to, for example, go from Guatemala maybe to Panama and go through all the different country borders. I mean, that part might be a little hard. So they have an agreement and you can go and across borders. So I'm hoping we can get a slightly better angle. We're having a rough time with the camera angle here. Do I need to move these side cameras here at all, or are we good? Okay. We can't get any side views. It's hard, huh? of the ones that are left on the rail. All right, so we're going to have Watkins. Who else? Brendlin, I could use a little help on the numbers. Who all is left in the arena? Yeah, that's okay. I'm sorry?
21:45.
Uh-huh.
Cannot see the other person. 16:19.
Mm-hmm.
21:45.
Uh-huh.
16:19.
Uh-huh.
Gonna make thought now.
Really
Okay.
interesting class. 5 good bulls, some give and take out here. But I think when you start with the basics, you talk about structure and body and muscularity, performance. The bull that wins the
61.
class is the one that really has the
Thank you
basics.
so
He's very
much.
functional in his kind. He's sound on his feet and legs. He's the biggest body bull out here. He's one of the more muscular bulls.
I think
out
he's
here.
got the wrong
He's
number on.
correctly designed in terms of his hip
Oh,
and
wait,
hind
no,
leg.
I lied.
He's not the biggest bone bull of
Okay,
these
so
top
left
three,
in the
and I guess
arena we have
for the change, that's what we
21:45,
changed. But he's the complete bull that's
which is the
sound,
Moreno
body,
Mr. Rookie.
muscularity,
We
and
have
still has a pretty nice look when you get him out on the
1619,
profile.
which is
The
going
bull
to
in second
be,
is probably the most attractive on the profile in terms of being
might
strong
need
top to
mean to
level
be
hip, his neck
1618.
up high
I
on
think
his
that's going to be
shoulder.
Mr.
He's
Casseret.
adequate in terms of his structure, in terms of his bone.
117.
He's adequate in his muscle. He's not quite as
Because I don't
bulky
have a
center body as our
1619.
class
And
winner,
then, of course,
but
we
a nice
have
individual in
the
second. The bull in third is one that's intriguing. I love the front third of this bull. His head, neck, and shoulder. I like his added bone and foot. I'd like to see us to shot more body
the
in him today.
1761. So if you're following along in your book, left out on the railing we have the 2145, we have the 1619, which we think he's wearing the wrong number. We think it's probably supposed to be 1618. And then we also have the 1761. So interesting. We have a smoking gun son, a smoking gun son. As we said, you have that opportunity to win some smoking gun semen. And then we also have a son of Mr. Rosario Passport 2100. So I think you guys will remember years back when in Nicaragua, our good friend Gustavo Aguayo of Ganaderia El Rosario. Okay, so the 2145, the Moreno's being pulled in. We're left with the Casseret and the Fontenot. When our good friend Gustavo Aguayo from Nicaragua, hey Lana, glad to watch you watching us. So Lana, of course, half of the J&L team that did really well yesterday. But we were talking about the El Rosario bull. I shot that Mr. Rosario multiple times on the backdrop in the backgrounds in other countries. But the Mr. Rosario Passport 2100 was a bull that was actually shown here in the United States. I think some of you may remember when James Daniels showed the bull for our good friend Gustavo Aguayo, and he would fly down to Nicaragua and help him show there too. But it's a little hard to go to Nicaragua now and show. They actually have canceled the Expica Permanente. We used to go there every year for about 20 years, and now it's no longer. So.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, your Class 32 winner was entry number 2538. Old Broken A Maverick 841K2, Broken A Ranch in Madisonville. Is that owner and exhibitor? Second in that class and up for reserve consideration was 2669. IC Jimbo 61K.
And it looks like the Casseret won. Am I correct? Yes. So the Casseret bull won. I believe he's wearing the wrong number. I believe it should be 1618. He should probably be branded 117 over 2.
Maybank is your owner. Class 36, you're second in that class.
But again, we were talking about the breeding on the Fontenot bull. They have used that Mr. Rosario Passport 2100 semen very handily there at Fontenot Red Brahmans, because they had the reserve graded junior champion red female during the 2021 All-American Bred and Owned show. was Miss 4K Fontenot, and she was sired by the Mr. Rosario Passport. And so, and we also see a lot of his sons or daughters. For example, we were at the at a show in, I believe we were in Mexico. Yeah, let's listen to the judge.
That I like very much. Both these bulls to me hit hard when they come into the arena. I think there's just a give and take on these bulls, and my personal preference, I prefer the bull, obviously, that's standing in the front hole. This is a bull that when you watch him on the move, he's very athletic. He takes a good long stride. He maintains his integrity down his spine and out of his hip, and I think for me that's where he excels over the bull standing in second. When you step behind the bull, he's wider through his pin set, he's wider through the mid portion of his quarter, and he carries that muscle all down into his hock. I think just a really nice individual. The bull standing in second is one boy. When you look at him from the side, he's just a beautiful bull. I love that deep red color to him. He's a bull that's got some forearm and some stifle in him. You get behind him, though, he's just not quite as wide and expresses through his pin set. Just doesn't have the width through that center portion of his quarter when you compare him to the bull that wins the class. Then we go with the bull in third that's really a long-sided bull, one that's got some muscle to him. He's got some stifle there to him. He's standing on good bone. Gets a little bit tighter right in behind his shoulders. I'd like to just give him a little extra forerib there, maybe give him a better hump size, make him a little more masculine through his head and neck. We've got a really nice bull coming next, more modern in his frame, but one that's got a lot of good in him. He's one that's deep rib. He's one that's level top. Like to change that sheath, that length just a little bit, and I think I can move him up a little higher. Then the bull that comes next, on the standstill, that bull's a really good bull. Bull that's got some rib shape. I like his deep red color pattern. He's a bull that gets a little softer in those pasterns when you ask him to move around the arena. I think if we could correct him there, we'd move him up in the lineup. Congratulations on a good set of bulls.
And we thank you, Mr. Colors. And ladies and gentlemen, taking the blue ribbon here in Class 32, 1618 from Castlereagh Ranch of Groverton, Texas. Your second place in that class, 1760. Fontenot Red Brahmans.
All right, we are live again. So if you were following along in your book and you noticed that Castlereagh had their wrong number on, wrong placard on, you're right, that first place was 1618. And in second, we had the Fontenot Bull, which we were just talking about, being sired by the Mr. Rosario. So again, we're going to go back into, I believe, the calf champions now. Yes, we're going to go back into the calf champions next. So we're going to be looking for these entries. This is going to be out of the first calf class. We're going to have first place went to placard number 1612, if you're following along in your book. That's going to be a Mr. 3H X-Ray 825 Sun out of CT Lady Pasco Rhino. So that's going to be Castlereagh on the stick. Then we're going to see coming in our second class, we're going to see that class winner. That's going to be Mr. L. Barnabas Rojo 546. That is going to be a Smoking Gun Son out of the Show Cow of the Year, past Show Cow of the Year, Lady L. Madalena Rojo. That is going to be exhibited by 4L Cattle, and of course have Jeremy Lowen on the stick. Then we're going to have the winner of class number 30, which is going to be the DB Southern Style 1/998. That again is Spotify. So that was out of the third class. That was Spotify. And then out of the fourth class, we're going to have the Mr. 7R Big Wheels, Mr. 7R Big Wheels. So we're going to have, that is a Mr. V8 616/7 Sun, which we already talked about as a gray bull, but he's a dark gray bull. So he's been being utilized in the red Brahman world also. And then out of that last class, we're going to have that Mr. Castlereagh H.G. Roberts 117/2. So, and how is our camera angle? Do we need to move the tripod down at all, or are we good? Do you think we should try to pop that tripod down, or are we good on the side shots?
For standing for
I gotcha.
consideration, our second place group.
So we're trying to get you as many good camera angles and side views of these animals as possible. You know, I could go gimbal.
On the red
There you
Brahman
go.
side, we come to our first division, and boy, the
I'm going to
quality
go
so
ahead and
far has
turn.
been really, really good.
Estamos por escuchar al juez. Mientras tanto, tenemos en el gimbal a la señora Victoria Lambert, que está mostrando el ganado, de entre los cuales tenemos en la clase 28, Mr. Casaray, HG Bryce 126/2 de Casaray Rams. Escuchemos al juez.
Select your calf champion, but that's what happens when we have to switch mics back and forth. We've got a really good lineup out here. We've talked about these cattle in class. There's no reason to go back over them again. I think you know what I like from our show yesterday. I just like structural soundness. I like functionality in our cattle. I think we've got 4 really nice class winners out here that do that well for me. I'll show you the 2 that I like. Let's put our hands together for a really good set of bulls and congratulate these exhibitors.
Vemos que el juez se acerca a la última clase. La última clase viene siendo la clase 32, Mr. Carey, HG Robert 117/2. Y estamos esperando que elija al campeón reservado de la división Calf, de la división Becerro. Eligió al segundo más grande, que vendría siendo la clase 31, Mr. 7R Big Wheel 130/2 de Reed Carroll.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, back over on our red ring side, we'd like to announce that your
Ahorita vamos a
reserve
empezar
Junior
nuestra
Bull Cap
siguiente
champion went to
división.
number
Vamos a empezar con
2627.
el Brahman Gris,
Tail
la
right
clase
cap
28
307
del
K2,
Brahman
Bull Tail
Gris.
Ranch, your owner.
Clase 28 del Brahman Gris.
Congratulations to the
And
Broken
we are
Ranch
very
for the
happy for the
championship,
winners of
and
the
Tail
Cow
Ranch
Champion
is the reserve
Division.
champion in that
Thank you
division.
everyone for watching.
All right, now we're going to move back over
Thank,
to our Brangus
good job, Cesar. We
division.
are
This is
agreed.
going to be your senior bull cap champion division. This class.
One, two, 1, 2, 3. There you go. I did mute myself. Okay. Some other people want to mute me too. Hey, Bridget, so glad you are watching with us, and Jay Lee is watching. And good job, Cesar. I agree. And Brittany Hayes Everett must be happy for him also. So again, Cesar Castro of Casaray Ranch, throwing them some love, and that love helped him. He was CAF champion. CAF champion went to, actually our CAF champion and our reserve CAF champion came out of the same division. Our CAF champion was, out of the same class. Our CAF champion was Mr. Casaray, H.G. Roberts, 117/2. And that again is the Smoking Gun Son out of the CT Lady Rhino 8/19. And then we had the class number 32 also had the reserve CAF champion. That again was the Mr. Fontenot 200. Mr. Fontenot 200 is the son of Mr. Rosario Passport 2100, and not 2 like the number, but TOO 100. And I was showing Alyssa, and she remembered when El Rosario, Gustavo Aguayo in Nicaragua, had all of those red cattle showing. He had a lot of gray cattle and red cattle show there in Nicaragua, but not here in the United States. So again, our CAF champion was going to be entry number 1618, Mr. Casaray H.G. Roberts, 117/2, and our reserve CAF champion is going to come out of that same class, and that's Mr. Fontenot 200. We'll be seeing them back for championship, grand championship consideration later on. And we agree, we think that Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo is one of the best shows anywhere. We absolutely agree. So thank you guys for all the great comments. And again, we were talking about how we're going to be at the Explica Rotativa in a couple of weeks there at the end of March. We're going to have the whole team there. Hopefully, we're planning on doing the live streaming. We, of course, could always use a little extra sponsorship. But we have some great sponsors here, and let's thank them. That's going to be Heart BC Brahmins. Heart BC Brahmins, Carrie Clay and Bailey, the Clay family. They've done a great job of their breeding program. They've won so many different championships, and they have 2 really awesome bulls. They have the Mr. Redman, that's V8 195/8. Am I saying that right? 195/8. Got to get those numbers right. Yep. 195. We're just going with it. 195. Yeah, it's over 8. And Redman, and he really has topped the charts class after class. No, it was not Mr. 7R Big Wheels 130/2. I think someone thought that was the reserve CAF champion. The reserve CAF champion was out of the same class, Mr. Fontenot. Yeah, okay. One of the girls thought they heard you say something else, but you got confused. Yeah, that's okay. Why we leave the talking to me most of the time, and I get confused too. We all get confused. So yeah, so that is correct. We had Casaray, H.G. Roberts, and then we had Fontenot, both out of the same class. It does get a little confusing, and we're so glad you're watching from Nicaragua. We love going to Nicaragua, and if you will remember the El Rosario Bull, the Passport TOO 100, that Gustavo Aguayo owned. He had many champions there in Nicaragua as well as in the United States, because that bull actually showed here in the United States with James Daniel on the stick.
He's a bull that gives up some muscle shape to the two ahead of him.
And we agree, it is a great show. Now we're putting some comments in the, we're putting some times in the comments so that you can go back and watch different things. But we are really excited to be here, and thanking again our sponsors like Elgin Breeding Service. Elgin Breeding Service, Hillary, she's right over there. Hey, good morning again, Mike from North Carolina. So glad you're watching with us. So we were just talking about the Red Show and how much fun we had. We've made it through the first calf division in the Red Show. We're now in the Gray Show. And we were talking about our sponsors, Heart BC Brahmans. They have 2 bulls that they're selling sexed semen on worldwide. One is the Phoenix bull. That's going to be the lighter gray bull. And they're both noble sons. And the Phoenix bull is a full litter mate to the Sloan bull, but he's cloned. So Sloan is number 146/8, and he was calf champion and grand champion in 2018, whereas the Mr. V8 148/8 was the original. That was a litter mate to Sloan, and he was reserve calf champion that year, went on to win quite a bit at the junior shows, and then was tragically lost in 2018. They cloned the bull, and now we have the clone, which they call Phoenix, which is kind of apropos since he rose from the ashes. And they're really excited about what he's doing. He was grand champion in Arkansas. So again, you can see that bull. We have some video and some photos. We ran a video this morning of him. And then Red Man is the other bull that they have that they're selling sexed semen on. And they're very excited about him, as they should be. He has really knocked it out of the park. I think you'll all remember the little bull calf that Lily Larson showed to, I think, grand champion at the Bluebonnet kickoff. Maybe it might have been reserve grand, but just really, they've done just a great job for the Larson family. So watching from the Philippines, thank you 5A Cattle, watching from the Philippines, and GM Farm Beef Masters, thank you for watching. We really appreciate you guys watching. Let us know.
Jackson Allen is your vice president.
Let us know what you think about all the great Brahman cattle you're getting to see, as well as if you have a question, if you need anything, just let us know.
Emma Titter, Kate Whitten, Savannah
Now we have a
Hanson,
lot to do
Callie
tomorrow. We're gonna have a great day tomorrow, so don't use up all your energy today, because you will want to go to one of our two sponsors. We have the Rio Ranch, and what numbers do we have?
6, 20, 30. 7, 26.
Got it?
1485. And 1232.
On the Brangus side, we're still in this fall.
Got it. Okay. So here's what we have left. We have, it looks like 4 bulls that are left, that are walking. We're going to have the Mr. Circle F 910/2. They are breeders that have been breeding for a really long time. Really great people there in Georgia. And the this is kind of their first entrance into actually showing, because they have quite a few cattle, really great cattle. And so they're very excited about being here. We also have the BER Tango, Mr. BER Tango 961. That's going to be a Mr. BER 391 son. And then we also have...
And here are your results of Class 40. First went to entry 2319. Allen Cattle Company owned and exhibited out of Crockett, Texas. Second went to entry 2349. Larry Gill exhibiting, owned by Williams Brangus and G. Bard Brangus.
Okay, so 726 is going to be third, and battling it out are going to be 2 bulls. We are going to have, in 4th place, we have the Walters Otis. In 3rd place, we have the 4D Flint. So fourth is going to be 1485. Third is going to be 726. So left in the arena, we have the placard 1232. That's going to be Derek Smith holding the Bullseye branded 961. And then on the other side, up at the top of the class, if you're looking at it from the judge's perspective, it'll be the one to the right. And that is going to be Circle F. That's Mr. Circle F.
Your owner and exhibitor out of Crockett, Texas. And up for reserve and second in that class is entry 2349 with WRC 5-star 915 J63. owned by William
Yes, that's going to be Mr. Circle F 910 over 2. So we're going to be looking at a Mr. V8 135 over H-Sun on top of JDH Lady Jane Manso, and then also with a Bullseye.
Pretty handily, in my opinion. He's one, the longer he stays out there, the more he grows on me. I really like him from the ground up. He's got some base width about him. He's got good foot size. He stands on a good circumference of bone. He's really long and level down his top line, and yet he's still real youthful looking. He gets out and he moves. He's got a good stride to him. Get behind him. He's a well-muscled bull. The bull that comes in second is also a really nice bull in terms of just his flexibility and the way he moves and handles himself about the arena. He's the one that's got some rib shape, maybe not quite as open and expressive right in behind his shoulders as the bull that wins the class, but that's a really good bull with a lot of future. The bull that comes in third place I really like from the side. He's one that's got an extra shot of pigmentation there. He's long and level down his top line, not quite as wide through his pin set or the center portion of his quarters when you compare him to the two bulls that go in front. The bull that comes next is a bull that really like his rib shape. I could just change him off of those back wheels a little bit. He wants to tuck underneath himself, and when he does, his pin set drops just a little bit, and I'd like to change that about him. Then the bull that comes next is one that's really long and level down his top line, just needs a shot more muscle and power to go any higher. Congratulations.
And we appreciate the overview from Mr. Colors, our judge, and first place honors here in your first class of grays. Morning's Bull Show goes to 1232. Entry from Bullseye Ranch of Burton, Texas, second in that class to 623. IS Ranch Fitting Service, showing for Circle F Farms of Trenton, Florida. Third in the class to 726. 4D Cattle Company of Boone, Texas. Our fourth place award to 1485 coming from Walters Livestock, owner and exhibitors out of Brenham, Texas. Our fifth place award went to 619 IS Fitting Service for Circle F Farms, the owners, Trenton, Florida. Sixth in that class to 635. Luke Blududa of Hallettsville, Texas. Your seventh place to 725. 4D Cattle Company, owner and exhibitor, Boone, Texas. Eighth going to 1201. Satterfield Brahmans of Cleveland, Texas. At ninth place to 968. Lily Lawson.
Oh, Iran will go get it. Okay, so I think Alyssa's going to get it. Yeah. Just to that third section. We're trying to get a better angle for you guys, but we had a class winner and the gray show. This was our very, very first class of the gray bulls. That was going to be a bull that is Mr. BER Tango 961. That's going to be a Mr. BER 391 son out of JDH Lady. Lady Santa Manso, sorry about that, guys, 217 over 9. Now, the JDH Lady Santa Manso 217 over 9 is going to be a JDH Sir Hatfield Manso daughter out of the JDH Lady Candy. So, again, that's going to be a Mr. BER 391. And if I remember correctly, that's going to be the Princeton Bull. So let me go look that up and see if we can find that. Oh, yes. Okay, so 391 is the Princeton Bull. He was actually the grand champion bull during the Sugar Classic in 2017 and had multiple wins. He was grand champion at the Louisiana Sugar Classic, the Arklamis Open Brahman Show, the Washington County Fair, and East Texas State Fair in 2017. So that was Princeton, and he already has some really nice offspring that have been winning. I mean, I think you will be familiar with the Kylie McMullen. In 2021, she was the Florida State Fair Reserve Calf Champion with her Miss BER Charlotte 702, as well as Reserve Grand Champion was Carly Turner with at the LJBA State Show. So again, 391 has really produced quite a few number of champions, and I can say that that bull looks a lot like his sire, most likely. So again, Princeton would be the short nickname for the Mr. BER Tango 961's sire. That's again Mr. BER 391. And then in second place, we had the Mr. Circle F 910 over 2, which is going to be a Mr. V8 135 over 8, which of course is a noble son. And then on that bottom side, we're going to have that JDH Lady Jane Manso, which is a Mr. Royal K daughter.
Class 39 entering the main arena.
We'll be seeing them back for championship consideration in the calf division here shortly. And this is a pretty big class of calves. I'm not sure what happened to my clipboard. That one. that angle
shoulder,
for when they're doing.
consequently, I think we can see him a little longer.
Oh, right. Well, we are live again, and we just split this class. So this was a large class, and
I think has an advantage in structure. He's a little
let's see what they said.
moving on both ends of his skeleton. He gives up quite a bit of.
And we want to let you know that we're pretty proud of Miss Brandolin. She did an amazing, amazing thing yesterday. She got the entire show, and it was a time-lapse video. And you guys wonder why you're tired? Just wait till you watch this video and you see everybody running around that much.
It makes me tired to watch
I know.
it.
It's like when someone asks you, what did you do today? This, all day. That is so amazing. So we're going to be putting that on our Instagram, guys. You're going to be able to see that on our Instagram, as well as you'll be able to see that on our Facebook. We'll be popping it up there. It is a super cool video, and only Team Brahman Journal can do all this cool stuff. Isn't that, it's like so cool. And it's so cool because we knew how much work it took to do, and we are, we're geeks, so we like that kind of stuff. So we are in the class number, trying to find what class number we're in because I'm going to be going back to our live stream, or not. You guys need to watch our Instagram, you know. Make sure you love us. Show us some love.
Single entry in this division of the Red Brangus show, our second class. A nice bull here, one that's very good structured. I like the way he travels. He's long strided. He's flexible on both ends of his skeleton. He's sure adequate in his body.
And did you guys know about all the really cool drawings that are going on? Pay attention here. You could win some smoking gun semen by going to the ST Genetics sale. You could also win some Pompeo or BER James Monroe or Rocco semen by just filling out a card over at Rio Ranch. Just letting y'all know, just in case you haven't been listening to me all day, yesterday and today. All right, guys, we do agree. The videos Brandolin did are amazing. Wait till you see the time-lapse one. So yeah, it's amazing, absolutely amazing. So thank you so much. And everyone is watching from all over the place. Again, thank you very, very much, guys, from North Carolina to Thailand to the Philippines. Can't say enough. Thank you, thank you. What do you need? Hey, girls, we're in front of our own camera. You know, what we need is a little horn that when somebody gets near it, we can, that's what we need, is we need a little air horn. So when someone gets near it, we go, whoosh. Okay, we have 4 left. Who do we have? Who is in the arena? We have a Phillips. Need a little help from my friends. Who do we have in the arena? Need a little help with numbers. Ours? Okay.
One of Jeremy's that won a class. It's that bad B-Rad, Brad, whatever bull.
3 left. Did you send them to me? Okay. We have 540, 540 is 540 is the BRC Hoot Owl. Then we also have 845. 845 is going to be the HC Mr. Crypto. And then we also had 1411. That's going to be the Mr. V8 293. And then we went with the 1033. And that's going to be the PCC. So I believe the PCC is going to end up being third. And then the 540 is going to be the BRC Hoot Owl. It is going to end up being second.
All right, here we go with the selection here in this Red Rangus Senior Bull Division. And your champion's going to come out of that class 39.
And then we're going to have 1411. It looks like 1411 is going to be up at the top.
2596, Madison Stokes and Riley Miniature owners. Congratulations to them. Now we'll switch back over, Mr. Colors, to the Brahman side.
Is that 1411 on the
As
top?
we discussed yesterday, good cattle coming off.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you. No, you're good.
You know, I know this isn't the tallest bull in this class, but I challenge you to get behind this bull and you study his rib shape and you study him through his pin set and through the center portion of his quarters and the way he carries that muscle well down into his hock. He's such an easy moving bull. He's got just an ideal sheath, a really small prepuce opening, really massive about his head and his neck, and his hump placement's ideal. I think this is a good individual. I find him really easy to win this class. The bull right behind him is one, in my mind, is probably a little longer sided. With that being said, I like to just free him up a little bit off those rear legs, gets a little straighter in through his hock, maybe gets a little tighter right behind his shoulder, but that's a good bull with a nice sheath, good angle to his sheath, really a pretty headed bull. The one that comes next is one that I really liked when he came into the arena, and I still like the bull. I think he's got a lot of good to offer the breed. He's long and level out of his hip. He's got some frame size to him. But with that, I just like to see just some added dimension in terms of rib shape to him. He's a deep-sided bull, but I don't seem to turn over that top as I do in the two bulls ahead of him. Really a big, rugged kind of bull, big bone bull, big-footed bull comes in fourth. One that he's just not quite as smooth and symmetrical in his body composition as the three in front of him. This is a good bull, though he's got a lot of good, useful breeding pieces about him. The bull that comes next is one that's really long-sided. Just like to give him a little more base width. When you view him from behind, he gets a little straighter off that hock. And when you compare him to the bulls that are ahead of him. Really nice set of bulls. Congratulations.
We appreciate your comments, Mr. Colors. Here in Class 29, first place honors going to 1411. Entry.
The judge just discussed. He was very impressed with the Mr. V8 293 over 9. That, of course, is going to be a Sloan Williams entry. That, of course, is V8 Ranch. We lost Sloan.
Incorporated, Wharton, Texas. Your third place going to.
I guess it's 2 years now.
Phillips Cattle
Uh,
Company, owners and
Such a great guy,
Exhibitors,
such a great
Texas.
breeder. So
Our seventh.
I know he's watching from up above for sure, watching us all show his cattle. So Mr. V8 293 over 9 is a Mr. V8 996 over 7 son out of the Miss V8 203 over 9. And then in second, we had the entry number 540, which is going to be the BRC Hoot Owl 248. And that's going to be a Mr. V8 160 over 8 son out of Miss V8 21 over 8. So again, we had 1411, if you're following along in your catalog, that won that class. That was class 29, our second class of the gray calves. And our second place was the BRC Hoot Owl. Again, we said that is a Mr. V8 160 over 8 son.
And that's Chasey Cinnamon of Raisley. Congratulations. Oh, 10th place here in this class to 783.
Now the BRC Hoot Owl
Texas.
was the San Antonio 2023 San Antonio Stock Show Reserve Calf Champion. So BRC Hoot Owl already has a nice show career. And then of course 293 over 9 that we were talking about. He is just starting his show career, and I would imagine that we will probably see him quite a bit in the winner's circle. Moving into class number 30. Class number 30 is coming in the arena. This is going to be our third gray bull show class. This is class number 30. We're looking at calves from April through, for the month of April of 2022. And again, we really appreciate all of you guys watching, both here and abroad. Hinton Cattle, you are so right. Hinton, we watched Hinton. He ended up, I believe, ended up 4th. Yes, he did. So again, if you have someone that you want us to talk about, just let us know. But Chance Hinton, showing for Hagen, he had his HC Mr. Crypto. He's going to be a Mr. SNS Dixie. I'm sorry, Mr. SNS Duke 406 over 9 son, out of the Moreno Miss Lady Kiev, which is of course a Cabram daughter. So he would have been Mighty Mouse on the top side. A very nice young bull that I'm sure we will see more of throughout his show career. And you know, this is one of the things that I think is really cool about what we do, because, for example, we had an exhibitor contact us and tell us, hey, you got my results wrong, which we do on occasion. We hate it, but it does happen. And we're like, no, we didn't. And he said, yeah, even the guy announced it wrong. The gentleman had 2 animals in the same class, which I can see would be difficult, and he was wearing the wrong number. So by us letting him know, hey, you got to get that number changed, you know, that's going to be good all the way around, because the correct points will go with the correct animal. So again, I always think it's really kind of cool, the side benefits of what we do. And Iran, did you get that photo from when we were at the International Field Day? Did you get that downloaded? Oh, we're going to have to pop that up here at some point in time, because it was pretty cool. Yeah, we could real quick. So again, guys, this is kind of a fun thing. So I was at the International Field Day that was there at Heritage. So it was the ABBA International Field Day, and we had over 350 people. And so to get this photo that I took, I had to climb up on a fence. So let's show them what I looked like when I was taking that. So yeah, so that was me taking the photo, and I bet that would work good to lay over the other photo. Can you lay that over?
It's the Summer Championship.
There you go. So there I am looking down on them. So yeah, so we kind of zoomed in a little bit narrow there so you guys could see more. So let's get back into the arena so we can see these cattle moving around the arena. But that shows Team Brahman Journal and how dedicated we are to make sure that we bring you everything you need. And we'll be passing out magazines in the arena here shortly. I think we're going to be doing that pretty quick. Am I right? We're going to be passing out magazines in the arena pretty quickly. Am I correct? Awesome, perfect. That is great. So we are now in the third bull class. This is going to be class number 30. Again, another big class. And Clay Espy watching, and Pam Thomas, Dakota Smith's grandma. You know what? You can just cheer on the rest of the exhibitors, Pam, because I know Dakota's not showing today, and we might not hear much from you, but I'm just going to tell you from a person that appreciates family, that made my day. That was a very emotional day. You were cheering on your grandson, Dakota. That was really cool that we could bring it to you so that you could feel like you were right here with Dakota. And once again, he had a great job. He did a great job and took home that grand champion in the red females. And thank you, Hornsak, for watching from Thailand. Thank you so much. No, no problem. It happens. I do it too. Trust me. You're not the only one. No, I actually have told people this is great. I told them, you know what? We need like a siren, like a horn, like a, and then you can or and you go whoa, and then or you know what? Better yet, like a rubber band gun that would just be there, and we could just pop you with the and you're like, oh man, yeah. So watching right down the road from our cola. And thank you so much. You liked the aisle walkthroughs the other day. Thank you so much, and all the candid interviews. We really do appreciate it. We really do try. So it really encourages us when we hear all of that information. So thank you so much. Watching from Louisiana and everywhere else. I can't even begin to thank you guys enough because that's what we're getting from doing this is your saying that you enjoy what we do, and that's the whole reason for it. Okay, what numbers do we have? Do we know what numbers are out there? Let's see. We have Michael Joyce. Help me catch some numbers. 2035? 1035.
1276.
I'm sorry, what?
1047 after 1048.
Okay. And then Michael Joyce. I know, he always wears it on his hip. It's so hard.
When they wear it on their chest.
I know. And he's in, so yeah. Okay, so we're down to the top three, which are going to be the PCC New Frontier. Hold on, just 2 seconds. We're going to go sound off. We're looking at, if you're following along in your book, 1035, and then that one's getting pulled in. Then it looks like we have, I'm sorry, what one? 1048 is still out there? Oh no, all three are out there. I can't hear. Okay.
But he's attractive, he's muscular, he's one of the sounder bulls. To me, he wins the class. The other
Just say it one
bull
more time.
I think that's pretty complete is the bull in second.
Oh, okay, so 1048 in the middle. I got you. Okay.
He's extreme in his muscles, our class winner, but he's got some shape. He's not quite as attractive through his
And then the PCC, the 1035. Got it. Sorry. Okay, so we do have two J and H's. So we have two J and H ranches. In the middle, we're going to have the 1048, which is going to be a Mighty Mouse on top of Miss SNS Maddie. I'm sorry, which is going to be a Mighty Mouse on Miss JH006/8. So 1048 is going to be pulled in. 1048 is going to be third. That leaves 1047, and then the Phillip Cattle Company PCC New Frontier.
What's ideal for me today. Long body bull coming next, and one that I'd just like to change the design of his knee and the way he travels off his front end, but he's long and he's stout, just not quite as sound enough off that front end to get around the three bulls ahead of him today. And the young lady has a really nice bull at the end of the class. He's clean up front. He's got some muscle shape as you read him through his quarter and his top. Just like to change his hip
Thank you
design,
guys for
a little
watching.
lower in his pin set, a little shorter in his hip, and then consequently he doesn't handle his hind leg quite as free and easy as some of the bulls ahead of him.
Let us know where you're
Good
watching
class of
from.
bulls, just
So
some give and take
he's
all the way
walking the
through.
two that are left. That's going to be your PCC New Frontier. That's going to be a RWT Mr. Relentless on PCC Beth Dutton. So on the top side, that's going to be a JDH Mr. Raider. On the bottom side, that's going to be a Mr. V8 520/7. And then the second one that the young lady is leading, that was going to be the Mr. SNS Mighty Mouse, and then out of Miss V8 324/8. Of course, Mighty Mouse is a Woodson son, and Woodson on the Miffany cow. And I think everybody will remember the Miffany cow when she showed. She's also produced some really great gray animals as well as red.
Also, Marcus Borgeson, entry out of Wharton. Congratulations to our summer and reserve summer champions in those entries in that class. Now we're going to move over to the Brangus side.
It is a challenge trying to shoot through all the people, is it not? You're like, okay, what camera does not have people standing in front of it?
So we're currently on the east side judging class 47 Brangus.
Waiting for the microphone and then for Judd to make this decision.
This is class 47.
You think you have a hard job. Look up there. They have half Brahman, half Brangus. I think we have a better angle than they do. Just saying. And he has chosen. Looks like we're going with the 1047, and let's listen to the judge. I'm so
One that, in my opinion, he's just a little bit nicer in terms of his overall muscle pattern. He's not the longest of the two bulls, but I think when you read him from the side and you stand right behind this bull, I just think he's got a little more natural muscle shape, particularly from stifle to stifle. The bull that comes in second is a longer, straighter line kind of bull. I like that about him. He's free and easy. He's a bull that maybe I'd want to just change that prepuce opening just a little bit. He gets a little pendulous at times. That's an awfully good bull standing on good feet and legs. The bull that comes next is one that's also a very long-sided bull. He's one that probably gets a little tighter right in behind his shoulders when we compare him to the two that win the class. The bull that comes fourth is a bull that's very practical in terms of his overall size and scale. He's a bull that just gets outpowered out here in this particular lineup. I'd like to give him a shot more bone and foot size to compete any higher in this class. Then the bull that's a little taller, leggier kind of bull comes next, one that, I really like this bull whenever he stands still. I like to free him up and give him more hind leg set, make him take a little bit longer stride whenever you compare him to the bulls that win the class. Congratulations.
We appreciate the overview, Mr. Colors. Here in Class 30, first place honors going to 1047. Jeff Harris, owner and exhibitor, Sealy, Texas. Second place honors in that class going to 1035 from Phillips Cattle Company of Palestine, Texas. Third to 1048, Jeff Harris, owner and exhibitor of Sealy. Our fourth place to 636. That's Luke LaBluda of Hallettsville, Texas, owner and exhibitor. Your fifth place going to 506 AT Brahmans and Ramsey Ranch, your joint owners, Honey Grove, Texas. Sixth in that class to 1276 Pine Bluff Ranch, showing for Braden Smith of Brownsboro, Texas. Your seventh place award to 1122 comes to us from Satterfield Ranch of Palestine. The eighth place award, 45.
Oh, right. So we had our class winner and our second place in the class. Our class winner is going to be the Mr. JH29/2. That, of course, is a SNS Mighty Mouse. I think everybody will remember when Mighty Mouse was the reserve grand champion at our national show there in Dallas. I believe that would have been 2016. And out of the Miss V8 324/8. And then the PCC New Frontier. PCC New Frontier is going to be a Relentless Sun out of a PCC branded, so that's Phillip Cattle Company branded, female that was a 520/7 out of Miss CF 230/3. Moving into Class 31 now. And for some reason on our book, we don't have exhibitors.
Two really good bulls, a lot of quality.
We did in the reds, but not in the grays. Not sure what happened with that. So we'll see if we can find them. I think that the files that we were given might not have been complete. So that might have been what caused that issue. So we'll see if we can get you some exhibitors as we go along.
If you read him across his stifle, he has about as much shape as any bull that's come through here. Beautiful profile, good in his lines when you get him out. You set him in motion, you'd just like to free him up just a little bit as he goes. I think that's a little bit due to the...
Yeah, because they did not give us any
Might like
exhibitors.
to free him up just a skosh and just see
So-
more bone, but really attractive, muscular, high-quality bull to win. The bull in second is a good bull in his own right. He's a bigger volume bull. He's deeper and a little bolder in terms of his rib cage. He doesn't have the extreme muscularity of our class winner, but he's still a very muscular bull. He's a nice balanced bull. He's not quite as clean in his makeup, although I don't think he's excessive in terms of his throat and his sheet. I think he's a bull that if he went a little better, I think he has the same problem in terms of movement. He's just slightly restricted on both ends. If he goes a little bit better, I think he can win the class. So it's very, very close. Two really good bulls. My hat's off to both exhibitors. A lot of quality in that class.
Thank you very much for those comments, Mr. Allen. Here are your results in Class 47. First went to entry 2420, Tracy Middleton exhibiting, owned by Mill Creek Land and Cattle and Burrier 2C. Second went to entry 2342, FA Cattle Company exhibiting, owned by Riley Bennett and Madison Stokes of Lake Walsh, Florida. Congratulations to those entries in that first class in this yearling division. We're now going to lead in our second class in this division, class 48 yearling bulls. These are January and February of 21 bulls. This is class 48.
And we're going to go sound off for just a minute.
The testicles on this bull, a good moving kind of a bull. Just a
Okay,
quality
so
individual. It's
I'm
very
not
complete.
100%
Has a
sure.
shop bar looking
Antoine is
stout
asking me
than some.
about a
Big
Mexico
body
bred bull
coming
that was in
second.
front of the
It's
camera.
long-sided,
And
tremendous
I am so
performance,
sorry. I
heavy
was talking with
structured, really a nice
the team,
individual. Not as expressive
and I
in
missed
terms
that
of his
message.
muscles or
So
class winner,
Anton,
but
if
I
you
think
can,
the
oh,
big difference is
do
he's
you
not
think
as
it's the
sound in
Pompeo
way he's
bull?
built through his front end.
That's
He
going to
wants
be
to get
the what's the,
outside of
there
his
was a
front boot a little
Pompeo
bit.
bull. Is he
We
still
set him
in
in
the?
motion, but two
Is he
good
still in the
individuals
camera?
and
I
a
mean,
very
is he
high
still in
quality
the
bull
ring,
like the class.
Anton? If you're watching, please let me know if
And
that
your class
bull that
48
you're
winner
asking
goes
about
entry number
is still in the ring. Because if it is, I can give it to you.
Rodriguez, your owner and exhibitor out of Waco,
Let's
Texas.
see if he stayed in.
Second in that
So
class went to
Anton,
entry
if you can catch a number
2446.
for
Go
me
Pickett, your
on
owner,
the
Megan
placard,
Miller exhibiting.
we can let you know what the pedigree is.
Congratulations to those entries. Now we're going to lead in that class 47 first and second place for your yearling championship drive. Again, your class 47 winner was entry 24.
Again, we kind of missed that
MC full range
question that Anton had for us.
Your owner of that bull. 48, class 48 winner was entry.
But I'm going to guess if it's a Mexico bred bull, that's going to be the Pompeo. And then it would have been Pompeo on top of Miss SNS Gabby. And I don't think he's still in the arena. You don't see a Pompeo in the arena, do you?
Mr. MS Chicho, 767 J5. Riley Bennett and Madison Stokes are your owners. And second in class 48. 2446, the bull CP, Mr.
I think he
Creed.
just left. Okay, that was the
Pickett, your owner.
Pompeo.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's
Oh, wait,
please
there is
give
one.
these entries in this yearling championship drive a big round of applause for a great job this morning.
We, if it's 485 on the hip, that is a Pompeo. They might have had more than one. Yeah, they had more than one. The other Pompeo was Pompeo on Miss S&S Gabby. And this is going to be Pompeo. This is going to be Pompeo on Miss S&S 485. Big class still, guys. Still really big class.
He's extremely clean in his makeup. He's very, very muscular. He's one, as we said, maybe he could just go a little freer in terms of his movement, but really an interesting bull that's highly presented, a lot of quality in that individual.
We could let everyone know that we have about half of the photos up
That kind of front end and that kind of body and that kind of
from the International Field Day. I still have some of the speaker photos to get up, but
if you're to nitpick him, maybe he'll just pop
we
that
try to
ankle
get
every
the
once in a while.
photos up
But I
as
think
we
it's more
go.
due to the fact he just wants to go and maybe wants to fight something as well. But that's a high quality bull. To me, he's the one that wins this division, the bull that won the first class to be reserved.
And there's your yearling champion,
Camera.
2441. The bull MP, Mr.
Thanks.
Magnum. MP Brangus, your owners, and reserve goes entry 2420. MC Full Range is the bull Mill Creek Landon Cattle are your owners. Congratulations to them. All right, now we're going to move into this yearling division in our Red Brangus show. First class is going to be class 47.
Anton, if you want to look at the catalog, I believe that bulls, we have the link and you can download that catalog and flip through the pages, but I believe the bulls that you were interested in would have been the two Pompeo bulls that were in there, would have been 1094 and 1093. Yes, ma'am.
We have 1253. A VR control one that I can't see.
Okay.
The Thibodeau Brahman Ranch.
Okay.
Another VRC.
Okay. Okay. Or private herd number, either way. 542.
542.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, in our Red Brangus show,
1331.
we've moved into our yearling division. We had two classes in this division with single entry, so your class 47 winner up front there is entry 2565.
All right, guys, so we are going to have still out in the arena. 541? Okay. We're going to have 550, 542, 541, 1331. Okay. The two BRCs and the Thibodeau Brahman. Okay. So we have 542, 1331, and 541. So we are going to have in the arena still BRC, Money Don't Jingle. That's going to be a Noble Son. We're also going to have the Mr. Thibodeau, the Mr. TBR 60, which is going to be a Mr. H Vega Manso Son. And then we're also going to have a BRC Old Slouch Hat. All right, so we are going to have three, and that looks like it is going to be the Money Don't Jingle is going to be third. We're down to two. We're down to the Thibodeau Brahman Ranch, which of course is going to be the Mr. H Vega Manso 301/2, and that is out of Miss JS DJF 590/6, which is a Dias Farms Sandman. Everyone will remember that bull, the Sandman bull. That was also a show bull of the year. and we're going to go with the BRC entry. We're going to go with the BRC entry. So if you're following along in your book, first is going to be 541. 541 is the BRC old slouch hat. That's going to be a Mr. V8 160 over 8 son out of Miss V8 775 over 7. Then in second, we're going to have the Thibodeau Brahman Ranch. Thibodeau Brahman Ranch is going to be the Mr. TBR 60, which is going to be a Mr. H Vega Manso 301 over 2 son out of the Dias Farms Mr. Sandman daughter. And then in third, we're going to have the BRC Money Don't Jiggle, and that is a noble son out of Miss V8 103 over 8. We can also let everybody know that we have some of the photos are up.
Especially set him in motion. He gets a little straighter in his hock as we compare the bull ahead of him, but I think he's still adequate in terms of his structure. So two really nice bulls, very close in terms of their placing. I'm going to use the bull that win the second class will be the champion of this division. The bull that won the first class will be reserved.
And we're going to go sound off for a moment.
I told myself I wasn't going to make a little speech about this, but I'm going to because I think it's very relevant to the U.S. and to all countries that breed gray Brahman cattle. We've got a color chart that we go off of, and if you look out here in the arena, I've got 2 red color animals to win this class. Obviously, as a judge, you have to judge what's in front of you. But I'll tell you, as a breeder, I hate it. I hate this color. We need to get back to our identification of gray Brahman cattle. What we've done is we've addressed our red color issue, okay? So we've got a red color committee, and anything that doesn't fit in the red color gets thrown into the gray color. And I worry about that. I worry about the future of our gray, that we're going to lose our identity. I've got a new granddaughter. It's one day she's going to learn to tell her colors. She's going to be able to say, this one's white, this one's gray, this one's orange, this one's pink, this one's... So let's be careful, okay? As breeders, let's be careful that we don't keep going down this road. Now, these are some good individuals, and I've got some in my own herd that are like this, but I don't show them. But when I judge Colombia and I judge Brazil and I judge Mexico, you guys take care of it there at home. You never see any yellow-colored animals. You never see any orange-colored animals. They're all white to gray to dark black, okay? Now, I'm through preaching. I'm here to judge the cattle. I think we've got a real good one on the front end here. He's really long and expressive. He's very athletic on the move. I like him down his lines. Very muscular bull. I think he's a good breeding piece. The bull that comes in second, this is a nice bull. He's a bull that's got some rib shape to him. The young lady does an outstanding job setting this bull up and getting the most out of him. I love him down his back and through his loin and out of his rump. The next bull that comes in third is a really nice gray-colored bull, and you could probably say, well, he really wins the class just because he's the first gray bull. But again, we've got to address the color pattern. This bull breaks just a little bit for me right behind his hump. He gets a little bit pinched right there in that forerib. I think if we could address that, I think as this bull grows and he matures, I think he's going to get much better. I like the bull. I like the bull a lot. Just like to see him a little stronger right in behind his hump. Really a long-bodied pattern bull that comes next. Again, kind of that red color. One that's really long down his spine, clean through his sheath. He gets a little bit speckled up through that dewlap. I'm not a big fan of that. But he's a bull that's very muscular. I don't think he's got the overall depth of body to go along with that frame when you compare him to the ones that win the class. Real nice bull comes next. Just like to fix him off that front end. Real good bull in terms of practicality, in terms of his weight per day of age. I'd like to address that navel that hangs right in front of his sheath as well. Good class of bulls. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Cullors, for the overview of this class. And ladies and gentlemen, taking first place honors is entry 541, B.R. Kater, owner and operators of Wharton, Texas. Second in that class going to 1331, Thibodeau Brahmans of Iowa, Louisiana. Third place to 542, also an entry from B.R. Kater, Wharton, Texas. Your fourth place award to 1253 coming to us from Bullseye Ranch at Burton. Fifth place in the show coming to us from 1415, the entry number by Peyton Powell of Bowling, Texas. Your sixth place award went to 876, J.D. Hudgens Incorporated of Hungerford. Seventh to 1093, Rodriguez Cattle Service, showing for Rio Ranch, Centerville. 630, IS Ranch, showing for Red Smith Genetics of Trenton, Florida. 9th to 1124, Satterfield Ranch of Palestine. And 10th place went to 1125, another entry from Satterfield Ranch. Congratulations.
On the Brangus side, we have our last class and our last division as well. And boy, a tremendous individual to end up on today. It's hard to get one this stout and this good looking and this big bodied with that kind of bone and foot at this age. He travels very well. He's tremendously stout, beautifully balanced, just a really exciting individual and one that represents this class and this division very, very well.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's your senior champion bull. Entry number 2368. GKB Perfect Storm 804H20. GKB Cattle Owner Exhibitor out of Desdemona. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back in the Red Brangus show. Over here in the east side of the main arena.
Okay, we are back. Sound on. Sound on. All right, so sorry, we were catching up with some other things that we were working on, but we can go back to who was first and second in that last class. Judd Cullors, our judge here, this is his second year to be judging the show here at Houston. He did it first. He was the youngest judge to ever judge Houston. He did give a little commentary, and that's why you're seeing some messages about way to preach and good job, Judd, that sort of thing. He did want to make it clear that he has to judge what he has presented to him in the arena, but some of the cattle that are a little more red than they are gray, but they're not red enough to be the reds, the ABBA has decided to make those animals enter into the gray division. And they're kind of looking at it from a pedigree source. So again, we are, I believe, splitting this class is what we're doing now. But let's talk about who was first and second in that last class. Beautiful bulls. Can't take that away from them at all. But Judd was just pointing out that while he placed them, and they're very nice bulls, their color was a little more red than he would like it to be. Or that he thinks it should be. So in first we had the Mr. V8 160/8. That's going to be a BRC, old slouch hat, 235. Mr. V8 160/8 is a son of Noble, and out of Miss V8 835/7. So the sire is a son of Noble. So BRC Old Slouch Hat is a grandson of Noble. And then out of a daughter of Avery, so on the bottom side we're going to see that JDH Sir Avery Manso, which V8 has used so successfully. And that's going to be Miss V8 775/7. And then in second place we had the Thibodeau Brahman Ranch. They had their Mr. TBR 60. That's going to be a scurred bull. That's going to be a Mr. H. Vega Manso 301/2. That's going to, I think everybody will remember that the Vega Manso bull is a Elroy son, which is a Elmo son, and then a Lady H. Mariana Manso son. And then Miss J.S. DJF would be on the bottom side, and that would be a daughter of DF Mr. Sandy.
Round of applause for their efforts. Thank you for bringing them to the International Brahman Show here in Houston this year.
Or over here on the Red Brangus side, our results are in on Class 51. First went to entry 2555. Genetica FF Brangus, MBJ Ranch, Sendero Red Brangus, and Trio Cattle and Genetics are your owners. Class 51 second went to entry 2582, Dos Equis Cattle Company. And
all right, we are in class 32, which was a really large class.
Third went to entry 2692, the Necker Ranch is your owner and exhibitor of that bull. Congratulations to them. Now we've got class 52, your summer 2-year-old bulls. These are May and August of 2020.
We'll try to keep up with some numbers here. And we're going to go sound off for a moment. right, guys, while we're waiting for the microphone for the judge to be brought in, we're going to talk about, we have 543 and 544 are going to be our first and second in this class.
You know, sometimes we'll have those classes, have 2 or 3 on the top end. I think we can go down to 5, 6 holes here in this class and sure find some bulls that we can make an argument of leading off this class. The bull that really balances up nice in terms of body composition is the bull that I have standing, the lighter colored bull here in front of me. He's a bull that when you look at him from nose to tail, he's really a long-sided bull. I like the way that neck comes out of the top part of his shoulder. Really nice hump placement. He's smooth and angular through his shoulders, and yet he's got some rib shape to him. He's one, when you read him, he balances up from front to rear real well. Really a nice soft flank to him. He's wide through the stifle area. He's really wide and expressive down his back and through his loin. Just a real nice bull with a good angulation through that sheath. The bull that comes next is a bull that stands on a little bit more bone, maybe a little more foot size than our first place bull. He's a bull that's got some natural muscle to him as well. Probably not quite as nice to that shoulder area in the way that his blade blends into his body, but that's a really good individual, very rugged made bull. I think this is a bull that can certainly add some pounds to your next calf crop if you so choose. That's a really nice bull. The bull that we have in third place, that's a nice individual as well. Kind of follows up like our bull in first place, being very long in his lines, very symmetrical, very balanced. That concerns me a little bit about that prepuce opening. It gets a little bit large in that orifice area, and in my opinion, I'd like to fix him there, maybe just balance him up down that top a little more, give him a little added strength right in behind that hump. That's a good bull. The bull that comes next, the fourth and fifth place, those bulls are pushing the envelope of the pendulum for me just a little bit in terms of frame size for bulls this age, but this is a good individual. This is a bull that I'd like to see him a little bit later and see how he continues to grow and develop. Nice hump placement, nice breed character, a lot of rib shape, just a little bit bigger than what I'm looking for today. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Colors. We'll get to your results over there on the Brahman side in this moment, but let's set up your senior championship drive in the Red Brangus Show east side.
All right, we're getting ready to go into championship drives here. But we just finished with class 32, and our winner was BRC Geronimo's Cadillac 230. That's going to be our BRC Peanut Son out of Miss V8 835. And in second place, we had the BRC Yesterday Road. BRC Yesterday Road was second. Yesterday Road is a captain's son, and he is out of Miss V8 835 over 7. 835 over 7. So again, those two bulls will be coming back in. We have, okay, this is the championship. No, this is a class.
2567. Cox's caliber ranks bull CXLD.
No, this has got to be
6787 out of Weimer. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give all these entries in this.
Did I miss the red calf division?
Lineup a big round of applause for a great job today.
I was busy taking. Oh no, we did. Duh. That's right. I forgot. I was having a brain fart. Yep. Little brain fart there because I'm looking at my catalog where we have calf. Yeah, I forgot. They changed that around on us. Okay, guys, we can use the gimbal on this one. Yeah, I'll be right there. Okay, guys, so we're going to talk about who we are getting ready to see. Goodness gracious, the day just went by really fast. In first place out of class number 28. 28. We're going to have the Mr. BER Tango. Mr. BER Tango in first in the second class. We are going to be looking for Mr. V8 293 over 8. Out of the third class, we're going to have the S&S Mighty Mouse son. That's going to be the Mr. JH292. Then in the fourth class, that's going to be the more red-tinged bull that we talked about earlier. That's going to be the BRC Old Slouch Hat. And out of the last class, we had the BRC Geronimo's Cadillac. So again, sorry guys, I was like, where did we have the red calves? Yeah. So every year we've done Houston, they've always gone red, gray, and then the division champion, but not this year. Okay, so Mr. BER Tango 961, he's going to be a Princeton son. That's going to be BER 391. In that second hole, that second class, we had the Mr. V8 293 over 9, which is a Mr. V8 996 over 7 son. In the third class, we're going to have the Mr. JH 29 over 2. That's a Mighty Mouse son. That's a Mighty Mouse son. Then in the fourth class, we are going to have the BRC Old Slouch Hat, which is a Mr. V8 160 over 8. And in that very last class, we had the BRC Geronimo's Cadillac, which was a BRC Peanut son. I'm going to go do the gimbal.
Side and senior champions coming out of class 53. That's the
We've got our lineup for calf division. I think we've got some good individuals out here. Again, when you judge a show, sometimes quality runs deeper in certain classes than others, but I think we've got the ones that surface to the top for me in terms of skeletal structure, functionality, bulls that's got some mass and some width to them, bulls that look like bulls. The youngest bull here on the end is one that's got a lot of future to him. He's really long in his lines. He's a bull that, as I read him today, maybe gets a little bit more open in that chest, but he's one that as he grows and develops, maybe he's a bull that would be just a touch more masculine about his head and his hump, but that's a really good long-bodied bull, good pattern bull. The bull right behind him is probably the smallest bull in the whole entire lineup, but he's a bull I like a lot. He's a bull, when you look at him in terms of balance, he really balances up well with his frame size. You know, maybe we look at him a year from now and you kind of assess that cannon bone and you might say, yeah, you used a small bull that day. But I tell you today, he's a really nice bull, and he's definitely a contender out here. The bull that comes next is a really nice bull, one that's really deep through his forerib, one that has got some width and dimension down his top line. He may roll off that hip just a little bit when you compare him to the two on either side, but that's a good bull. Then we've got the rusty color bull that comes next, one that is long and level down his top line, maybe doesn't have quite as much substance and capacity as the two on either side, but that's a really good bull. I think we used him in class simply because he was the most athletic, free and easy moving kind of bull that's got some muscle and power. Then the oldest bull in the lineup is one that really has a nice head and hump about him, very masculine. He's a bull that is deep-sided, a lot of capacity, stands on good feet and legs. When you get behind this bull, tremendous amount of muscle and capacity. I'll put the mic down and show you the two I like the best. Let's give them a big round of applause for a nice set of bulls.
Ladies and gentlemen, taking the division championship here out of class 32, 5'4" 43 coming to us from Rachel Williams at Gutierrez Incorporated. And we'll have your reserve for you shortly. And 1411 out of Class 29 taking the reserve honors. And that bull owned by Sloan Williams, Bowling, Texas, Mr. V8, 293 over 9. Your champion again was entry 543, Geronimo's Cadillac, 230, the bull owned by Rachel Williams Guitar of Wharton, Texas.
Gentlemen, over here on the east side of the main arena, let's set your lineup here for your grand championship of the Brangus Show. Your junior bull calf champ was entry 2469. That's Origins Ranch and MP Brangus Ranch entry. Your senior bull calf champion was entry 319.
Okay. Well, big congratulations. The judge was very impressed with all of the bulls. Consequently, he walked through and talked to all of the bulls, just a little. I think he was very impressed. But we're going to see our first place out of class number 32. That's going to be the BRC Geronimo's Cadillac 230. If you're following along in your book, that's going to be 543 in your book. That's going to be a BRC Peanut 641 over 8 son. Of course, Peanut is a son of 380 over 6, and then out of an Elmo. And then on the bottom side, we're going to see that Miss V8 835 over 7. So our calf champion was the BRC Geronimo's.
For a great job this afternoon.
Okay, and then in the reserve champion was out of class number 29, class number 29, which would be the second youngest, and that is going to be the Mr. V8 293 over 9. Mr. V8 293 over 9 is a Mr. V8 996 over 7 son, which is a JD8 Sir Campiano Manso son. So it's going to be the Campiano Manso on the top side, and then on the bottom side, we're going to go to that 380 where Miss V8 203 over 9 was a daughter of 380. So again, that was going to be our reserve calf champion. Reserve calf champion was entry number 1411. Entry number 1411. We're going to go sound off for just a touch, and we will be back with, we're here doing an award.
we're to nitpick them, and all of them you can nitpick, probably just got a little more shoulder than what's ideal, but you get that kind of stoutness and power, and you're going to get a little bit of that. The Summer Bull, and he was a single entry, and still very, very impressive. A very complete bull with body and muscularity, very sound on his feet and legs. One that you get a single entry in a division, you don't expect them to be that good. That bull is that good. Just an easy doing, stout, free moving kind of a bull. You get him out here, maybe not quite as extended through his front end as the bulls on either side of him, but a lot of quality, really an interesting individual, really a breeding piece if you wanted to change some cattle and put some rib and stoutness in them and keep them sound. So as we come on back to the 4th division, a bull that I thought was very unique. It's hard to breed long-fronted, big-bodied cattle that are stout, and I think we'd all agree upon that, and he is that. He is long-fronted, he's deep-centered, he's stout, he's really nicely designed in terms of his hip, one that I think is plenty sound as he goes. We're going to nitpick him, and we're going to nitpick all of them. Maybe just like to see a tad of flexibility in his postern, but that is a really neat bull with very unique parts and puts it together very well when we get him out here in the ring. And then we get back to our senior champion, and really an impressive bull, because it's hard to have one of that age that's probably been hauled a little, been in the barn for a while. He's still very fresh. He's tremendously muscular, very long-bodied and extremely well-balanced when we get him out on the profile. I think a bull that's plenty good in terms of his feet and legs. He's got some bone. Maybe compared to a couple, he's not quite as good in his flank, but I think that's maybe an illusion because he's so long-bodied. So really, 5 really good ones. I'm going to take another quick look at them and show you my 2 favorites, but my hat's off. 5 of the best division champions and one of the better bull shows I've ever had the opportunity to evaluate.
And there's your grand champion of the 2023 International Brangus Show. That was entry 2441, and it looks like he's following his reserve grand. Was entry 2368. Your grand champion was the bull MP Mr. Magnum 804 J65. And your reserve grand was entry 2368 GKB Perfect Storm 804 H2O. Congratulations. Brahman side, we're going to turn the mic over to Dr. Joe Pascal. We've got a presentation. And Dr. Joe, go ahead, please.
Well, here we go again. I want to introduce a couple of groups of folks here that every year we collect show points throughout the year, just like we did yesterday on our red and gray females. These are our winners of our red and gray bulls for this past year. And we introduced the red last time, so we'll start with the gray. Owner Red Smith, Bar D Cattle Company of Lomita, Texas. Michael Navarro, Pearland, Texas, with Mr. Bar DM MN Ghost Rider, and our president will present the award. Let's give these folks a round of applause. It takes a lot to run cattle up and down the road. Some of y'all that are in the stands know that. Our red Brahman bull for the year was Mr. RP10, owner. What? Oh, okay. I thought they were all together. Thank you, Edie. Okay. Oh, hold it just a second. You wanted the microphone.
I know the ABBA doesn't do this very often, but he's always got jokes. It's every breeder's dream to breed that animal that is just phenomenal, that starts your program. We haven't done this very long, and it takes a village to get us to where we needed to go and to do what we did. And this is our second time up here. And I just wanted everybody that helped us, that believed in us, that we appreciate, me and Mike appreciate everything you've done. Michael Joyce, you're the man. We couldn't have done it without you. Love you, man. Thanks.
There you go. Thank you all so very much. Let's give them a round of applause, please. All right, we need. Thank you. So this is Walter. I thought you said it wrong. Sorry.
I was like, why do they have two plaques?
I guess that's what you were talking about. But they were all together. I mean, they were all together.
Yeah.
So are we doing the rest too?
Yeah.
We have one more.
One more. Come on, Val. Come on, Miss Carolyn.
While we got a moment here, I want to set our lineup here in our grand champion drive in the Red Brangus Show. Your junior bull calf champ was entry 2538. That's the Broken A Ranch of Madisonville, Texas's entry. Your senior bull calf was entry 2629. Greenwood Cattle Company of Waxahachie was your winner there. Summer bull champ was entry 2706, owned by April Villarreal of Hempstead. Your yearling bull champ was entry 2566, Cox Excalibur Brangus of Weimar, Texas. And your senior champion bull was entry 2603, GKB Cattle and Andrea Court of Desdemona, Texas, your owner of that animal. Your reserve junior bull calf champ was entry 2627, Teo Ranch of Waxahachie was the owner of that bull. Senior bull reserve was entry 2596, Madison Stokes and Riley Bennett were your owners. Your Summer Bull Reserve champion was entry 2580, Dos Equis Cattle Company of Washington, Texas. Your yearling Bull Reserve champ was entry number 2565, a Cox Excalibur Brangus of Weimar entry. And your senior champion bull, or senior reserve champion bull was entry 2555, Genetica FFF Brangus, MBJ Ranch, Sendero Red Brangus, and Trio Cattle and Genetics are your owners. Ladies and gentlemen, please give all those entries in this Grand Championship Drive a big round of applause for a great job today. Dr. Joe, you may go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. I can tell you that the name of our champion Red Brahman show bull is a lot shorter than any of those that were just given. Mr. RP10, owned by Walters Livestock of Brenham, Texas, is our champion Red Brahman show bull for points last year. Let's give them all a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank y'all. All right. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, let's please give another big round of applause over in our Brahman show for those special award winners. Fantastic job.
As we get the bulls lined up here for our champion in the Red Brangus division, another really good stout set of bulls. A lot of numbers and quality throughout this show. And let's put our hands together and congratulate all of these exhibitors on a great set of bulls in this division. Before we pick the champion bull, I'd like to thank the the Brangus Association and the Houston Stock Show for asking me to be here today. It's an honor to be back and sort through these cattle. One of the best shows I've had the chance to evaluate here in Houston, and I very much enjoyed both the blacks and the red shows, the quality that's come out. And before we get into, I'd like to thank my family who's at home feeding cows, breaking sale calves, calving cows, taking care of show cattle. Without them, there's no way I could be here. We've got a fantastic fellow that helps us, and he went down with a bad knee last week. So my wife and two boys are managing the whole operation. I thank them for allowing me the opportunity to be here. As we get back out here, the red show was good. I don't know if we had just division after division like we did in the black show, but there's three individuals that I think are really, really good, and I wish there was a way to honor all three of them, because I think all three have tremendous quality. We're not going to talk back through all these divisions. I think they're good bulls, but there's three that really stick out in my mind, and I'll show you the two that I'm going to use today. But congratulations to these exhibitors. Just another great set of cattle. Very impressive to see the strides that this breed has made, and congratulations to each and every one of you for bringing great cattle out here today.
Well, Mr. Allen, thank you. We really appreciate all you've done out there this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please give our judge, Mr. Allen, a nice round of applause. Really appreciate all his comments and evaluation today, and here we go. And there's your grand champion, ladies and gentlemen. At entry 2603, the bull broken A, GKB Valdez, 841H. Congratulations to GKB Cattle and Audrey Accord. That's your grand champion, Red Brangus of the International Show 2023. We're leading in our senior reserve champ, entry 2555, for reserve grand consideration.
Okay, we are back live. We took a little break there to take care of a little business. I really appreciate all of the great comments that everybody is making. Really, really do appreciate it. So it is absolutely awesome. We want to thank, of course, our sponsors. We're now in the partway through the day. We've made it through those biggest classes. And so we are in the intermediate division of the Red Bulls. Intermediate division of the Red Bulls. Hey, Shirley Watts, I don't know if you're still watching, but if you are, we sure are glad to have you watching with us. So, again, don't forget that 79 Cattle has a really cool, they have a really cool offer going on where you can go and take a photo at their at our booth of their showing us some love and some thumbs up. We love that. Thank you guys so much. Hey, Ashley Clement, thanks for watching with us. We can find you now. Ashley, where in the barn are you? Because you told me you had some specials running. You had some specials running. So if Ashley would type in where to find her in the barn and what to talk to her about, we will be more than happy to pass that information along. Watching from Thailand, very, very good. Rodrigo, thanks for watching with us. So this again is class number 35. This is November 1st through December 31st of 2021. I believe we're going to have, let me go check on this and see what we've got in the arena. Very big class here. We do. We have that Rocking Red Man bull. We've been talking about the Rocking Red Man bull. Actually, he's on the camera right now. We have the Rocking Red Man bull on the camera right now. That's going to be the young lady with the blonde hair and the cream-colored vest. That's going to be a son of Mr. V8 195/8. I knew I had those numbers backwards. 195/8. And then it looks like we're walking. So let's see if we can catch some of these numbers when we're walking. Okay, we're going to have a PCC animal, I have a feeling. Maybe not. Nope, not. Nope, we don't. Okay, we have a Dietering Red Brahmins. This is going to be 1697. So Dietering Red Brahmins is still out. Let's see if we can catch this number here. This is going to be, see, now we have exhibitors. Okay, 2148 just got pulled in. That's going to be a Moreno Mr. Ready to Rumble. So now it's going to go back and forth between Dietering Red Brahmins and also the LGL Rock and Red Man. So the Dietering Red Brahmins is going to be an HK Jackson son, and then the LGL Rock and Red Man is a V8 195/8. We've been talking around. That is going to be a son of the Red Man bull, the Mr. V8 195/8. Both of these bulls have won quite a bit recently. And it looks like Rockin' Red Man is going to take that first place. And in second, we're going to go with the Dietering Red Brahmins entry. Let's listen to the judge.
Bull to start the class one that behind his hump. Boy, he is really wide based. He's one that is wide down his top line and through his loin. He really gives you a good look when you view him from the side. Maybe he could track a little bit better off his rear too. Just give him a little more flexibility. But when you get him stopped, boy, he's dead on, 12 o'clock. Bull that comes next is one that is a deep-sided bull, a little softer in terms of his flank. I like that about the bull. I think he's very practical. Not quite the overall muscle expression down the top line, not quite as full through his center portion of his quarter and down into his lower twist. The bull that comes next is one that I really like in terms of a muscularity standpoint. I just like to see him move a little better off those rear legs. Bull that comes in fourth is one that's very practical in terms of his size. He's a bull that just needs a shot more power, more bone, more footwork to compete with these bulls in front of him. Congratulations.
Okay, we are in class number 35. The judge just finished that class and placed it. So we were looking at our class winner. Class winner was the LGL Rockin' Red Man ET. That bull is going to be a son of Mr. V8 195/8, and then out of the Moreno Miss Rosie Star. It's really kind of interesting because Kerry Clay, who is Heart BC Brahmins, he told us that Lily Larson who was on the stick there, she was one of the ones that won bought some of the very first semen from Rockin' Red Man. So again, I think that's a pretty cool deal. So then if you go to second we had the DB Southern Style 1/958. Yeah, that's a Scourge bull. He's going to be a Jackson son. And if we run down and look at some of the wins that those two bulls have racked up, I mean, it's pretty impressive. The LGL Rockin' Red Man, he has really rocked it out of the park for the Red Man bull. Whoops.
At least that's what the paperwork says. Okay, sixth place going to 1985, Bailey Malone. All
So going back to that previous class, we can talk a little bit about that previous class and that class winner. If you're talking about rocking Red Man, that of course is a Red Man son. He's going to be sired by Mr. V8 195/8, who by the way does have a sexed semen available worldwide. That bull was recently the reserve grand champion at the 2023 Kissimmee show, at the Kissimmee Valley show. It was also the reserve grand champion at the Florida State Fair Open show, the Heartland. He was calf champion. He was also reserve grand champion during the 2022 Heartland. He was the calf champion at the 2022 kickoff. He was reserve grand champion at the South Florida Fair. He also was reserve grand at the 2022 Blue Bonnet Kickoff just as a calf. Blue Bonnet Kickoff is one of our largest shows of the year, so a very impressive class that 35 turned out to be in the Red Brahman Bull Show. And thank you so much for saying that you're enjoying watching us. Elmer from Honduras, thanks for watching, DJ Wood. And Ashley Clement just answered us. She has started a new business. She has Straight Flush Genetics and Livestock. I asked her to type that in and let us know. And they're nose to nose with V8 in the yellow section. They're offering $200 off any service offered by Straight Flush Genetics and Livestock. And that drawing will be held tonight at 7, so you still have time to enter. Congratulations, Lily is right. That bull looked great. And way to go. We have a lot of people showing some love. And Pasquale Swanner, how is your dad doing? And I hope all is well with you guys. Saw you the other day in the barn. We were just talking, Pasquale, about the Red Bulls that we're seeing show here. And right now we're in class number 36, but we're going to go back to class number 35 to look at that book and see that that DB Southern Style 1/958, 1/958 was the second in class, and that bull also has had a very nice show career, just like the Rocking Red Man bull. So the reserve calf champion at the 2022 ABBA National Show in there in Louisiana was none other than the DB Southern Style 1/958. So he has had a very good career already, very impressive. So again, that's an HK Jackson's son out of DB Southern Style 1/196, which is a polled female. So now we're moving into class, like I said, class 36. We're going to see how this goes. Judd Colors is the judge here, and what his method has been is he will pull them. I'm thinking he changed his style maybe a little, not sure. Are we getting a good view? So, not, you know, I'm thinking he might be placing him over on this side now. I don't know. I'm having a little trouble watching that, figuring it out. Yeah, we've swapped sides, I think. Okay, we have 1701, and we're stopping there. Okay, so it looks like he's going to go to, it looks like he's either using 1701 for first or 1701 for second. Not 100% sure. It looks like he's using 1701 for second. He's using 1701 for second. So 2148 is going to be first, and we're listening.
Shape, he's deep through it. Travels well on good set of feet and legs, really nice hump placement, very masculine, eye-appealing type bull. The bull that comes next is a taller frame bull, but one that certainly has some middle to him. He's one that's got some muscularity about him as well. When you get right behind him, he narrows up just a little bit at the ground when you compare him to the bull that wins the class. Then we've got a really nice balanced bull standing in third, one that's really long-sided, not quite the overall muscularity of the two bulls in front. Just like to give him a shot more muscle, especially when you get right behind him. Here's a bull on the standstill that I really like. He's a bull, though, that when I put him in motion, he drops his pin set a little bit. He wants to get underneath himself when he walks. But that's a good red-colored bull, good hump placement. The other two bulls on the end just need a little help off their hind legs and feet. to go any higher today. Congratulations.
So, not sure why, but I don't see that one. Aha, the reason why I don't see that one is it was supposed to be, what? Yeah, that was, yeah, but there's not, she was wearing the wrong number. Because she was in the previous class, so she's wearing the Moreno Mr. Ready to Rumble.
Yeah, he showed up.
Yeah, and he showed in the last class. So what class,
Ladies and gentlemen,
what
at this
one
time
was
we're
that?
moving in our class 37 here in the Red Bull Show. Bulls born during July and August.
So we need to find out what she was showing. Oh, that was going to be 1660.
Was entry number 1660.
Yeah, she was just wearing the wrong number. So she should have been wearing 1660. Sorry guys, she had the wrong number on, which I can understand when you have to close up so fast and change around. So 1660 and then 1761, am I correct? Or I'm sorry, 17.
2006. Sorrel Pancro, Okeechobee, Florida. Taking that honor, fourth place went to
1701. 1701. So if you are following along in your book, that actually should have been 1660. That's going to be CFX Smokin' Stayin' the Man. That is a LB Mr. Smokin' Abe's son out of Moreno Miss Lady Blanche. So that one was going to be first. Of course, that was the CFX Smokin' Stand. That's going to be the Alyssa Beers entry. And then in second, we had the DB Southern Style. That's going to be a 800 Sun. That's the 3XHK Oro Rojo 800 out of DB Southern Style 1/87. That one was going to be second. So again, if you're following along in your catalog, which I believe we have in the comments all over the place, but we'll get it back in there. And way to go, Alyssa is correct. Hey, Genetic Costa Rica is watching with us, so thank you very much for watching with us. Genetic Costa Rica, they are your go-to, your source for genetics when you're in Costa Rica. We will be in Panama at the Expica Rotativa. We will be in Panama at the Expica Rotativa. We will be live streaming that event. We will be doing all the photos. We're actually bringing the entire team. So we plan on being able to do the full meal deal. The full meal deal, as I call it, because, yeah, the Happy Meal. Yeah, better yet, full meal Happy Meal. Yep. We're doing the Happy Meal deal there in Panama, where we will be live streaming. We'll have the whole team with us. So we'll have 2 people on cameras, and that will be Alyssa and Brandolin, and then Iran and I will do what we do, just sitting around, eating bonbons, kind of hanging out. So there you go. No, Stan the Man. That is right, Crystal. Stan the Man. We agree. So again, make sure to watch us in a couple of weeks when we are in when we're in Panama. We will be seeing all of our breeders from Costa Rica and from Panama, as well as we're hoping that we'll be able to see some of the breeders from Nicaragua, as well as Guatemala. I do know that Hacienda La Esperanza will be there from Guatemala. I'm sure that Siguacan will. I'm pretty sure that GP will. We were visiting and had visits, and we took photos at their ranches when we were last in Guatemala. So probably Red Ranch in Panama. Well, all the guys in Panama. So we're sure to see Red Ranch. We're sure to see Carlos Lee with Ganaderia Carla, Mary. I'm sure we'll see, all of those different awesome camera angle. I don't know which camera angle that one was, but that was very cool. So super glad to be here. In the Red Show here in class number 37. And after class number 37, we'll go to 38, and then we will be moving along into the championship drive. I won't get lost this time. We're going to go sound off first moment. So I was talking away, and Iran's like, "No, you're muted. You better start over again." So there you go. It's getting towards the end of Houston. We're excited. We've been looking forward to this for a long time. So we would like to thank, of course, our sponsors. We have Heart BC Brahmans. That, of course, is the Clay family. They own those two great bulls, one of them being the Mr. V8 195/8, which is the Red Man bull. We always think of him just as Red Man, so I kind of sometimes get the numbers mixed up. But Red Man has done really a great job. He has won so much. We had a great video on him and all of his champions. He just won that class in that last class. Did a very good job with that LGL Rockin' Red Man. And Walter, thank you so much for watching with us. Sean, thank you too. Let us know where you're watching from. Dale Freeman, thanks for watching. We've had people from all over the world watching with us, so we really appreciate that. We are in, if you're just joining us now, we are in class number 37. We have one more class before we hit the intermediate champion drive. Drew Tucker. Glad to see you join us. Drew Tucker from there in Florida. Drew, we're so sorry about the loss of your father. Triple E Cattle. Aubrey looked awesome in the ring the other day, but she always does. She represented very well. We have 1723s being pulled in. We have the Dietering, and we have 2170 left out on the rail. So we have the Dietering DB Southern Style 1/924. That bull was recently grand champion. That is an Atlas son. And then we also have 20, what did I say? We have the 2170. That's going to be the Red Rider bull. 2170 is going to be the, no, I'm sorry, Schulte's Mr. Julian. Schulte's Mr. Julian. Okay, so we have a Schulte, and then we have a Dietering going back and forth. So Judd is studying these bulls, really likes them both. I can tell clearly they're still here, battling it out. The Dietering bull is the one that has like the little spot on his tail. He is DB Atlas. He's a DB Atlas son out of DB Valor daughter. I think all of those will remember, everyone will remember, of course, Atlas, as well as the Valor bull. So it looks like he went with the Schulte bull for first and the Dietering bull for second.
Both of these bulls from the ground up track really well. They're very functional and very mobile in their movement. I've elected to go with a bull that I think is just a little more consistent in terms of his color pattern. I like bulls that breed uniformity, and I think that this bull will certainly do that. He's a bull that's really long spined. He's particularly clean through his navel, and he's got a nice angle to his sheath. Really good testicular development. I think just a nice individual. The bull that comes second is a bull that might be a little bit deeper in terms of his rib, maybe a little more rib shape to him. I'd like to just change his muscle pattern, get that muscle to carry on down and do his hock a little bit lower. He wants to be a little apple-butted when you look right behind him, but he's a bull that's got a tremendous amount of top line and muscle there. I'd like to just make him more uniform in terms of his color pattern. The bull that comes third is a bull that I really like in terms of his practicality, a bull that's more of a medium-sized bull. I think he just gives up some overall body length and just some overall natural muscle and thickness when you get right behind him compared to the two that win the class. The bull that comes next is a really nice bull, not the nicest sheath bull in the class, a bull that really stands on good feet and legs, just runs out of gas when you compare him to the three in front in terms of his overall rib shape and body dimension. Really nice set of bulls. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cullers, for the overview of our placings here in Class 37. And taking home that blue ribbon is entry 2170 from Schulte Cattle Company of Brenham, Texas. Your second place in the class going to 1703. Dietering Brothers Cattle Company, Dietering Brahmans of Hempstead, Texas. Second place award there. Third goes to 1723. Peyton Martin, showing for Aubrey Duhon of Abbeville, Texas. Your fourth place to 2029 from Ken Ramsey Brahmans, and owning that jointly with 5W Forms. Our fifth place award goes to 1787. Joyce Custom Fitters, showing for 4F Cattle Company. Sixth in the class went to entry 2071 from Rodriguez Cattle Service, owners and exhibitors of Centerville, Texas. Your seventh place in the class went to 2057. Another entry exhibited by Rodriguez Cattle Service for Dairy Sun. Congratulations to these exhibitors, and in your arena now is Class 38, Early Summer Yearling Bulls, born during May through the end of June 2021.
All right, so in that last class, our winner was Schulte's Mr. Julian 301/1. That's going to be a Mr. H. Vega Manso. Now, if Mr. H. Vega Manso sounds a little familiar to you, it could be because we just talked about that other, but that was in the gray. So there was a bull in the gray division that just won a class that was a Vega Manso son, and now we have a bull in the red division that's a Vega Manso son. And actually, I think we might have even been second in class with the Vega son, Vega Manso. But again, I think that's when Judd Colors was making those comments about the coloration of the bulls and how he feels like we just have to be, as a breed, a little cautious about some of our animals that we show, so that we're, try to be a little bit more consistent in our color pattern. So I think that those were some of the comments that he said earlier. You can always go back and listen to those comments, but that was something that he was commenting about. So it intrigues me when I see that bull, the Vega bull, gets used both red and gray. His gray was a little bit, as Judd said, he was a little bit kind of reddish in tone. So in the Schulte's Mr. Julian 301/1, that of course is a son of Miss SCC Coco. He's out of Miss SCC Coco, and as we just discussed, a Vega Manso, which of course Vega is a Elroy, Elroy is an Elmo. Kind of that's where you're probably going to get a little bit of that reddish tint. Then the second place in that class was the DB Atlas. DB Atlas won over 328. DB Atlas, I don't think, needs any introduction, but if you're not as familiar with your red cattle, we can give you a little information about that. So DB Atlas won over 328. He actually recently had the Grand Champion get a sire there at San Antonio. He also has been siring at quite a few champions. What with
He's so good in his top line on the move, and he's big bodied and really nice fronted. Got enough muscle, just a very high quality calf to lead off this first class. Now the bull in second, if he'd came in here without the bull in first, then so there's a really nice bull to lead off the show, because he is. He's another sound calf with some rib shape, some balance. He's not quite as good in his spine. When set him in motion, the way he handles his hip, maybe not quite as good in his forerib, but still a lot of quality in that calf. Two good bulls to lead off the Ultra Black show today. Shutter gate, please. All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, over on our Brangus side. Whoop, here we go.
watch.
Let's watch all our gates here, please.
Watch the equipment. So as I was saying, before we got so rudely interrupted by a bull that was trying to smush people, the DB Southern style is 1 over 924. He's going to be an Atlas son. Of course, everybody remembers when Atlas won grand champion at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. He was our 2019 ABBA International Show Grand and Senior Champion Red Bull. So of course, his progeny are really doing great and very impressive. So again, he's had quite a few champions recently, and DB Southern style 1 over 924 was just second in that very hard class. Now we're in class number 38. We did have one bull that did have to be excused. He was a little bit on the fresh side, and
another single entry in the Ultra Black Show, but really an impressive.
if you're looking and following along in your book, I do know that there's, some pedigree information that was not included. We're trying to figure out who is still left. We have Dietering Red Brahmins out. We have Joyce Custom Fitters. So if you're looking and following along in your book, we're going to have number 1704 is still in the running, as well as I believe that it's going to be 1888 is still in the running. Then it looks like, unless of course it's 1885. Let's see what number that is.
Tailor-Made Cattle Company, owner exhibitor, the owner's Carly Taylor.
This is 1885 that Joyce Custom Fitters is showing. That's going to be the RMC Mr. Monty. It looks like
This is a January of 2022 bull. This is going to be class 36.
Oh, it looks like we're going to have the WCC Viceroy. The WCC Viceroy bull is going to be second from the end. Dietering is second from the top. And then it looks like we have maybe a Santa Elena that we do not have information on. So right now we have Dietering, Watkins, and then Joyce Custom Fitters on the stick for Rancho Monte Cristo. So the 1952 is going to be fourth, and we have our top 3 big Red Bulls here from class number 38. Then we'll be moving into a championship drive. Thanks, guys, for sticking with us. We were running and grabbing equipment a little bit ago.
Impressive single entry in our ultra black
Had a little bit of a
It really impresses you to be that big boned and big.
had a little bit of a rodeo going on.
Sided with a lot of rib cage. Still a bull that has a
Again, thank you to our sponsors, of course, Heart BC Brahmans. They just had a big win on a class win, as well as Elgin Breeding Service. That, of course, is Hillary over at Elgin Breeding Service. Huge shout out to, okay, we have Viceroys being pulled in. That's going to be the Watkins Cattle Company. So we are battling it out between Dietering Red Brahmans and the Monte Cristo. Again, thank you to also Rio Ranch. They have a big event on Saturday, as well as J.D. Hudgens does. So I don't think J.D. Hudgens needs any introduction. And for those of you that are here in the United States and need something to do on Saturday, we can certainly find you a good thing to do. What we can find you is you need to find your way to the sale pens at J.D. Hudgens. Go to the sale pens at J.D. Hudgens from 11 until 3. It's super easy. It's super easy. All you have to do is go into your phone, put in JDH sale pens, and it looks like we're going to have a class win. Looks like we're going to have a class win for Dietering Red Brahmans. So Dietering Red Brahmans just had a class win here with their very impressive bull. This is going to be their DB Southern Style. This is going to be a Mr. J.S. Rouge. This is going to be a Mr. J.S. Rouge son out of DB Southern Style 1/604.
The Red Brahman bull, the bull that wins the class, I think he does so just in terms of his overall practicality. A very balanced bull. He's long down his top, but with that, he's got some muscle expression. He's really wide-based bull, a bull that's got good breed character, very masculine about his head and his hump and the neck, a bull that's really good from the ground up, just a nice individual. The bull that comes second is a little longer spine bull, maybe not quite as dead level out of his hip as the bull that wins the class, but that's a good bull in his own right. He's certainly a bull that's got some good foot shape, some bone, and some power to him. I think if I could just pick that pin set up just a little bit and make him a little more level, I'd like him much better. I really like that bull in third place. That bull is just packed full of muscle and red meat. I think he's certainly a really good sire prospect. Probably like to just clean him up a little in the sheath, give him a little bit bigger testicular circumference for a bull this age. But boy, you get him parked, he's really, really fun to look at. The bull that comes next is a taller frame kind of bull. Just like to see more middle to go with over that overall size and scale. I think if we could just give him a more of a sweeping type rib cage, just kind of pull him apart a little bit. He gets a little bit base narrow for me on the move, but he's a bull that's got some length of body to him, really nice hump placement, good breed characteristics. Congratulations.
Thank you much, Mr. Cullors. And ladies and gentlemen, here in Class 38, your first place honor is going to 17.
All right, as we were talking, 1704 won that class. That, of course, is DB Southern Style 1/916. That is going to be DB Southern Style 1/916, which is a J.S. Rouge son. He also has been winning quite a bit. He has also been winning quite a bit in the show ring for Dietering Red Brahmans. I know because we've seen him in a lot of ads because he has been very impressive. So again, that is DB Southern Style 1/916, ABBA number 103.
Congratulations,
9745.
J&L Cattle Services entry for Butler Pole Brahmans, Rainy, Louisiana.
So again, that very nice bull, DB Southern Style 1/916. That's a J.S. Rouge son out of DB Southern Style 1/604. And in second, we had the RMC Mr. Monty Mal. RMC Mr. Monty Mal. He's going to be a Mr. Chaparral 137 son out of RMC Miss Monty Gemma. So coming in for championship consideration, we are going to have out of Class 35 the LGL Rockin' Red Man. That, of course, as we discussed, is a Red Man son. and then out of Moreno, Miss Rosie Starr. In the second class, which is going to be class number 36, we're looking at the CFX Smokin' Stan the Man. Smokin' Stan the Man is an LB, which of course will be Locke Brothers. LB Mr. Smokin' Abe. I'm going to guess that's going to be Locke Brothers. I might be wrong, but usually LB is Locke Brothers. And then in the third class, we're going to be looking at Schulte's Mr. Julian, 301 over 1. And then in that fourth class, of course, we have the DB Southern Style 1 over 916. I'm going to go get on the gimbal and see what we can do for you.
I think he's adequate in terms of muscularity. Maybe could go just a little freer off his hind end, but really impressive in terms of his body and his bone, just the mass and performance that he has. We have a nice second place bull, stood second to our class 1 bull, very high quality calf, just ran into a real good one today. And the calf that won the first class, he'll be the champion in this division. A lot of quality, a very dominating individual. The bull that won the last class will be reserved.
Ladies and gentlemen, your junior bull calf champion goes to entry 3582.
The Red Brahman Bull side, I think we've got some individuals out here that certainly represent our breed very well. Starting with that young calf on my right, one that, boy, you just have to really like the look that he gives you. He's really long and level down his top. Tremendous amount of rib shape to him. I read him being very wide and expressive down his back and through his loin. Love the hip and hind leg of that guy. The one right there right next to him is one that's a little older, one that won his class simply because he gets out and moves and he's got a lot of flexibility. He really takes a good long stride, a good long step. Again, lots of rib shape to that guy, lots of muscle, maybe not quite as dead level off of his hip as the one right in front of him, but that's a really good bull, really long from hooks to pins. Then the bull right behind him is that darker red bull, one that we talked about has a really nice angle to his sheath, good testicular development. He's probably not the most powerful guy when you get him out here, but I tell you what, in terms of just being balanced and functional, that's a bull that he's really smooth in through his shoulders. He's long and level out of his hip. He's certainly a contender out here. The next bull, the oldest bull in the lineup, is one that we liked in terms of his rib shape. I really like the pigmentation of this bull. I like the muscularity. He's probably not as true tracking off that front end as maybe some of the other ones out here, but he's a really nice bull. Let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause. This is a nice set of red bulls.
Here out of class 35, 1925 from Lily Larson in Okeechobee, Florida with LGL Rockin' Red Man. And your reserve honors going to entry number 2170 coming out of the class 37. That's Schulte's Mr. Julian, 301 over 1 from Schulte Cattle Company of Brenham, Texas. Congratulations to our division winners here in the intermediate red division. We'll be moving into our intermediate grays here in just a moment.
All right, well, we do now have a champion and a reserve champion in our intermediate division in the red show. Our intermediate division in the red show, we have our champion came out of that youngest class. That was that Red Man. So once again, Red Man racks up a few more points. That was LGL Rockin' Red Man. That is going to be a V8 Mr. V8 195 over 8 Sun. out of Moreno, Miss Rosie's star. So again, that bull has won a lot. He was actually grand champion, calf and grand champion at our Bluebonnet Kickoff Classic, which is our second largest show of the year. And then in our reserve champion section, our reserve champion came out of that class number 37. That's going to be Schulte's Mr. Julian 301 over 1. So again, congratulations to our intermediate champion and reserve champion. We'll be moving into the gray show here shortly. I believe we'll be moving into the gray show for the intermediate bulls shortly. And again, don't forget, we were talking earlier about what you can do on Saturday. Saturday morning, you want to get up early. You want to go over to Hudgens Sale Barn. You just put JD Hudgens Sale Barn, sale pen in your phone. If you have any trouble, you go to the JD Hudgens office and they will direct you absolutely, or you can call any of us and we will let you know where to go on the JD Hudgens Sale Barn. Again, go to JD Hudgens to the sale pens. You're going to have a wind down, you're going to have food, you're going to have refreshments, you're going to have fun, you're going to get to talk about some great cattle. That's what you're going to get to do. So then after you finish at the JD Hudgens sale pens, you can then go to Rio Ranch. You can go on over to Rio Ranch and they're going to have their grand opening from noon until 4 is when they have their ranch tours. Then from 4 on, they're going to have their grand opening. They're going to have a display of, I believe, Andalusian horses. They're going to have a really great event. So don't miss out on that. But you can still do a few other things while you're here at Houston. Today, you need to go to the Rio Ranch display. It's over in the barn. It's over in the blue section of this barn. So it's in the blue section. Go over to where Rio Ranch is. I think they're hard to miss. They usually have a lot of music going on later in the afternoons. They're going to be doing some semen giveaways again today. You can put your name in a hat, basically, and you can win a chance at a straw of Pompeo, a straw of Mr. BER James Monroe, or a straw of their Rocco Bull. Those are some really great genetics. And so you would be available to you don't even have to be there. They'll announce it on their Facebook page. Then also we do have another special that's going on with the 79 cattle. If you take your photo with 79 cattle, you have a chance to win either embryos or semen packages. They've put that up on their 79 cattle Facebook page. You can just simply take a photo with Mallory or Taylor Tate. They were our Female Day sponsors, so we greatly appreciate them. You just go get your name, your photo taken with them or their banner, by the Brahman Journal booth, and post it up on Facebook, tag them in it, and boom, you have a chance to win some really cool semen.
Class 40, your winner was that bull, just was in there.
Again, we will be traveling to Panama for the Expica Rotativa. That's going to be the rotating Expica, the rotating Respica.
Up for reserve consideration.
And we will be live streaming that entire event. We are looking for, I think we have a few more spots for sponsor, because it does take a village to bring everybody everywhere. So again, our intermediate champion, congratulations to one of our sponsors, as well as the owner of LGL Rockin' Red Man. Our sponsor was Heart BC, and they own the bull that created that beautiful young bull, that intermediate champion. And Lily Larson was the smart person that jumped right on the very first straws of semen that were purchased by on someone from Mr. V8, 195 over 8, and that is a Rockin' Red Man, was created by that Mr. V8, 195 over 8 Red Man semen. And now we're moving into the gray show. We're moving into the gray intermediate division.
Some bone, big bodied and good looking. To me, there's just so many good things about the black bull. He'll be the champion in this division. The red bull that won the first class to be reserved.
I am so cold.
And champion went to entry number 3546. Reserve went to entry number 3579. Tabitha Briefles entry, DR Mr. Fireball 19 over 1. Congratulations to them. Move into our next division. Cheers. Summer champion class, summer division is what we'll move into next.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we're going to go sound off for just a little bit. What do you need? Oh. right. We are in class number 35, Gray Bulls. Class number 35, Gray Bulls. It looks like this class is going to be taken by the Walters Livestock. Walters Livestock is going to be entry number 1487. 1487 is going to be Walters the Broker. Walters the Broker is going to be a Walters Auto son out of Walters Shelley. Walters Auto is a son of SRW Mr. Flying W, who is actually he is a performance sire. That's why you see in the pedigree, you'll see the parentheses and the equal sign. And then in second place, it looks like we have the 1227. 1227 is going to be, no, wait, I lied. Who do we have in second? Brandolin, who's in second?
Your senior bull calf champ was entry 3546. Bull champ, Mr. Limitless 150J7. Abe Noriega, Schulenberg, the owner. Your summer bull champion was entry 3562. Diamond JV Joker 23J. 4D Red Brangus, your owners. Out of Spring. Your yearling bull champ was entry 3581. 3B Mr. Crew 804J1. 3B Ranch out of Iowa, Louisiana. Your senior bull champion was entry 3571. It's MC Ranger 924H9.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. That was Mr. Ward 60, the Nature Boy. Mr. Ward 60, the Nature Boy. That's going to be a TTT Subabob Manso son out of Miss BF 201 over 9. So again, our first place in this class, one judge. Degs get to talk about the judge, about what he is judging. Is going to be number 1487. This is going to be Walters the Broker, and then out of, and then in second place we have 1153, Mr. Ward 60.
Individual that surfaces to the top. Just like the bone and footwork of this calf, he's tremendously long-sided. He's really nice and unique down his spine. He maintains that length and that symmetry all the way out of his hip. He's got a nice angle to his sheath. I think just an easy class winner. The bull that comes next is one that's more practical in his build, a little more moderate, I guess we would say, but that's a bull that's got a lot of rib shape to him. He's a bull when you stand right behind him, he's got a lot of natural muscle and shape to him as well. Just not the overall length and power of that bull that wins the class. Then the one we have standing in third is really a nice pigmented bull, nice and level down his top line, nice angle to his sheath, really good from the ground up. Not as much overall internal dimension as the two that win the class, but really a nice bull in his own right. The bull that comes in fourth is one that is not quite the frame size maybe as the other ones, but you want a bull with just a lot of red meat to him. This is a bull that can do it. He's not particularly big in his cannon bone. I don't foresee this bull being a big, large bull, but he's a bull that certainly has a lot of muscle, balances up very well. Probably like to just change him in that sheath just a little bit to move him up any higher. The next bull we've got coming is really a long-sided bull, a bull that's got some body depth to him. He just gets a little narrow in terms of his tracking. When you view him from the rear, like to just pull this bull apart a little bit, give him more natural muscle, particularly through the center portion of his quarter. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, sir. Our results, ladies and gentlemen, in Class 35, your bull calves. First place goes to 1487, Walters Livestock.
So again, we had Walters Livestock was first in that class with their Walters Auto, which is by a performance sire. And thank you, Bar Circle Brahman, watching from South Africa. We really love to know where you're watching from and what you think about the show. Really appreciate everything, everyone. So again, and then second in that class 35 was Mr. Ward 60, the Nature Boy. That, of course, is Ward Cattle Company. Ward Cattle Company. And that is going to be a TTT Subabob Manso son out of Miss BF 201 over 9.
Sixth place goes to entry 1339. This Kendler Cattle Company. Owner is Edison Worrell of Gainesville, Florida. Seventh place goes to entry.
We're moving into class number 36. 36, class number 36 is coming in the ring, and we see some of those covered L brands. That, of course, is J.D. Hedgens, and J.D. Hedgens is one of our sponsors here. We really appreciate it because we couldn't be here with the Bull Show without some sponsors, and so we really greatly appreciate the fact that J.D. Hedgens is one of our sponsors. Now let's talk a little bit about that last bull that won that class, the last bull that won the class. That was the Walters the Broker. You doing okay?
In our ultra black, ultra
In front of a
red
camera?
show, we bring a fantastic set of division champion
Here?
bulls back out here in several
Against the-
reserves. Lead off with our Division 1, and boy, that calf was a good way to start the show.
All right, so we're going to talk about those bulls that just won that last class. That was class number 35. We had the winner was Walters the Broker. Walters the Broker is no stranger to the championship circle. He was the 2023 Fort Worth Stock Show Reserve Intermediate Champion. He also was the ABBA Winter Classic in 2023 Intermediate Champion.
It's a little up in his spine, and I think that's what hurts him a little bit relative to a couple other bulls out here when we get to this point. But a lot of
and when we were at the 2022 ABBA National Show in Louisiana, he took home that reserve calf champion honor. So again, no stranger to the winner's circle. And then, of course, also no stranger to the winner's circle is the Mr. Ward 60, the Nature Boy. That again is a TTT Suva Bob Manso son out of Miss BF 201/9, owned by Isabella Oaks. And that bull was the 2023 Kissimmee Valley Livestock Open Show Grand and Intermediate Champion, as well as the 2023 Florida State Fair Intermediate Champion, excuse me, not that one. And oh, interesting, so he's going to be a full sibling to the 2020 Alabama National Fair Open Show Reserve Senior Division Grade Champion, because that's going to be, that bull was bred the same way. So, I'm sorry, that female was bred the same way. Moreno Miss Lady Bambi is a full sibling to the Nature Boy, and that female had great success. Probably early in his career was when Mr. Ward 60, the Nature Boy, was a reserve calf champion at the 2022 Heartland. So, again, congratulations to the Nature Boy, was also the 2022 Heartland Classic Junior Brahman Show calf champion. So again, congratulations to Nature Boy, and thank you so much for watching from Costa Rica and South Africa. Schulte Cattle Company, that's right, they had a very good show so far. Yay, Lily. A lot of shout outs for Lily Larson. LB is Lanier Brahman. Thank you, Julie. You know, we looked at, I'm going to say thank you. You know, I looked at that, and yesterday, Julie Wade, we were talking about the LB being Lockbrother on those reds, and when I saw that LB, I thought, that none of the other animals in that pedigree really looked like that Locke brother. So Lanier Brahmans, thank you so much for letting us know that. I'll keep an eye out for that. Valentine Riz, thank you for watching. You're there in Honduras watching with us. So very good. We appreciate everyone watching. And good to know. So we have the LB that means Locke Brothers, as well as the LB that means Lanier Brahmans. All right. Paring down this very large class. I think we're going to be walking around a corner here in a moment. We have Hudgens up at the top. We have Herzog here towards the end. We have Magic Ranch. We have Magic Ranch. Bullseye. Mute. Battling it out right now. Really good class. Chris French, or Chris Fennick, I'm so sorry. There you go. Wondering where you're watching from, Chris. I'm kind of guessing it's going to be in Australia. So we're in class number 36. We are looking at the Hudgens. We also have Magic Finn in here. I'm trying to find that Hudgens. JDH Elijah Manso, 489/8. We have some people that specifically asked to watch to see a couple of bulls walk that we couldn't get out of the pens because it's been so very... I'm sorry, what? Thank you. Okay. Right now, we have the Mr. BER Germano 862, which is a Leon son, out of the GSF Lena T, which is a Winston, JDH Sir Winston Manso daughter. And then we also have the Hudgens animal. The Hudgens animal is going to be the JDH Elijah Manso 489/8. That's going to be a JDH Jacinto Manso 840/7. Again, make sure you are at the... Make sure you're at the Hudgens sale pens on Saturday morning. They're having a party, and it's going to be a good one. That's going to be at 11 o'clock. We have Ross Turner out here battling it out with Porfirio, and we're going to stick with 1 and 2. Ross Turner is going to be second, but that was a hard battle. So again, we have the JDH Elijah Manso 882 is going to be first in that class 36. 882.
Really nice pair of gray Brahman bulls.
1256.
I'll start with the bull. It's just the easiest and most free moving of the two. This is a bull that's really good about his angles and his joints. From the ground up, he takes a nice soft step. He really reaches out and strides very well off of his rear leg. He's a little bit softer in those pasterns. I just think we've got to have some flexibility on these older bulls to get out and move around. That being said, he's a tremendous top-line bull. He's a bull that you read him over his top, right behind that hump. He's extremely wide and expressive down his back, through his loin, out of his hip. Really nice angle to that sheath, good testicular development. I think just a really nice bull to win the class. The bull that comes next is probably a bull that outweighs that bull in first place. He's a bigger bull. He's got a lot of bone to him. With that, he's a little bit restricted off that move, particularly off of his rear pasterns. I like the bull whenever we get him stopped and standing still. Young man does a nice job presenting him. He's just a bull maybe that's a little straighter in through his shoulder blade, just like to free him up off those rear pasterns, but a real nice breeding piece. The bull that comes third is one that I really liked when he came into the arena. He gives you a really good look. He wants to narrow up just a little bit in terms of his base, overall base. I like to just spread him apart a little bit, give him more natural muscle and center dimension. The bull that comes next is one that just, you like him from behind. He's got a lot of good pieces to him. I think he's just a little unbalanced. He gets a little heavier through those shoulders and that chest floor for me. I'd just like to straighten him over his top. Really nice breeding piece that comes next, one that is moderate in his kind. He's really straight and level down his top line. He's good for his feet and legs. He's got a little much sheath for me today. I'd just like to change that about him to move him up. Really nice set of bulls. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, our results, Class 36, early senior bull calves. First place goes to 882, J.D. Hudgens, Hungerford. Second place goes to entry number 1256, Bullseye Ranch, Ross Turner of Burton. Third place goes to entry number 1290, Magic Ranch Land and Cattle, Waverly, Texas. Fourth place goes to entry number.
All right, so in first place, we have the JDH Elijah Manso 489 over 8. That's going to be a JDH Jacinto Manso, and as we were talking, you need to think about going to the JD Hudgens Wind Down. I know that that's always a great event, a lot of fun. I always look forward to it every year. They have great refreshments. You can learn a lot about the cattle. You get to meet with a lot of the family members of Hudgens and just have a really great time. So again, that is going to be JDH Elijah Manso 489 over 8. Just won that last class with Porfirio on the stick. So again was 489 over 8. And for those of you that have been requesting, hey, I want to see this bull move around or that bull move around, we can certainly do it. We are doing it in the ring because it has been crazy busy here. You could not get an animal out of the beds and really do a nice walk around because it's just been so crazy. But in second place, very well done, Ross Turner. Ross Turner, very, very well done. That, of course, was the bull owned by Ross Turner, bred by Colby Smith, and Bullseye Ranch. So Ross, I believe, owns Mr. BER Germano. I'm going to say that's the name. 862. So congratulations to Ross on that big win. I think that's a great job. Did a really good job. And now we're moving into the next class. The next class. Oh, and by the way, our friends over at Box R, they're going to be having a sale in April, and they own the JDH Sir Leon Manso bull. The only time JDH Sir Leon Manso semen was sold outside of herd use was when there was a donation made for the youth, and we were raising funds for the youth because of the hurricane there in Louisiana. So they were able to donate some semen, and Bullseye Ranch was really smart. They bought some of those straws of semen, and they created the Mr. BER Germano 862, as well as Mr. BER Dominate 880. The Dominate 880 bull has won multiple times. So here we have 3 bulls in this class. This is going to be Mr. 2E Canelo, 7 over 1. This is a polled bull. This is Mr. HMC polled 53 over 1. He is going back towards the back of the class. Looks like we're going to have Moreno Mr. Polled Prada in first. I think Julie's probably going to be watching on this one. This is Moreno Mr. Polled Prada. It looks like he has placed them. This is Moreno Mr. Polled Cairo's son, and out of Moreno Miss Lady Vivian.
Another really impressive class of great Brahmans. I think we've got 2 individuals up here, a pair of bulls that I like a great deal. The bull that wins the class, I think he does so pretty handily from the ground up. I think structurally he's just the best bull. I like the angles and slope to his shoulders. I like him over the top line. I like him from hooks to pins. And this is a bull that's really deep in his muscle pattern, and he's really wide and expressive through the center portion of his quarter. He's a bull that's got good pigmentation, really nice hump placement, a very masculine head about him. The bull that stands in second place is a really straight line bull with a really nice clean sheath to him, a bull that's got a nice hump placement as well. I like to give him a shot more pigment through his nose when you get right in front of him. Maybe just a little more muscle when you compare him to that bull that wins the class. The bull that goes third is a bull that's a little taller in his frame size. Just needs a little more overall power and muscle to compete with those two in front of him. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, our results on Class 37. First place goes to 1154 Merino Ranches, Signature Ranch Merino Ranches of Riesel, Texas. Second place goes to entry 778 England Cattle Company, Evan Felker, Mercedes, Texas. And third place goes to 1457 Edward Vasquez, Edinburgh. Let's go now with our class.
Mr. Paul Prada. Of course, that is going to be a
30 June 2021.
Kairos bull, and I believe Kairos was one of the top producing bulls, polled bulls. So again, this is Moreno Mr. Polled Prada. He is no slouch when it comes to the championship ring. So again, Moreno Mr. Polled Prada is going to have won multiple championships. Coming in the ring now. We're still in our junior division. Again, the Moreno Mr. Polled Prada bull, he is no slouch to the championship circle. He was the Heartland Classic Reserve Intermediate bull. He was in 2022 the Miami International Junior Brahman Show Reserve Calf Champion, 2022 Dixie National Reserve Calf Champion Gray Bull. Such a cute little baby when he was a calf and turned into a beautiful bull. So again, congratulations to both of those winners in that last class. That was Moreno Mr. Polled Prada, followed by did we give them the last class winners? I don't think we've done that yet. Oh, I'm sorry, yep. ECC Polled Bluesman. Sorry about that, guys. ECC Polled Bluesman. That bull was second in that class 37. So we'll be seeing both of those back for championship consideration. Again, if you're following along on your book, that's going to be 1154, followed by 778. ECC Polled Chief 719. It was the sire, or is the sire of ECC Polled Bluesman. And then on the bottom side, the dam is D-Bar, Miss 806/1. And I think that D-Bar doesn't need any introduction, and that is SCD Dieter Esto is the sire of the dam of the ECC Polled Blue. I'm going to go sound off for just a second. Alrighty, so we are winding down or winding up, but either way you go, don't forget that J.D. Hudgens wind down. Go to the sale pens and go hang out with them, learn a little something from those really great breeders at J.D. Hudgens. And then when you're finished there, make sure you head over to Rio Ranch. Rio Ranch is outside of Hempstead, Texas. It's not that far. We're going to put some address, a physical address in the links. Abby Kincaid, you need to come see me and come visit with me. We were super, super excited to see you show. You did a great job, girl. Abby Kincaid took home a Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo trophy as well as a blue ribbon. She was first in her class in more ways than one. We think she comes first a lot. Okay, so we have in the arena the bulls that are born May of 21 through June 30th of 21. We're looking at BRC J. Noble Daggett, CJ Barr, Mr. Goya, the Mr. JH 26/1 Ferdinand. We also have Mr. SNS Kodak. That's going to be with Clayton Bridges on the stick. Mr. LPC 167. Mr. LPC 167 pole, that's going to be Grace McCall. Behind that, we have Mr. V8 118/9. That is going to be exhibited, that is going to be a Luke and Cat entry. And then following on, we're going to have Magic O. Henry. That is going to be Magic Ranch, I believe. I'm thinking that we skipped one. We also should be looking at 007 Otto Manso. I'm going to guess Isaac is showing that one if he made it in the ring. JDH Garrett Manso 555/2. We would like to get some video footage of 555/2 walking. That is going to be up here that Porfirio has, the gentleman in the burgundy shirt. So if when he's walking around, we could get some video of that, that would be spectacular, as well as Iran, if you can kind of get zoomed in on that one. Can you see him? It's 555/2. It's Porfirio in the burgundy colored shirt. What is his number? 884 is his number. 752 and the bull right past 752. Right, we need to get a little bit of walking and stay with it. Stay with him. When he walks, not when he did, yeah. We have some people that are like, oh, I want to see that bull walk. He's so pretty. And he is. He's absolutely beautiful. This is the final class, Iran, prior to going into our division, yeah. And we have a Mr. Hart BC 5/21 if they made it. Let's see. It's, I believe so. It's going to be right after the 555/2. It's going to be shown by a Gracie Elizabeth Goodwin. So Gracie, wearing also a burgundy shirt. And that is going to be that Mr. Hart BC 5/21 is going to be a red man's son. All right, they're going to be pulling up. Let's take a look. Schulte Cattle Company. Beef is watching. Wendy Cole is watching. Kyle Knight is watching. LPC is being pulled in. Beautiful Grace McCall. Getting down to the top. We have the top 7. What you need help with? Standing in front of a camera? Do you want me to move this one so we can get more of that shot? You need what? Okay, we're good. Okay, we are down to the top 2, I believe. So it looks like Isaac is going to be 3rd and leaving us in, Isaac's going to be 3rd. Looks like Magic Ranch was 4th. Who do we have? The BRC Noble Daggett? No. Who do we have left? Satterfield's out there. The JH, I believe. Okay. Oh no, I think Noble Daggett's still in there too. We just couldn't see him. Yeah, we have 3. Yeah? That's the BRC Noble Daggett. We couldn't see him because he was up at the top there. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. So that is who we have. We have BRC Noble Daggett. That is going to be a Mr. V8 968 over 7 son. Then we also have the JH branded for Jeff Harris. We have the Mr. JH 26 over 1 Ferdinand. That's going to be a Cabram son out of Miss Lady JH 310. That's a Skurd female. And then we also have Mr. SNS Kodak. Mr. SNS Kodak is a JBR Mr. 07 over 4. That's a Pablo. Okay, so now we have 1049 is going to be 3rd. If you're following along in your book, 1039 is 3rd, and we have 2 left. We have the Noble Daggett Bull as well as the Kodak Bull. The Kodak Bull is out of the very famous JDH Lady Mythony. JDH Lady Mythony is one of the top red females for having produced a Register of Renown points. And Red Man does breed red and gray. Isn't that amazing? Red Man does a great job. So again, we just had John Clay, Kerry Clay, actually shout out to us and tell us how Red Man breeds red, red, and gray, gray. I agree 100%. We saw that Red Man son here, and then of course we saw, let's listen to the judge.
The quality really runs. And I think you could certainly make an argument for bulls all the way down to about 7th or 8th place in here. I think we've got lots of good bull prospects. I think we've got some bulls that could certainly fit different programs depending on where you want to put your emphasis. I've got a couple of bulls here on top of this class that I feel real comfortable about in terms of their overall base width, their muscularity, their rib shape. Bulls that can get out and really move and hustle. I think that's what we've got to do when we start getting bulls this age. We've got to have some structural soundness. The bull that wins the class is one that is really long-sided. And when you get right behind this bull and through his pin set and through the center portion of his quarter, he's really, really wide and expressive. With that, he's a bull that's very wide through his base. He's a bull that maybe not quite as level down that top as the bull right behind him, but it's a long-bodied bull. And sometimes when you get a bull this long, sometimes that top goes just a little bit as we add condition and feed. But as I read this bull, whenever he moves around the arena, he keeps that top nice, that good spine integrity about him, good hump placement, just a real nice bull. The bull that comes in second is a bull that I think is a carbon copy, just in a smaller package. He's a bull that's really long and level down his top line, ties in well right in behind his hump, a very muscular bull, a bull that's got some rib shape to him. He's deep and soft through his flank, really nice individual. More of a show bull comes next. This is a long spine bull, one that's really long from nose to tail. Maybe doesn't have the overall natural muscle expression of the bulls that we see in first and second, but he's a bull, in my mind, that's got a really nice muscle pattern. It's just a little flatter muscle pattern than the two bulls that win it. But I like the sheath on this bull. I think this bull's got a lot of good use to him. The dark bull comes next. This is a bull from the side. You think, boy, I can use him all the way to the top. Get right behind him. He disappoints me just a little bit. He's a little base narrow when you compare him to the three bulls that lead off the class. This bull's got a lot to offer the breed. Same can be said about the bull standing next. This bull's really deep through his forerib. He's deep through the center portion of his body. Really nice, soft through his flank. I like the hump. I like the pigmentation of this bull. Really good from the ground up. Just need to see him, just open him up just a little bit more, give him more base width, a little more through the center portion of his quarter to go up any higher. Congratulations on a really nice set of bulls.
Thank you very much, sir. Our results of Class 38, early summer yearling bulls. First place goes to entry 1126, Satterfield Ranch, Palestine.
So big congratulations to our friends over at Satterfield Ranch. That again, of course, is Clayton Bridges on the stick for Dr. Scott Satterfield. That's the SNS. And so the SNS part of the Kodak Bull. And that was going to be a JBR Mr. 07/4. That's going to be a Wellington son out of the very famous JDH Lady Miffany Manso, who's one of the top females for producing champions as far as a red female goes. And so that bull has had a great show career so far. He has been a multiple-time class champion. Every time he's been out, he has been champion. So congratulations, of course, to Satterfield Ranch on their class championship. And we will look forward to seeing that bull back in the drive. And it looks like we'll be going into the drive shortly. And then in second place, we had the BRC J Noble Daggett. I just love that name. That's going to be a V8 968/7 out of Miss V8 620/8. So again, we're going back into the arena with our first place winners from class number 35 through class number 38. And in that very first class, that is going to be the Walters the Broker. Walters the Broker is a Walters Otto son out of Walters Shelley. We already talked about his extremely nice show career. Then in the second class was won by JDH Elijah Manso 489/8. JDH Elijah Manso 489/8 is a JDH Jacinto Manso 840/7 son out of the JDH Lady Shazi Manso 308/7, who is a daughter of the JDH Mr. Manso 489/4. And then in the third class, which was class number 37, I bet you Julie Wade is watching, because we're going to be coming back in with Moreno Mr. Polled Prada, which is a polled bull. He is out of Moreno Miss Lady Vivian, but by Moreno Mr. Polled Kairos, and so hence the polled aspect of it. And then in the very last class, which we just talked about, was Mr. SNS Kodak 454/1. I'm going to go back on the gimbal and we'll see what we see.
SNS Kodak
this might be one of the most competitive lineups we've had in 2 days. And I'm not saying the champion will come from this division, but this is a really unique lineup of bulls. And I'll tell you, as a breeder, there's not a bull out here that won its class that I wouldn't use myself. So if you came here and you're looking for a bull, whether I pick him or not, I want to encourage you to follow these exhibitors back to their stalls, because these are some really outstanding bulls. There's a couple of pole bulls out here in the lineup, really good pole bulls. Other bulls are horned bulls, but I think when you look down through here from this calf all the way to the end, well, that's a lot of muscle, a lot of beef, a lot of capacity. Let's give them a big round of applause. That's a good set of bulls. In my mind, it's a real close placing. I'm going to do something that I haven't had the exhibitors do before. We're going to get to walk one more time. They love walking. You know, I got a lot of compliments last night of how much they got to walk and how much they enjoyed it. I'm just joking, of course. These first 4 bulls, I'm going to ask you guys to make me one more lap. Winston, you're on the front end. We'll bring them back around and we'll select some champions.
And ladies and gentlemen, taking the championship honors here in the intermediate grades is 1154, winner of class 37. That's Marino's Mr. Pole Panda. 193 over 1, joint owned by Marino Ranches and Signature Ranch at Richmond. And your reserve honor going to 882, J.D. Hutchins Incorporated Bull, J.D. H. Elijah Manso, 489 over 8. Congratulations to our intermediate in the Gray Show, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be moving into our red junior division, and there will be a special presentation before we begin our red division. And we're going to turn the mic over to Mr. Jim Cooper. He'll be handling the division of reds.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, we've got one more award that we actually presented in the membership meeting on Wednesday, but Mr. Carlos Lee is our International Brahman Friend of the Year Award. And so he's here today, so we thought it would be very appropriate for him to be here to get the award. What I would like to do is I'd like for our judge Judd Cullors to talk a little bit about why Carlos is getting the award today.
Well, first of all, it's an honor and privilege to take just a moment to honor our international friends and customers that have helped the American Brahman breeders for years. I know our family's been selling cattle internationally for 75 plus years, and that puts food on the table for our families, but it also develops relationships along the way. And some of the relationships we develop are actually some of our very closest friends. And this year, the 2023 International Friend of the Year is Carlos Lee. For those of you that don't know, in 1999, he broke into the Major League Baseball League as a major MLB professional baseball player. He played until 2012, so about 13, 14 years there. He accumulated many batting titles. He's played for the Chicago White Sox, Milwaukee Brewers, Texas Rangers, Houston Astros, and Miami Marlins. During that time, Carlos had over 2,000 career hits. He had nearly 360 home runs, 17 grand slams, 7 of which were hit when he was playing for the Houston Astros. You guys will remember Biggio and Bagwell and Carlos Lee. I mean, those were the good days, right? But today, we're going to honor Carlos. He's bought cattle from all of us here in the United States over a period of years, from J.D. Hudgens to V8 Ranch, the BRC, the Heritage, Santa Elena, Dietering Brothers, HK, Sexing Technologies, K-Bar C Ranch. And what I'm saying is Carlos has got a big heart. He could have taken that money, tucked it away, but he supports the Brahman Association. And if it's convenient, would you stand and let's recognize this guy today for being here with us, for helping our association all of these years. Let's give him, not like a golf clap, a big clap, big round of applause for Carlos Lee.
All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move in our next class, our Red Brahman show. It's going to be the first class out of 3 in our junior division. It's going to be class 41, your late junior yearling bulls. These are April of 2021 bulls. It's going to be class 41.
There we go. I am unmuted. Oh, right. So, guys, we had a really awesome Friend of the International Friend Award. And, oh, now here we go. The judge is talking.
One that's very balanced. He's a bull that's medium sized, but he's very practical in his build. I really like the center portion of his body and his rib shape that he has, nice and soft through his flank. When you get behind this bull, he's got some added muscle and dimension to it. The center portion of his quarters, really correct on his feet and legs and structure. The bull that comes next is one that's a little taller frame. I just need to see more body and more power in this bull.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Colors. And here are your results in Class 41. First, we'll go to entry 1705, Dietering Brothers Cattle Company entry out of Hempstead, Texas. And second went to entry 1552, Watts Ranch Exhibiting, owned by Tyler Farms and Marshall Wood out of Wortham. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're going to be leading in Class 42, your late.
All right, guys, so we're going to get going kind of fast now. I think everybody knows who was champion. The champion in that last division was the Moreno Mr. Pold Prada. In our junior division, we had Moreno Mr. Pold Prada. He was champion out of Class 37. That, again, was entry 1154. Our reserve champion went to the JDH Elijah Manso, 489 over 8. Again, we've already talked about those bulls. So that bull was reserve champion. So 1154 was champion and 882 was reserve champion in the grays. So we'll be seeing them back for consideration for the grand championship here in a little while. So then we all just jumped on into the senior division of the Red Bulls. So now we're in the senior division of the Red Bulls. We had DB Southern Style, that was 1705. Who was second in that class? Was it the Tyler, Mr. Emmon? Yes, it was. It was our friends at, it's Marshall Wood, right? With his bull. Is it I-Man? Is that how you would say that? Yeah, it would have to be, yeah. I just don't know if you say I-Man or Iman. So anyway, so in class number 41, we did have a class winner. That was going to be the DB Southern Style 1 over 904. DB Southern Style 1 over 904. And our second place went to the Tyler Mr. I-Man Revelation. And again, the DB Lincoln Son, that's going to be DB Southern Style 1 over 904, was a class winner there. And in second, we had the Register of Renown Bull CCPR Iman 10 over 4, again owned by Marshall Wood and Kenneth Tyler, and bred by Kenneth Tyler and exhibited by Brandy Barnes on the stick Watts Ranch. So and now we have class 42, and we're kind of changing up our, well, maybe not. Maybe it's just because there's 4. I was thinking we're changing up our rhythm. He kind of changed his rhythm up in that other class. Thank you guys so much for watching. I noticed we had some friends from Thailand because I had a lot of people saying good morning. And it's kind of getting a little late for good morning right now here, but probably where you are, it is a good morning. So coming in 4th in this class, coming in 4th right now, we're going to see the Rodriguez Cattle Services, the Mr. C.C. Noah, is going to end up being 4th. It looks like we might have had a scratch. We have Dietering Red Brahmans, and first is going to go to the Schulte's Red Rider. Schulte's Red Rider is coming in first. It looks like the Chance Hinton, no, I'm sorry, that is Satterfield.
Real nice bull to win the class, one that, as we talked about before, he's just so uniform and consistent in his color pattern. That being said, he's a bull that's also very balanced, very sound from the ground up. Tremendous amount of masculinity about his head and neck and hump. A bull that's long and level down his top line. The bull that comes next is a bull that's got a lot of Springer ribs to him. And I like that about the bull. He's a bull that's good in his top line. What bothers me a little bit is that navel that hangs right in front of his sheath. I think as a breeder, we got to be real careful about that we don't interfere with reproduction there. But that's a good bull. That's a good muscular bull. I think if we could change that, maybe change his color, make him a little more harmonious in his color pattern, I'd like him much better. The bull that we have in third place is a bull that it's got some bone he's standing on. He's a bull that wants to get out just a little bit on that front end, wants to run downhill from hooks right behind his hump. But he's a bull that's got some springer ribs and some muscle about him as well. Great big bull comes in fourth place, a bull that's probably the prettiest color pattern bull in the group. Really like the pigmentation of this bull that's really long-sided. He just narrows, he gets a little bit base narrow in my mind when you compare him to the bulls that win the class. Congratulations.
Thank you very much for those comments here. Your results.
We have the results of Class 42, and Schulte's Mr. Red Rider. That bull was actually our reserve grand champion during San Antonio Stock Show. So Schulte's Mr. Red Rider, and you know, Iran, an interesting thing is they were thinking about selling that bull in one of their online sales. I remember taking photos and videos of that bull when he was a baby, and I thought, you know, that's a really good bull. And they loved him, but they thought, but we got to give our best. Well, I think between the beginning and the end, they decided not to sell him, and it worked out really well for them because they've had some great championships, and I have a feeling that he will also make, that's the senior division.
February of 21.
Isn't this the senior division? Maybe it's not.
No, 43.
Oh, you are so right. We're only on the junior division. Wow, I was thinking, darn it, I was thinking we were in the senior division. We're only in the junior division. Okie dokie. So, I'm thinking we're further along in the day than we are. Sorry about that, guys. So, Alyssa and Brandolyn, I was thinking this was the senior division. Oopsie. No, we're only on juniors. Yeah, I just got lost. Yeah, I was trying to get ahead. But then earlier I wanted to do the calf champion in the reds again, remember? Like, did I miss it? Like, yeah, you gimbaled it. Oh, yeah. I know, I'm like, but I'm looking at the catalog thinking, yeah, they decided after we did the catalog that they were going to change the order of the show. So do you like it better this way or the other way? I do too. It's just for 20 years we did it the other way.
Well, and I also feel like there's
Oh, less commotion and cluster, because you can go put your red ones up and go get your gray ones. So again, back to that class, we had in first place, we had the Schultes, and I was just telling Iran, Miss Alyssa, about how they were going to sell the Red Rider bull in one of our online sales where we both took photos and videos, and then between the beginning of the sale and the end of the sale, they just fell more and more in love with the bull and just decided, maybe we shouldn't do that, and it worked out really well for them. He's a very nice bull. He was just a class winner here at Houston. He was reserve grand champion at San Antonio. Pretty impressive. Alrighty. They're going to go back to doing their job and let me get to my job. So interesting. Remember, guys, we've been talking about at Sexing Technologies, or ST Genetics. I always forget to call them by the new name, ST Genetics. At ST Genetics on Sunday, you are going to want to be there because you can pick up a raffle ticket to win some semen. And if you look at the pedigree on the Schultes Mr. Red Rider, he is a son of FDC Mr. Austin. But FDC Mr. Austin is a son of Mr. SG 111 over 11. I'm sorry, 111 over 1. And that bull, SG 111, is the bull known as Jack, Show Bull of the Year, multiple championships, and they're giving away, there's 2 chances to win a straw of semen. So if you are in the Texas area and you want to win some semen on some amazing bulls, you will want to go to ST Genetics on Sunday for their sale, ST Genetics on Sunday for their sale, because you have a chance of winning one of 2 straws of sexed female semen on the Mr. SG 111 bull, which of course is a previous grand champion here and show bull of the year. And then they are also offering, if you look on the bottom side of the Red Rider pedigree, if you like Red Rider, and you look on that bottom side, he is out of a daughter of TJF, Mr. Smoking Gun, and they're offering some free
Got some
semen
give
there
and
too.
take in these two bulls. To be honest with you, I like the body type of the bull in second, maybe a little bit better than the bull in first. With that bull in first, he just reaches out and grabs and really moves around the arena, very athletic, very strong and secure in his hock and his pasterns. He's a bull that's long and level down his top line. He's smooth through his shoulders. Just a really nice bull. Not quite the body depth of the bull in second place. That bull in second, if I could get him to travel just a little better off those rear two, easily wins the class. That's a really nice bull. He's a bull that is really deep through his forerib, through the center portion of his body. When he stopped, he's 12 o'clock. That's a really good bull with a lot of muscle, a lot of meat in him. Probably just being here in Houston, he's just gotten a little bit sore. The big frame bull comes next. That's a great big bull, but a good bull. Really long-sided. He's probably a bull that can be very useful for certain sets of cows. He gets a little bit extreme in my mind for me, but that's a good bull. There's nothing wrong with him. He's a very sound-made bull. Maybe you want to level him up from hooks to pins as he walks away from you.
Thank you, Mr. Colors, for those comments. And here are your results out of Class 43. First goes to entry 1815, J&L Cattle Services exhibiting, owned by John Parker. Second goes to entry 2045, Rodriguez Cattle Company, your exhibitors. Third went to entry 1654, East Texas Ranch exhibiting, owned by Aiden Chambly of Lufkin, Texas. Let's set your lineup here now for this junior championship drive. Class 41 winner was entry 1705. Bull DB Southern Style, 1/904. Dietering Brothers Cattle, your owner. First went to entry, in Class 42, went to entry 2171. The bull Schulte's Mr. Red Rider, 292/1. Schulte Cattle Company and Casey Schulte, your owners. And first in Class 43 went to entry 1815. The bull LMC FCC Polled Foundation, 11/1. JL Cattle Service exhibiting, owned by John Parker. Sounds like we're ready for the mics. So Mr. Colors, please go ahead.
Nice lineup of bulls. I think we've got some bulls out here that can certainly improve some cattle operations. The bulls have got some center dimension to them. They've got some base width and some muscle. I think it gets down to some nitpicky little factors for me. I just like bulls that are more harmonious in their body style and in their color and their kind. I think we've got some bulls out here that certainly do that. Good level hip bulls, good hind leg set on these bulls, and nice sheaths. I'll go out and show you the two that I like the best. Before I do, let's give them a big round of applause.
There's your junior champion, ladies and gentlemen. Entry 2171, the Schulte Cattle Company entry. We're going to lead in Dietering Brothers, entry 1706 for reserve consideration. And there's your reserve coming out of Class 43, the first place. That's John Parker's entry. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations on those entries in our junior division. Fantastic job this afternoon.
lots of quality. The quality runs deep in this class. I think the pair of bulls we start with are both really outstanding young bulls, future herd bull prospects. The bull that I'm leading off with, probably not quite as tall in terms of a hip height as the bull right behind him. But I think when you study this bull and you look at his overall rib shape and the capacity of this bull, I think that he's just a bull that's just much deeper in his frame. He's a bull that's wider and more expressive down his top line. He's a bull that really gets out and moves extremely well. I like the nice angulation to his sheath, nice small orifice there. Good hump, very good pigmentation on this bull, very masculine type head. Just a real nice individual. The bull that comes next is a really straight line bull, a bull that has a really nice sheath about him. He stands on a lot of bone. A bull that's really long-sided. He's smooth and level out of his hip. A bull, when you stand right behind him, it's not quite as expressive through the stifle region and through the middle portion of his quarters in comparison to the bull that wins the class, but a really good individual nonetheless. The bull that stands in third place is a bull I really like. He's a bull that's more practical, I guess, in terms of his overall frame size. A bull that just gives up some overall dimension and width across his top line, down his loin, and through his rump in comparison to the two that win the class. Then we have a bull in fourth place that's really nice from the side. He's a bull that's got some good bone. He's a bull that walks out on a good set of feet and legs. A bull I'd just like to see more testicular development for this particular age. Congratulations on a nice set of bulls.
Thank you, Mr. Cullors, for the overview. Here in Class 41 and taking the blue ribbon is entry 888 from J.D. Hudgens Incorporated of Hungerford, Texas. Our second place in that class went to 885, another entry from J.D. Hudgens Incorporated. Third in the class went to 1293, shown and exhibited, known by Magic Ranch Land and Cattle out of New Waverly, Texas. Our fourth place went to 1179, Schulte Cattle Company of Brenham, Texas. And the final bull here in the class, 969, taking the fifth place award, belonged to Tucker Hargraves of Okeechobee, Florida. At this time, we're moving in our Class 42 bulls that were born during the month of March of 2021.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay, guys, so we just had a champion and a reserve champion in the red junior division, the red junior division. Champion was going to go to Schulte's Mr. Red Rider. That's going to be our junior division Red Bull champion. That was number 2171. And then in our reserve division went to the LMC FCC Polled Foundation Bull. That bull won his class handily. That is the LMC LN Polled Prodigy Son out of JDH Lady Manso. Thank you. Thank you. Let's, are y'all needing Wi-Fi right now? Okay, all right, perfect, thanks. We'll see if this can work. And that is out of JDH Lady Manso. Let's listen to the judge.
Got a pair of bulls top end this class that are both really good and unique in their own kind and type. You know, we have two different sets of judges. We've got what we call non-breeder judges, which are basically college professors, ag teachers, so forth. And we've got breeder judges, the ones that we have to make it for a living. And to me, the bull that wins the class does so basically on pigmentation. I like the uniformity and color of this bull. He's a bull that's very sound from the ground up. He's a bull that's going to pass those traits and that pigmentation onto those calves. So you're going to get some uniformity in this bull. He's a bull that I think he's about the right size. He's long and level and square down his top line. He's a bull that's very massive and masculine about his neck and head. Bull that comes next, that's a long-sided bull. And there's a lot of people that'll use this bull hands down and run away with this class. I can't get past the pigmentation on this bull. I love the bull. I love the outline of the bull. I like the muscle of the bull. When I breed the bull, I'm not sure what he's going to give me in terms of a breeder. He's got a great sheath about him. He's good on his feet and legs. I think you could use this bull. Personally, I'd go across red cows because I think he's going to make a tremendous difference in a red cow herd. That's a real good bull. I'm not taking anything away from him. That's my personal opinion. The bull that comes next is a really nice gray bull. He's one that gets a little rounded over his rump structure. He's one that's deep through his ribs. He's one that is very massive and masculine about his head and neck. That's also a really nice bull. Just don't have the overall length and power of the two bulls that go in front. The bull that comes next is one that you really like from the side. When you put this bull in motion, he gets a little softer in his pasterns. I wish I could just strengthen him up there. If we could, I think I'd move him up in this lineup. The next bull is a really nice pattern bull, really long and level down his top line. I see him as a little flatter muscled when you compare him to the bulls in front. I need more muscle expression through that stifle and forearm to move him up in the lineup. Nice set of bulls. Congratulations.
And thank you very much, Mr. Colors, for that overview here in Class 42 and taking the top honors in this class, 890 from J.D. Hudgens Incorporated. Second in that class going to 1259, bull from Bullseye Ranch of Burton, Texas. Our third place bull was entry 833 from J&L Cattle Service and Cal Devant, owner of Ramey, Louisiana. Your fourth place honors went to 891, entry from J.D. Hudgens Incorporated of Hungerford. Our fifth place going to 1489, Walters Livestock, owners and exhibitors from Brenham, Texas. Sixth going to entry 586 from Watts Ranch, showing for Heart Bar Ranch. Our seventh place in the class went to 1511, Baxter Whitworth, owner of Baxter Whitworth Brahmans of Henderson, Texas. In your arena at this time are your Class 43s, the final class here in the Junior Division of Grays. Have 8 entries in this class.
All right, so got myself a little kerfluffled, but we are in class number 43. We are in class number 43. So we are here live in class number 43. Whoops. There we go. We are in class number 43. We are live here. Have been all day. Thank you guys so much for watching with us. And they're getting all that information in. I'm trying to get myself a little bit organized for when we get ready to do these championships. We have gone through the calf division as well as the intermediate division. So the red calves, the red intermediates, we're going to go sound off for a minute.
Outline bull to win the class. One that gets there to the top just on simple structure. He's a bull that from the ground up, he's just really nice. Good hoof design, really nice long stride when you watch this bull walk. On top of that, he's just a tremendous amount of quality in this bull. He's really deep ribbed. He's got a lot of muscle. He's got eye appeal. When you get behind him, he's got a really long muscle pattern. I like the way that muscle carries down into his hock. He's really wide from stifle to stifle. I think just an outstanding young herd bull. The bull that comes next, probably the smallest frame bull in the class and maybe even the lightest bull. But I think that this is a bull that when you put him in motion, he's just the most sound, most structurally sound bull, right behind our first place bull. He's a bull that's really long and level down his top, a lot of width, clean through his sheath. He can help a lot of cows. The bull that comes third is a real powerful bull, very tall bull. He wants to roll off those hips so slightly from hooks to pins. I think if we could just pick that pin setting up, I can move him up in the class. And then we get down to some bulls that just have some structure issues. some weak pasterns and just some hocks that aren't real sound. But I'm real happy with the first 2 bulls in this class. Congratulations.
Appreciate the overview, Mr. Colors. And ladies and gentlemen, taking first place honors here in Class 43 is entry number 550, B.R. Couture Incorporated Bull from Wharton, Texas. Our second place going to 898, J.D. Hudgens Incorporated of Hungerford. Your fourth place went to entry 894, another bull from J.D. Hudgens. Our fifth place award went to 1356, Candler Cattle Company, showing for Addison Worley of Gainesville, Florida. Your sixth place going to 893, another entry from J.D. Hudgens Incorporated. Seventh in the class going to 990, Bailey Malone, owner and exhibitor from Gentry, Texas. Well, this will bring us to our division drive here in the Gray Juniors, and we'll have that lineup for you here in just a moment. We're now moving in our division champion drive and representing Class 41.
All right, everybody, we got just a little bit behind because we were trying to catch up with some housekeeping. So in first place in Class 41, that was the first class of the junior division, we have JDH Maasai Tradition. That's going to be a JDH Maasai Manso 608/6 son, and out of the JDH Lady Ramona Manso. In that second class, we ended up with the JDH Hidalgo Manso. JDH Hidalgo Manso, that's the 586/9. 586/9. That bull was also the Supreme Champion recently, I believe, if I remember correctly, during the San Antonio show. So again, that was the hip number 586/9. So that is the JDH Hidalgo Manso that won that very second class. Let's see if we can.
820 and representing Class 43 from.
No, the Hidalgo bull was not. I'm correcting myself before I even get going. Okay, so then in first place in the third class was the BRC El Cucur. That's going to be a noble son. So again, we're going to let the judge tell us what he thinks about these great bulls.
Really nice junior champion. Great Brahman drive out here. When we're looking at these bulls, obviously we're starting to think in terms of potential herd sires. And as I mentioned before, as a breeder judge, you almost have to think about your cattle herd at home and kind of what you need and what can help you. But as a breeder, one thing I really like is I like uniformity and I like consistency, and I like it every time. I think as long as we select the right type cattle, then we can be in this business for a really long time. And I think we've got some bulls out here that can help us. I'm real pleased with all three of these first place winners. I think you can make an argument for any of them to win, quite honestly. I've got my favorite. I'll show you the champion and reserve champion. Let's give these exhibitors another real big round of applause.
And ladies and gentlemen, taking division champion, your winner of Class 41, that's Bull 888 from J.D. Hudgens Incorporated, the bull known as Traditions Manso 376. over 8. We'll move up 885 from that class for reserve consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, your reserve honors going to the winner of Class 2, also from J.D. Hudgens Incorporated, the bull JDH Hidalgo Manso 586 over 9, taking reserve honors here in your junior division. And now it's back to the Reds in senior division. And our arena announcer, Mr. Jim Cooper.
We're going to get caught up because I have been remiss and ignored you guys there for a little while because we were trying to get caught up on all of the good stuff that people are telling us and the things that we're needing to do. So again, Danny Sester, thanks for watching. Everybody, Ganaderia San Fermin. Drake, thanks for watching. Richard, everybody. We really appreciate you watching. And thank you again to all the sponsors of the live feed. We absolutely agree with you, Ricky Butler, because without them, we could not be here. So I'm going to get caught up just a little bit and let y'all know what happened during the Gray Bull Show. So during the Gray Bull Show, our champion is going to be 888. If you're following along in your book, that is going to be our junior champion Gray. And that is going to be JDH Maasai Tradition 376 over 8. 376 over 8. And that bull, of course, is sired by the great JDH Maasai Manso 608. And also a little tidbit there. So the 376 over 8 was also our 2023 San Antonio Stock Show Grand and Junior Champion bull. But even more kind of interesting and important was that he was also historically named the Supreme Champion, the very first time that San Antonio has ever had a Supreme Champion. Now, if you don't know what a Supreme Champion is, so he was a Supreme Champion of the American breeds. So they took all of the different American breeds and they all got to come in the arena. So it wasn't just for Brahman, it was anything that I think was American breed that was there. I think we had like some Santa Gertrudis, some maybe Beef Masters, I don't know what all. We had Brangus, we had like everything that starts with a B pretty much, or has B in it. And the 376 over 8, that's the Maasai Tradition bull of Hudgens. He was Supreme Champion. And he is out of a JDH lady, Ramona Manso. So she is a JDH Mr. Goodo Manso daughter. So again, JDH Maasai Tradition is going to be our junior champion in the Gray Bulls. And then going to the second class, we had our champion, and that is going to be the JDH Hidalgo Manso 586 over 9. JDH Hidalgo Manso 586 over 9 was the reserve champion in that division. So again, we'll have that information up on the screen. We've been a little bit behind on the photos. Believe it or not, our internet got really slow. We always love it when the internet doesn't work well for us. It kind of is difficult. So again, the Hidalgo Manso was the reserve junior champion. If you're following along in your book, that is going to be entry number 890. And we are here in case you have any questions or you want us to like zoom in on a bull or a person, you just let us know. So right now we're getting ready to go into the senior of the red Brahmans. So we're going into the senior. Again, we also had some second places. You can jump into our stream and figure out who was second, but I'm going to roll through these pretty quickly because we're getting ready to go into this red. So our junior champion came out of the first class 41. That was JDH Masai Tradition, and JDH Bodie Manso, which is a Lawford son out of an Elliott daughter, was second in that class. The winner of the second class, which was class 42, who ended up being reserve junior champion, was the JDH Hidalgo Manso that we just spoke about. That's going to be a JDH Falco Manso son, which is, of course, a Woodson son. And then on the bottom side, we have the JDH Ike Manso daughter. Then in second in that class was the Mr. BER Bullet, 820. Mr. BER Bullet is a son of Mr. BER 427, which is Trump. Trump was two-time Show Bull of the Year. And then Bullet is out of SRS Miss Bella, which is a noble daughter. And then in that third class, the third class of junior bulls in the gray was the BRC El Cuckoo, 163. That's going to be a noble son out of Miss V8 382 over 7. And in second, we had the JDH Creed Manso 330 over 8. Not to be confused with the other Creed bull. Yeah, they have two Creed bulls, which you cannot imagine the trouble having two Creed bulls can make for the Brahman Journal team. So if we got all kerfluffled and confused, I've been like thinking we're in the senior division because I knew that the 450 Creed bull was senior, but there's a Creed bull that's junior, that's 330. So we love Hudgens and they're one of our sponsors, but maybe we should have called them Creed the Elder and Creed the Younger. That's what we need to do, Alyssa. Just like when guys in Latin America name all their sons the same as their first name, and I always call them, well, that's, Jose the Younger and Jose the Elder. So Creed the Elder is still going to show. Creed the Elder was reserve grand champion at the San Antonio show. Creed the Younger is a very good bull. He has still potential and chance to be grand champion. You never know. So, but maybe if we just went by private herd numbers, we'd be better off with the Hudgens bull. I think so. Okay, so then we had the Creed Manso 330, Creed the Younger, and he was our second place in that class. So again, we are now in our Red Bull Show, final division of the Red Bulls. Keeping myself organized for when we talk later. So here we are in the Red Bull Show. We are in class number 44? No, 46, because we had the 2 championships. Yep, 46. So in class 46, we're going to run through some of these real quick. We are looking at RF Razor's Bowen. That's going to be a Trump son. Again, we are talking Trump, which is the gray bull, but he's out of CD Lady Rhino 8 over 19. We have Razor's Ultra. Again, that's going to be a full sibling. Then we have KR Mr. Troubadour, which is out of a Mr. J.R. Isaac Lotto daughter, and on the top side by a Troubadour son. And then we have Mr. Chaparral 192. I think I saw that Danny Sestera, which is Chaparral, was watching with us online. So Danny, you were the breeder. Now Castaway is the owner of the Mr. Chaparral 192. We have a couple of other Castaways in here. We have a Mr. Castaway HG Golden Boy. He is going to be a 800 son out of Schulte's Cheyenne. We also have Mr. RP10. Mr. RP10 was just our Show Bull of the Year. That is going to be being led by Walters Livestock. That is going to be a Troubadour son. We also have Moreno, Mr. 6W Rocco, Rockstar son out of a Watkins Cattle Company female. Mr. H.C. Cole, which of course is Herzog Cattle. That's another Maximus son out of their very famous Miss 7IL. Then we have Mr. 7R Butch Cassidy, which is a Crush son on the top side, grandson on the top side, and a CB Hector on the bottom side. JR Mr. Big Sky Manso, that's going to be a LB Nielsen Manso. I'm going to bet that LB is actually maybe Lock Brothers, because we've got Elmo and then Lawford in that pedigree, and then JR Chicago Manso, and of course that's Rich Cattle Company. And that's what we have in this class right here. Hey Logan, thanks for watching with us, and Glenn and Kara, Taylor, Philip, Gilstrap. I'll be with you in Mississippi. We're praying for good internet. The internet gods have not been mean. They haven't been helpful, but they haven't been mean. And again, thank you guys to our sponsors. Can't say enough. Could not be here without them. I'm wondering if we have our sponsor logos on the bottom. Probably not. Oopsie. Yep. Yeah, that's okay. It happens. Wow. But it's no problem. And we have that catalog in the comments. Again, if you want to travel with us to Panama, we will be at the Expica Rotativa in David, Panama, towards the end of March. If anybody is wanting to be a sponsor, we do still have a spot left there, because we certainly could use the help with getting the whole team there so we can show you all of these great cattle. That's the only way we can get this done. So again, we are going to have the champion and the reserve champion gray bull up shortly on our Facebook page. I think that we could probably message them and let them take that Wi-Fi device back, since we are going outside to get some Wi-Fi. So from Australia, thank you so much. I'm so glad that you like our coverage. We're constantly trying to step up our game. We've decided that to keep people from standing in front of our cameras, Brandolin, which do you think is a better idea? A big horn, like an emergency horn, anytime they get near one that would emanate from the camera, or I'm thinking a rubber band gun that we can run maybe, remotely, so every time somebody stands in front of the camera, we'll hit them with the rubber band gun.
I would say probably rubber band, because
The horn might scare the cattle. Yeah, that's true too. So, that, or you know what? The other option is a little barbed wire.
I was
like
thinking
a little electric fence. Okay, that's the best idea yet.
It would keep cattle from getting
Against the, yeah, exactly. A little shock. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Because this has been a little bit of a challenge when you get a lot of people in the arena, and this arena got kind of small. Like, they could make the arena a little bigger. There's not anybody else in here but us. But, when the arena gets a little small, it gets a little harder for us. So we are down to the top 5. We're down to the top 5. We're going to say that we have, who do we have left? Herzog just came in, so that means we have, is that Walters? Yeah. Walters? 2149? So we have 2149, which is Moreno still out. No. We have Moreno, and then we have Walters, right?
2149 and 2263.
2263 or 64? Oh, 63. That's the 7R. Okay. All right, guys. So here's who we have left in the arena right now. We have the Moreno, Mr. 6W Rocco. That's going to be a rock star son out of the Miss WCC 6W, which is a 3XHK Mr. 966 daughter out of the Gossip Girl. I think everybody will remember do you remember when the Gossip Girl showed? Such a beautiful red female of Watkins Cattle Company, really pretty. And then the Mr. 7R Butch Cassidy, that's going to be a JDH Mr. Manso 274 son out of the Miss 7R Hopalong Cassidy, which is a CB Hector bull. I'm going to guess that on that bottom side is where he's getting the majority of that red pedigree. On the top side, on that third generation back is where he has that Elmo. So again, some really cool bulls here, pretty exciting. So we have the Butch Cassidy bull battling it out with the Rockstar bull. And of course, the Butch Cassidy bull was our junior champion at the 2022 Bluebonnet Kickoff Classic. He was also the reserve junior at the 2022 Tennessee State Fair. The 2023 ABBA Winter Classic, he was the reserve senior champion. It looks like Judd is still making a decision. As far as like the Moreno Mr. 6W Rocco, everything good? The 6W Rocco bull. Okay, it looks like he went with the Rocco bull. His sister and his mom. That's Kelvin Moreno's sister and mom back there hollering and hooping for him. So the Moreno Mr. 6W
I think the quality
Rocco,
runs deep in this class of red
listen.
bulls. We've got some bulls really all the way down to about that 4th, 5th, 6th place that have got some muscle and they've got some functionality and doability and some cattle that I think would work in different programs. The two bulls that I'm starting with, or the bull that I am starting with, is a bull that, as I read him from the ground up, I think he's just a little bit better in terms of his hoof shape. He stands on a little bit more bone. He's a bull that is really deep ribbed. He's long and level down that top line. I mean, the guy showing him doesn't even have to put the stick on his back to make him level. And I think that's what I like about him. I like him from hooks to pins. He's wide and expressive down his back and through his loin and out of his rump. He's got a nice masculine hump, very masculine head. I think he's just an outstanding bull. I mean, if we're going to pick on him, could you tighten his sheath up just a touch? Probably so. But I think that bull's got a lot of good in him. The bull that comes next is one that, when you get him out and watch him walk, I think he's probably the freest moving bull of the two. With that being said, he does roll off of his hip a little bit from hooks to pins. This guy, when he's a good showman, and whenever he puts that stick on him, he's board level. But in a natural state, he's not board level, and I think he rolls a little bit too much for me to win the class. But this bull's got a lot of good to him. He's really deep in that forerib. He's got a nice angle to his sheath. Testicular development, I think, is average. I think he could probably be a little bit bigger circumference there for his age. But he's a really long-bodied bull, very muscular bull. The bull that comes next probably fits me as well as anything in terms of just body composition. He's one that really ties in well behind his hump, long and level down that top line. You get behind him, he's got just a tremendous amount of quarter to him. And he's more of a moderate or medium-sized bull, which I have a tendency to gravitate toward. I like to pick him up in those pasterns. He gets a little soft there for me when he moves around the arena. I think if I could do that, I'd certainly move him up in the lineup today. Next bull coming, nice medium-sized bull. One, again, he just wants to roll off of that hip a little bit. And when he does, he gets a little straighter in through his hock. So structurally, he's not quite as sound as those bulls in front of him. But a good doing bull in terms of overall rib shape and muscle and pigmentation. Congratulations on a good set of bulls.
Thank you very much, Mr. Colors. And here's your results in Class 46. First went to entry 2149, which is
Okay.
Second went to entry
We are,
2263.
oh, right now, we're all good? Okay. So in first place in this first class of the senior division, we had the I'm sorry.
Entry out of Brenham. Fourth went to entry 2073.
So confused.
BT Ranch owners out of Centerville, Texas.
The Rocco.
Fifth went to entry
I got
1840.
it backwards.
Herzog
Yeah.
Cattle Company, your owner and exhibitor out of Chilton. Sixth went to entry 1778. Forster Cattle Company, Nathan Forster, Crowley.
Yeah. The Moreno won it,
Yeah.
and the Butch Cassidy was second.
And you know how the Creed bull was like a renamed bull?
Right.
So is this Rocco bull. He used to have a completely different name.
Oh, seriously?
Whenever he was shown by the junior that actually bred and owned this bull. He's like a newly
Oh,
named
wow.
bull.
Yeah, because Lance Wedworth is the breeder.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I got so confused.
He
Okay.
was like grand champion at the EBBA, either in the junior show or the open show.
He was reserve champion, but you know what? I bet he was grand at the EBBA and the junior show. That's right, I'll betcha. So we had, in first place, we had Moreno, Mr. 6W Rocco. We were talking about him. He's the Smoking Gun son. And then on the bottom side, he is out of a daughter of Gossip Girl. And then in second, we had the Mr. 7R Butch Cassidy. Oh, Mr. 7R Butch Cassidy. Okay, we just got offered coffee. Thank you, Karen. Karen is a goddess. Where is Team Heritage for me? You know, they're busy like judging, but usually Team Heritage is there for me like doing the coffee stuff. They're what? I know, they're in judging and showing. They're busy. They're not, yeah. Usually they're like all over my coffee moments. Okay. I say coffee and it is going to appear and it's going to be great. Okay, guys. So again, that 7R Butch Cassidy bull was, and you can follow along in your catalog. His number is number 2263. He was second, and in first we had 2149. Now this class is a class of 3 bulls, but they are very good bulls. So we are looking at bulls that have won multiple times. So we're looking at the Mr. RH247. And then we're also looking at the DADR Achilles Bull, the DADR Achilles Bull. And I know that, have you guys seen Alyssa Koch? Is she here? You know, she mentioned something about a speckled bull, and she was doing it on the comments. So Alyssa, jump on in at any moment in time. Hey, Chris Shivers, great sale yesterday. And yes, I will need that sale report. So anyway, harassing people online. I'm going to get in trouble probably. But I know Chris will be happy to get me a sale report for the sale that he managed, which was the international sale last night. So again, we have these 3 bulls. We are looking at Achilles. Achilles has had just a bang up, really, really great bull. Sweet, sweet bull too. He has had a tremendous show career, and this is his senior division. Senior chance, really nice bull, beautiful to look at. So we're going to run through a few of his championships really quick here, if we can, before the judge starts talking and makes that decision. So the DADR Achilles bull, that is going to be a bull that has won a tremendous amount. He has been grand champion 4 times with, every time he's shown, he's been usually champion or reserve champion. Just super impressive. Lots and lots of points.
Nice pair of red bulls.
Let's listen to the judge.
I think both of these bulls, really they complement each other. The bull that we're leading off with is a bull that's really straight in his lines. With that, he's got some added dimension and width on his back and through his loin. He's a bull that has a really nice hump placement, very masculine breed character, and a bull that travels out relatively well. A bull that's got a nice sheath, a nice prepuce opening there. Get behind the bull, he certainly has got some base width to him. The bull that comes next is one that's also a very long spine bull. He's a bull that got a tremendous forearm and a lot of stifle in him. gets a little bit rounded from hooks to pins when you put him on the. If I could change that about him, I'd probably move him up just a little bit in this lineup. Then he gets a little bit pendulous through that sheath. I'd like to just change that angle to a sheath a little bit. The bull that comes in third place is a really nice functional bull that just gets overpowered in today's show. Congratulations.
In that class, they'll be coming back in for grand champion consideration. And again, as we were saying, the DADR Achilles Bowl, which everybody knows, Alyssa Cope loves this bowl. And this bowl has been reserve grand champion at Tennessee State Fair, grand champion at San Antonio Livestock Show, reserve grand champion at State Fair of Texas, Dixie National reserve grand champion, and he has won multiple championships, including an intermediate championship at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo here last year, as well as a reserve championship at the International. He has been, it just reads like a who's of shows. He has always been champion or reserve champion or grand or reserve grand, pretty much everywhere he's shown, pretty much winning at every show. So no doubt that Judd was in good company when he picked that bull to win. And then of course he also liked the CCC Mr. Rip 151 over 0. CCC Mr. Rip 151 over 0 is interesting that both of those bulls were bred by the Carrier family. So again, the Achilles bull was bred by, I think, Christopher Carrier. Yes, Christopher Carrier was the breeder on the first bull that first place bull, and then Shannon Carrier is the breeder on the CC Mr. Rip bull, the 151, and I believe it shows on the the CC Mr. Rip was second, correct? Yes. Okay. So, and that was Castaway Ranch, which of course is our one of our sponsors from yesterday. So again, thank you to all our sponsors. Can't thank them enough. So Castaway Ranch came in second, but it's very interesting the influence of the Carrier family. So here in this last class, we're going to see again another bull that is carries that CCC brand. Then we're also going to see the very famous SRS brand. So the very first bull that's closest to us right here in the lineup is SRS Josie Wales. SRS Josie Wales, he has been champion again multiple times. So Josie Wales, and Josie Wales, Josie Wales' dam is SRS Miss Lady Marcia. As we all know, the Swanner family lost Marcia Swanner a few years back. She's greatly missed, no question about that, greatly missed. And the dam, I don't know if you knew this, Alyssa, but the dam of Josie Wales, she has only had, I think, 3 offspring because she passed away very unexpectedly. And so again, super sad because that female, she's actually the dam of Joe Kidd as well as Josie Wales.
That makes a lot of sense because those bulls look a lot alike.
Yes, exactly. So, and I was talking with Pasquale because she's one of the top females for points and everything, and he said he did have a photo of her. So we do have a photo of her in the magazine, but it is tragic that they lost her. So Josie Wales walking first, and then our previous International Grand Champion bull here at Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo is the CCC Mr. Cletus. He's going second. Then we have Mr. Lara, which is a Rodriguez Cattle Services entry. That's going to be sired by DB Southern Style 1 over 180 and out of the Moreno Miss Lady Rosemary. Then in the fourth hole, we have the Mayhew Mr. Red Trump, which is a Rockstar Son out of Miss Reba Review. And then we go to the Heart 0220, which is going to be a Bailey Clay bred female bull that Alyssa Beers owns, and that is going to be a VL Rojo Apache 1 over 50 son out of Miss V8 328 over 8. So again, some really big bull power here. This is our final class of Red Bulls before we go into the championship drive. And there you go. Let's go, CC. Okie dokie. We have people rooting for everyone, and as we do too. We just think everyone out here looks great. We have a Come On Big John. Jason Kimball's watching with us. So again, thank you guys for watching. Make sure you reach out and thank our sponsors. We have some great offerings going on right now. So make sure you're at ST Genetics and sign up and show up on Sunday, and you have a chance to win the semen available on Smoking Gun, as well as SG111, that's of course Jack. And when we looked at that Red Rider bull earlier that ended up being a junior champion bull, we saw the results of crossing Smoking Gun genetics onto the SG111, because Red Rider is a perfect example of that. He is by a Jack son, and out of, oh, Elgin Breeding Service watching. Come on, Elgin Breeding Service. So again, also, if you're staying over, make sure you visit with Hillary over at Elgin Breeding Service. We would never be able to go any of the places we go without Elgin Breeding Service. So I kind of think that they're the breeding service of the stars, because they collect a lot of bulls that are true stars that create all of these great genetics here, and then they end up doing just a great job for you, and then they bring the stars to you because they help support us. So it looks like we're going to battle out between two bulls. We're going to battle out between CC Mr. Cletus, and it looks like we have the Mayhew Mr. Red Trump. This is going to be a Rockstar son out of Moreno Misriba Review. So this is going to be Smoking Gun on Troubadour. The Cletus bull is going to be BER Cash. That, of course, Bullseye Ranch. That is a Cash son out of a T.O. Ferris daughter. And remember, you know, some of you might not know, but Judd does have a connection with that T.O. Ferris bull. Years back, he did lead that bull in on the stick here. So again, just so much fun to look back at the historical aspect of the bulls and everything. And we have Jason McMullen is watching. Christopher, thanks for watching with us. Again, thanks guys. We might want to shout out and say thank you to Heart BC Brahmans for being one of our sponsors. Rio Ranch for being a sponsor. You can come to their field day on Saturday afternoon and have a big time with them and see some amazing cattle. Trust me, you will be impressed. I know I was. And then, of course, we have Elgin Breeding Service. Hillary was watching there just a second ago. Come on, Shannon and Cletus, says Myra. I don't know if they have much control over it, but you're hoping that Judd picks that one, I can tell. We'll see, and Judd is definitely going back and forth and looking and thinking about which direction he wants to go. And Elgin Breeding Service, Hillary, I think you can stop by her booth. It's very close to the Brahman Journal booth, or go see them there in Elgin. They do a great job and so customer service oriented. Can't say enough about how easy they make our job when we come and have to take photos or videos of bulls. And then, of course, we have J.D. Hudgens. J.D. Hudgens has already had a really good show here. Come on, Cletus. Everybody's like, come on, Cletus. They're liking Cletus. And of course, everyone loves the Red Trump bull, too. That's a really nice bull. And it is the Red Trump bull, and I think we're pretty excited about that. There's some excitement going on with the Red Trump bull. So that looks like a happy person. I can only imagine. We're going to listen to the judge.
I guess it's just, we talked about before, where do you want to put your emphasis? And I like this bull on the move. This bull in front end that wins the class. He's just the best structured of the three bulls that we have on the top end. Now, granted, he's got some added sheath to him, but it's not one of those real heavy sheaths. It's a long sheath, but it's not a heavy sheath. But I tell you what, there's been a few bulls in the ring today that have this much muscle and mass. Tremendous amount of rib cage, lots of turn and dimension over his top, really long and level out of his hip. And man, he is really wide when you get right behind this bull. Congratulations, young lady, well deserved. The bull that comes next is one that I really like when he stops and gets him set up. On the go, sometimes he gets a little choppy off his rear legs. He wants to drop his pin set just a little bit. Kind of from the hooks forward, he's an ideal bull. A lot of good in this bull. Just thinks he gets a little overpowered today. He's not quite as level off of his hooks to pins, not quite as thick through the center portion of his quarter is that one that wins the class. Here's a bull that can add some size and some traits. Really long spine bull, a bull that's really deep-sided. I like the pigmentation of this bull. I like him whenever I get right behind him. He's nice and thick. I just need to change him off of his rear pasterns a little bit to get him to go any higher. The next bull is a big, long-bodied bull, a bull that could certainly work in some individual programs. I see him just a little flatter muscle. He's carrying quite a bit of condition. Just like to see more muscle expression off this bull, particularly through that stifle region. Then the bull that comes next is a really long-sided bull. Just gives up some bone and some overall mass to the bulls in front of him. Real nice set of bulls.
Colors for those comments, and here are your
All
results
right.
in
Well,
Class 48.
Judd Colors gave us his
First
comments
entry,
and gave us his
1947,
reasons. Thought both of those bulls were super nice bulls there at the top. You could tell he was kind of going back and forth and weighing the differences that he felt were as important. I think both of those bulls are tremendous bulls, and the people leading those bulls should be super proud of themselves. Of course, I do think that the CCC, the Carrier Cattle Company program, should be super proud because they created the bulls that were first and second in the previous class, you know, the DADR bull as well as the other bull, because remember, Shannon bred one, Christopher bred the other. And then, of course, they created the CCC Mr. Cletus Bull. And now we have the championship drive that we're getting ready to go into. We're going to see the Mayro Mr. Red Trump come in from that last class. But the first class has been won by the Moreno Mr. 6W Rocco. That's going to be a Moreno Mr. Rockstar son out of, as we discussed, a Gossip Girl granddaughter. Gossip Girl daughter. Then in that second class, we're going to see the we're going to see the DADR, that's the AA Diamond Ranch Achilles Bull, which, as we said, was created by Christopher Carrier. And then we will see the Mayu Mr. Red Trump. So we're going to have 3 bulls coming in for this senior consideration, and then we will be going into the gray show, correct? And then we come back for the grains. All right. I'm going to go grab a gimbal, and off we go. Sorry.
151 over 0, Casa Ray Ranch of Groveton. Class 48, your second was entry 1593. That's CCC Mr. Cletus, 149 over 0. Shannon Carrier Ranch of Church Point, Louisiana, is your owner and exhibitor. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these entries in this red senior division drive a big round of applause.
Well, it's been a lot of fun sorting through these bulls today, and I know we're not done yet, but I just felt like saying this was a lot of fun, because it is to me. This is what I do for a living, and this is what I do for my hobby, and this is what my family does, and this is what we do for fun. So you get it. We're all about Brahman, right? And I know many of you here feel the same way. So it's nice, and when you get out and you can see good quality cattle. I mentioned just sitting on the front porch late in the evenings, and Gayla and I sitting there watching our donor cows or cow-calf pairs, and that's entertainment for us. It's what we enjoy. And I know that there's a lot of passion that goes into showing these cattle, and I get that. And there'll be some people here that leave today that are disappointed. And I've been on that end before, and if you're not disappointed, well, you should be, because that means you just don't care. When you care, you get passionate about things. And but what's nice is there's always another show. I think we've got one coming up down in Mercedes. So if you didn't like the judge in Houston, hey, go try again. I've got the cattle out here that I like. I've got the cattle that I would use myself in my own herd. And as we get through the rest of the day, we'll see some cattle and we'll select some champions. But before we do, let's give them a big round of applause here, and we'll name our senior champion.
There's your senior champion, ladies and gentlemen, entry 2149, the Merino Ranch entry. Merino Mr. 6W Rocco, 191. Going to lead in the Walters Livestock for entry for reserve consideration. There's your reserve senior, ladies and gentlemen. Walters Livestock entry, Mr. 7R Butch Cassidy. Ladies and gentlemen, please give all these entries in this senior division drive a big round of applause for a great job this afternoon.
One, two, 1, 2, 3. I was seeing if I had muted myself. I don't think I did. All good? Okay. Well, he made a decision and went with the bull out of the youngest class there in the senior division. That was Moreno, Mr. 6W Rocco, and he decided to stay in that same class. So he went 6W Rocco, Moreno, Mr. 6W Rocco, and then he went back to Mr. 7R Butch Cassidy. Mr. 7R Butch Cassidy. We're now moving into the senior division of the senior division of the senior division of the Red Show, senior division of the Red Show. We just finished the, start over again. We're in the senior division of the Gray Show, just finished the senior division of the Red Show, and we are done with seeing our Red Bulls today, and we are going to see some great Gray Bulls coming up. So Seth Tomlinson, thanks for watching, and Mandy Van Winkle Drivers with us, as well as Danielle. And we have people from all over. We have Honduras. Let us know where you're watching from. I can see some of my friends. Oh, Raul Garcia Ocana. We are going to see you, I believe, in Tampico. So I'm sure you're going to be showing in Tampico in April. And we really look forward to seeing you. And maybe, I don't know if you're going to be able to bring the baby, the new baby. I don't know. It won't be brand new then, because that'll be in April. So we really look forward to seeing our friend Raul there in Tampico, a great breeder in Mexico. Looking forward to seeing your awesome gray Brahman cattle. So we're in the Gray Bull Show. We're going to have a Mr. JH17, an NC Gold Jag. That, of course, is the Candler Company, Candler Cattle Company. They're very focused on their polled program, so that's going to be a homozygous polled bull there. Then we're also going to see NC Kingfish, I believe, followed by the BRC Ghost Pepper. Love that name. Ghost Pepper has won quite a bit lately. The Mr. V8 979 over 8. That is a Sloan Son. Then we'll have Triple H Sir Tomcat, as well as BRC Hey Dude. So looking forward to seeing all of these cattle in the judgment. Right. We are going to see who we have left here. Up at the top, we're going to have the JH. Then it looks like we're going to go, I believe that's going to be, yes, that's going to be the Ghost Pepper, I believe. Down here, it looks like we have the Hey Dude. Going to see if we can get a few numbers. Miss Brandolin, can you help me with a few numbers? Tell me who's left. Or not, or yes. Who is? Okay. And then we have the, I'm sorry, 1433? Yeah, okay. And then the Hey Dude. Yeah, I think that's Hey Dude. Okay, perfect. All right, so what we have here, what we're battling out over is Mr. JH 17 over 0. This is going to be a Mr. V8 624 over 8 Sun out of MLD Firecracker. This is Ken Ramsey exhibiting for Terry Bradshaw. And then we're also going to have still in the arena the V8, Mr. V8 979 over 8. That's going to be a Sloan Sun out of Miss V8 52 over 8, which of course is a 380 daughter. And then coming in on that last hole, we have the BRC, Hey Dude 118. We're just saying we love those names that Rachel comes up with because we're kind of assuming that Brandon doesn't come up with these names. Now, he might be the creative one, but we're thinking maybe it might be Rachel. And then the BRC Hey Dude. All of these bulls have had tremendous show careers already. So this is surely a tough decision for our judge, Judd Cullors, Heritage Cattle Company fame. And this is the second time he has judged Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Hey Dude. I see people are going, okay, I'm not sure if they just love the name Hey Dude or it's just so much fun to say, but the stories love to see our Hey Dude. So I get it. It makes you want to dance, I think. So anyway, so we agree. We just love that name, and we're rooting for all the bulls. We think they're all absolutely stunning.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we have
Now,
a
as
moment, we'd
far
like
as
to
the
recognize a
backstory
couple of
goes,
folks that
as far as the
spent a lot of
backstory
time
goes on Hey
participated
Dude, I think
in
that
previous years
you guys are
during
in good
our
company.
Brahman shows.
It's all about the
And
shoes.
now in
Okay, I
front,
gotcha.
we have a
So,
couple of guests.
okay, so all about the
Have
shoes
a
very
couple of
much.
guests here.
So
Miss
the
Armelinda Guevara is down here with us today in front.
So the Hey
She's been
Dude
the ABBA
Bull has been
secretary
the
and recording secretary
2022
for more than 30
National
years,
Show.
and I know our
He was the
international
grand
guests as
champion
well as
at the
those
2022
members of
National
ABBA
Show.
have worked
He was
with
also
her.
the
Also,
reserve
Mr.
grand
Chris
champion at the
Shivers, former
Jambalaya
executive
Classic.
director down here
Also the
as
reserve
well.
grand champion at San
Good to see you
Antonio.
folks
Multiple
here at the
time
Brahman Show
champion.
today.
And it looks like he
Kinda
has gone
missed
to
you.
the
There was a
top
few
of the class.
Opportunities
Top
for
of the class here.
that,
So BRC Hey
I
Dude,
know
for
you
those of
always
you that are
helpful
liking
and
the shoes
appreciate
and
it.
liking the Hey Dude. Hey Jamie, it is good to see you join us. Jamie Halfman just jumped on in with us, and she's getting to
Real
see
interesting
Hey
class of
Dude
great
come-
Brahman bulls. The bull that I landed on here in the first, I think, is one that we just look at him from the ground up. I just like the way this bull's built and kind of put together. He's a wide base bull. He's really good and neat about his feet and legs. He's not the tallest bull in the class, maybe even the longest bull of the class. But I think he balances up for his height. I think he's long enough. I think he's deep enough. When you get right behind this bull, he's tremendously wide to the center portion of his quarters. You read him down over his top line. There's lots of natural muscle through his back and down his loin and out of his rump. Just a nice place to start our class. The longer side bull stands in second. That's a really good long spine bull as well. A bull that's got a nice angle to his sheath, nice testicular development. He gets a little bit base narrow whenever you compare him to the bull that wins the class, but that's a good one as well. The bull that comes in third place, that's a real functional kind of a bull that's not, doesn't just overpower you in any way, but he's a really correct mate bull. He's smooth, and I like his angles through his shoulders. His shoulders and his forerib tie up real good together. I like him right in behind his hump. Just don't see the width and the overall muscle and power that we see in the first two bulls to win the class. Then we've got a bull that's standing in fourth place, a bull that I like from the side. He's probably one of the longest spine bulls of the group. Just got to free him up off those back hocks a little bit. He gets a little straighter whenever he's walking around the arena. Wants to short stride just a little bit. Then we've got a great big bull coming next. He wants to kind of roach up in his spine, not quite as, we don't see the spine integrity in this bull whenever he's on the move. Nice class of bulls. Congratulations.
Mr. Colors.
Who was second? That's okay. So in first place, we had the BRC Hey Dude 118, and we've had a bunch of fans on here talking about him. Pierce Key, we are glad you jumped in here at the end. Julie Wade, I bet you're doing the happy birthday dance because that will make you happy that Hey Dude came up to the top of the class. So I do think that is a cool thing. And then in second place, we had the Mr. B8 979 over 8. That was 979 over 8.
Our sixth place went to
Again, we're in our second class of the Senior Bulls. gray senior bulls, then we'll go to the senior division, then we'll start doing the drive. So Mr. V8 979 over 8.
Also an entry from Cadver Cattle Company. Congratulations to all of these exhibitors in Class 46. And ladies and gentlemen, in the arena at this time are your Class 47 senior
And
bulls.
he also has had just a tremendous show career. He was Division Reserve Champion at the 2022 National Show, which of course was held in Louisiana. He was Reserve Champion at the Blue Bonnet Kickoff Classic. He placed well at the Houston Livestock Show last year, and State Fair of Louisiana and Washington County Fair also as a calf. So again, really good company there. That was Mr. V8 979 over 8, which is a Sloan son out of the Miss V8 52 over 8 female. We're now into the bull show, and we are going to see in here, we're going to see the Mr. Gary Stewart. That is going to be Carson Rabb showing his Mr. Gary Stewart. We're going to have Hart BC showing Mr. Hart BC 7 over 20. That is going to be Ashley Clement. That is a 380 son out of Miss V8 478 over 8. We're also going to see Mr. JCW Lone Star. That's going to be exhibited by Justin White. That's JW Brahmans. They're very supportive. I'm wondering how if he's even in here. Because he had shoulder surgery. Easy for me to say. And then we have Mr. V8 934 over 8. That's going to be a noble son. And then followed up by the Moreno Mr. Cipriano, which is a risky intention son out of Moreno Miss Rich Soulmate. So Julie Wade is having fun watching her family member show. That is very cool. We are in some of the final classes, guys, of the Gray Show here at Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. And Jana Acevedo just jumped in with us. So thank you so much for joining us, Jana. I heard that Danny was thinking about going to Tampico with us. We're going to be in Tampico at the middle of April, right after Easter, but we are going to be in Panama, and he has placed this class on the fly, it looks like. There we go. We have first is going to go to the V8. That is going to be 1434. That's Mr. V8 934 over 8. That is going to be Brent Allen Barnes owned.
I think we've just got a nice, really nice place to land here in first place. We've got a bull that's very functional and practical in his build. He's one from the ground up that I really like, the hoof design, the base width of this bull. He's long and level down his top line.